Power of logic, you guys. Sometimes I think we don't take that word logic seriously enough. Is why on the thumbnail you see bring logic back, a little play on words. Why do I say that, you guys? This stream is going to be an exclusive interview with this gentleman right here. He goes by the name of Logic. Listen, there's a lot of truth to that. This is going to be a great conversation, guys. What are we talking about? We're talking about Black Lives Matter. We absolutely have to talk about them. We're talking about policing and police brutality, especially as it relates to the Black community, especially as it relates to this country, guys. And then we're going to talk about Black culture. You guys, these things are highly, highly, highly promoted in the news. But listen, this guest, you don't want to miss this. Where is he from, you guys? You can catch him over at the Lapeef Network if you're not familiar with that channel. They have great conversations over there, highly entertaining. This is going to be a stream you do not want to miss. I promise you that. High level conversation, you guys. We're talking about Logic. Logic is a sharp individual, highly intelligent, very sophisticated and witty. I will say he's also charismatic. At the same time, if you're not careful, he will body your argument and then give you a bag to put it in, you guys. He'll run circles around your thought process, so you got to be sharp. If you want to come up here and challenge Logic, bless your heart. You have been warned. He's nothing to play with when it comes to intellectual dialogue. I really enjoy having conversations with him. Here's a clip of Logic from the Lapeef Network, you guys, and I promise you, this is Logic being Logic, and this is a mild version. So stay tuned.
Logic, you have just been completely indoctrinated, and I think it's actually sad. You think that Black people are the ones that are fueling this industry when it's really not. If you look at who's buying and who's doing this and who's doing that, it's not us. It's not. Suburban, white people, non-Black people. It's not Black people that are the main consumers of these artists.
Okay, they consume it, but is it hurting their neighborhood?
Mr. Logic, can I ask you?
Wait.
Logic.
Right? I'm gonna push back on this point. If it's the music and not the culture, right? You're right. White kids listen to this, but why is they not duplicating that behavior?
Why are they not? No,
it's not their culture.
Listen, Mr. Logic. I mean, this is the thing. There are tons.
Rap music is popular. You got white suburban kids listen to this. Why are they not duplicating the behavior?
Maybe because generally their schools are better funded. Maybe because generally.
Trigger warning. Listen, you guys, it's going to be a great conversation. I know some people are going to get heated, but listen, we do facts over feelings over here. And me and him, we align on a lot of these topics, you guys. We will tag team you to death in these conversations. So bring your best, bring your brightest. I look forward to seeing you on the stream. Woo! Y'all know what time it is. Listen, I brought backup today. Listen, you guys, I brought backup today. Listen, we about to have a good stream. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. This is the Real Nathan Daley. As you know, I'm your law enforcement translator, and I'm just here to give my little 2 cents to the world issues. I would say the issues here in this country, guys. We have a lot of things going on. There's a lot to talk about. You know, I try to send you guys some videos throughout the week, but you know, sometimes I leave the best for the live streams because it gives us an opportunity to really interact and have these tough conversations. As you guys know how we do it over here, you know, we do the Q&A session at the end. I have a special guest. You guys saw the intro with Logic. You guys, he's phenomenal, really good dude. So I'm really looking forward to introducing him to you guys. We're gonna have a lot to talk about, and I'm gonna give you an opportunity to come up here for those who disagree. Right, we're gonna have a disagreement moment. If you disagree with any, please take the time to write those questions down, and again, I'll give you the opportunity to address it. As you know, on this channel, you guys, we do facts over feelings. Also, if you decide you want to come up, you know, you got to cam up, right? You have to put your face where your words are. That's how we do it over here. So no more keyboard thugs, all that rah-rah stuff that goes on in the chat. People want to get a little bold in the comment section after the video's already been posted, live stream's been posted. Listen, I've sent out emails to people, try to get it on their dates when they're free. I say, listen, I'll tell anybody anytime, if you want to debate me, I'll always accept. You know, you pick a date on this time, 8 o'clock, 8:30. You know, we come up and have a conversation. As long as you're respectful Everybody's respectful. We have an honest, genuine conversation. I'm always for it. So listen, you guys, I hope you had a great week. You know, we here on Wednesdays. Oh, let me do the admin stuff before I bring my guest up. You know, I took time putting these little banners and stuff together. Hold on, where's it at? So, there it is. Bam, there we go. All right, as you guys know, every Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we have our live streams. And as you know, these are the days we're going to bring special guests on as well. So shout out to everybody here tonight. Thank you so much to my moderators. I could not do this without you guys, so I really appreciate it. And if you are following me, or if you have not followed me yet, please, by all means, you guys, Real Nathan Daley on these platforms, please take the time to go and follow. I'd also drop video information on there as well, so you guys know when we're actually doing the live stream. So please, if you haven't already, please check it out. What else do we need to talk about before we dive into this thing? Listen, that feeling's gonna get hurt tonight. It is what it is. Grab your tissue. And for those who are down for the cause, grab some popcorn, right? Shout out to the big homie Quest. He ain't waste no time. He ain't waste no time. Quest says, shout out to my brother Logic and Nathan. Y'all have a great show. Thank you so much, Quest. Really appreciate it, brother. I got a chance to meet him as well as Logic, you guys, at the Lapeef Rendezvous get together live in Atlanta. It was nice. It was really nice. We had a great time. So that was dope. Two great brothers, and this Logic right here. I love the name. Why? You guys see the title, right? You see the thumbnail. The thumbnail is absolutely crucial. Bring Logic back, right? It took some time with that. You know, I wanted to come up with something real crafty. Why? Logic is missing in this country, right? Logic is missing in a lot of things, a whole lot of things. And I sit back and I hear all this stuff that goes on in the media and the news and social media within the Black community. Right. And I'm saying, damn, we are absent of logic. There's a lack of critical thinking skills that is pervasive within the Black community, you guys. We absolutely have to talk about it. They want to shame you away from accountability. They want to shame you away from course correcting. It's almost as if it's okay to be ignorant. Right. We've gotten used to it. We've gotten accustomed to it. But it's not just affecting us. It's affecting everybody. Right? Bring logic back, you guys. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. What are we talking about? Black Lives Matter. We got to talk about. They're trying to prosecute some of these guys, right? They're suing them, right? Listen, some of us have told you. I've told you when I first got on YouTube that organization was a problem. People could not separate the organization from the movement. They're two different things, right? We call that a Trojan horse, right? It looks good on the outside, but on the inside, it's not good for you. And if you don't use logic, you won't be able to distinguish between something that's good for you and something that was designed to absolutely hurt you. How do they do it, you guys? They get into your feelings. They weaponize your emotions against you. I tell people all the time, your strongest weapon, your most powerful weapon, you walk around with it every single day. Where's it at, you guys? It's right here. It's absolutely right here. This is the most powerful weapon you have. And a lot of times, guess what? You guys are using your own weapon against you. Your own weapon against you. Marcus Garvey had this quote. He said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. Then Bob Marley took and put it in a song. You guys, the key to our own freedom is in our own hands. And for some reason, we allow people to tell us different. We allow people to tell us otherwise. Black culture. We're going to talk about that. Absolutely got to talk. Why are we talking about it? We have rappers getting indicted for RICO charges. Then I have clowns on YouTube who want to tell Black people they have a massive following. And listen, we're going to address it. We're going to address it. We're going to war against ignorance, you guys. I feel like that's what I'm led to do. There's a guy on YouTube. He has a massive following. And he's telling people, what is he telling people? He's telling people that prosecuting criminals, gang members, is wrong. And that it's white supremacy that's behind it all. Right? No. What do I say all the time? I say, unfortunately, there's people in our community that they suffer from accountophobia, right? Accountophobia, the fear of being held accountable. You guys, you got to call it out. Black culture, the music. Is the music influential? Does it have a problem? We're going to talk about that tonight. What else are we going to talk about? We're going to steal a clip from Mechee X. Shout out to Mechee. She said, I've watched Lapeef Network and logic ain't always logical. He funny though. That's a fact. Logic can be illogical. Facts. But I mean, again, if you're not careful, come up here if you want to, you guys. Come up here if you want to. I've watched him drag people in a debate and, watch him do it. So again, what I say, he'll body your argument and then give you a bag to put it in. I meant that. I watched it happen. I enjoy it. So we are going to talk, man. There's just so much to cover. So much to cover. I'm gonna hit these super chats before we get started. Because listen, when this brother start dropping gems, listen, you gotta think we over here mining, right? We're gonna be mining gems tonight. Shout out to Raw B with the with the faces and the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Raw B. I appreciate you, my dear. You guys, we are gonna have a good time tonight. Good time tonight. And let me see who we got. Fatty in the building. We're gonna talk about the music and the influence. I had to go and steal a clip from Mechee X. She did a video recently, you guys, on her channel. I'm gonna have to put it in the description. She did a video about, I think it's like Get Out the Matrix, and she, of course, Mechee stayed dropping gems as well. I'm gonna start calling her Jim the Jeweler, the Mechee Jewels, Mechee Jewels. But she talked about music and the power and the power that music has over the Black community. It's becoming the new Black culture, right? Lastly, police brutality. Got to talk about it. For whatever reason, right? We believe that we hold the medal in police brutality. Like, it's just, what I notice is that we tend to use history as an excuse to justify the present, right? Some of y'all never been, I'm not even gonna go there. I'm gonna wait till Logic get up here. But we got to stop using the past to explain the present. We can all agree on how we got here, but it's not the reason why we are still here. And if you can't accept that, you're part of the problem. Shout out to Fatty dropping the foreign money. Says, can you talk about the cultural impact that the music Sisk Thong song had in the community? I'll tell you what, that's good. I'm gonna save this. We'll come back to that. How did Cisco's thong song have an impact? People getting thongs, right? The influence is there, right? Music, fashion, culture. I remember when Hypnotic came out, the drink. I didn't know about it till they put it into a rap song. I didn't know about a lot of things until they put it into a song. You guys, that's the power of marketing. They market a lot of things through music, through entertainment. You just think you wake up and want to put on a pair of Timbs, some Apple Bottoms, FUBU, right? Back then, they marketed all these things through these artists. So you're being conditioned and you're being influenced through said music. You might not feel like you are, but I promise you absolutely are, right? There's a business, $1 billion business behind that. You'll be surprised. Gary S says, keep telling the truth, Mr. Daley. God bless you. No, God bless you. Thank you for being a member, being a part of the channel and supporting being here. That really, really means a lot, you guys. And listen, as you come in, please hit the like button. Hit the like button on your way in. Where are we at? Yes. Listen, you guys, without further ado, Logic, how you feeling, brother? You ready? Logic said he ready. You guys, listen. Bless your heart. You can't say I didn't warn you. Don't come up here with the foolishness tonight. You got 2 heavy hitters on the stream. Yep. Listen, usually I try to keep these streams rated PG, but Logic come from a channel where it's like WWE over there. So I'm let him do his thing. I'm letting him do his thing. You guys are gonna catch me in rare form tonight, right? So people like, oh my God, Real Nathan Daley has a potty mouth. No. I just every now and then the brother got to stretch his wings. All right, you guys. Without further ado, I'm bringing up the big homie Logic from round the way. Logic, welcome to the channel, brother. Welcome to the channel. Let me adjust you. You good? You good? Yes, sir.
You know, I can slide. I'm good. All
right.
You know what I got though? I got the list of Mechee X excuses, and I don't know which one the longest. Your intro or her list of excuses. So I'm still right now, Mechee X, your excuses is being his intro for the bit the longest.
Oh, listen, she about to go off in the chat. She
can do it. Well, hey, look, I'm looking at right now. I got 12 iPhone notes. It's just full of all Mechee X excuses. And your intro is 10 minutes. So Mechee X, you beat his intro, the longest intro on YouTube. So look at you, Mechee X.
In my defense, I'm working on the intro budget right now. The intro budget. It's just to get people in, and you know that music right there keep me hyped. It gets me ready. It gets me war ready. So shout out to Mechee. Yo, Beer Gang tonight. We about to make something happen. Let the people know who you are. Logic. You know, I try to do a little intro. You know, but tell the people who you are and kind of how you got into YouTube. You know, because you definitely a voice to be reckoned with, man, and very sharp, very intelligent. And a lot of people, I don't know if you're going to mention it, but you're also a veteran. So shout out to you as well. Thank you for your service. So give some people a little background, man, and then let's get cooking.
Man, I mean, I'm pretty much got the stories of everybody else. I'm a dude raised in Atlanta, raised in a project, raised around all this mess. And like you said, I spent 22 years in the military.
Damn.
And at that point, I started actually opening my mind. I would start experiencing different cultures, start experiencing different men, being around different men, being around different women, being around different kids, looking at their running society. And I came back to America and I looked and I said, you know what, wow. It was certain things that I saw that I thought that was normal. Thought that, you know what, this is just the way it was. And as I traveled, I went all these different places and I was like, you know what, it don't got to be that way. I was raised in Atlanta right now. I mean, crazy killings.
Yep. I
lived in Korea. No killings. None. Like, you know what I'm saying? Somebody get killed in a car accident, but guess what? No guns, no gun violence.
Right.
So through my life, I'm just seeing different things and I'm pulling different things in. And I'm telling, and I figured I had a story to tell to Black people that just because this is the way it is, just because it's your reality, doesn't make it right.
That's right.
And ideally, that's what I push on. I push through my experiences, through different things I actually seen. So a lot of times you see my stories, I say, you know what I'm saying, I always got a story to match to it. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And then I'm here on YouTube and I'm with Lapeef. I try to do it. So now it is what it is. And thank you for having me here, brother.
Man, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Man, thank you for your service. I didn't know it was 22 years, brother. God.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm an old man.
Hey, man, they say that black don't crack, bro. Not at all. Not at all. Bro, how you still keep your hair, though, after 22 years? They don't know you got the wave game, though.
Yeah, I got a wave game. I ain't get a haircut. You know, I get a haircut on Thursday night for Lapeef. I don't know, man. It's like, because I mean, it's a military thing. You know, you really, after deploying so much, like people don't understand like the whole deployment thing where, especially the height of the wars, like we was literally going from one war to another. You know what I'm saying? We'll go for 15 months. We'll come back for maybe 6 or 7, start training back up, go back another year. And then literally that was a constant trend. Like out of my 22 years, I think I probably spent 9 of them, a little bit over 9, you know what I'm saying, in a war zone, and probably additional 4 overseas. So most of my time that I was in the military, either I was overseas or I was in a war zone.
Right. Listen, before we get cracking, let me cover the super chats, because I don't want us to break, and people giving some shout outs. They want to shout you out real quick. So let's definitely hit those. Shout out to Robbie again. Thank you so much, love. She's with the $10 super chat. Says Chocolate City. Yeah. Chocolate in the building. Chocolate in the building. That's we finna light it up tonight. My boy Dre, he's in the building. It's one of my academy classmates right here. He's always holding me down in the background. Also a member of the channel. So just because it's Wednesday, shout out to homie Logic. Great meeting you in Atlanta. That's right. He said my cologne game is on point.
I remember you, Brody. Hey, this dude here. Look, I keep it funky, man. Look, and I'm saying, I told the ladies, this dude smelled good.
Dre from New York, man. His cologne game on point, man. He be having stuff that ain't even out yet. You know, that's that New York lifestyle, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Young kids might be watching. No homo.
You know, and it's sad. You know, brothers ought to be able to support one another, give each other credit and stuff like that. Society has just gotten so twisted, man. It's so twisted that, you know. But at the end of the day, man, it's good that brothers come together, big each other up, and then also congratulate each other as well. You know, when we're doing well. So shout out to you, Dre. Thank you so much, brother. Always looking out. Shout out to Lisa with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Matching the hat. So we like that. Polo game strong. And the big homie Joe Thompson said, yo, this dude right here, I'm feeling this. I like this guy. He said, shout out to my 2 favorite YouTubers. Couldn't wait for this show. Cigars on me. Logic, don't hold back. Keep it funky. Man, you ain't got to tell him twice.
Not at all.
You ain't got to tell him twice at all. You know, I want to go ahead and you know, the theme of this show is Black Lives Matter, Black culture, and police brutality. Man, let's dive into the Black Lives Matter. When you hear Black Lives Matter, what's the first thing that comes to mind for you?
So I'm gonna give you my 2 versions of what Black Lives Matter. I'm gonna give you the reality of Black Lives Matter and my Wakanda version of Black Lives Matter. When I say Wakanda, is that how it should be. So the reality of Black Lives Matters is they're a bunch of scammers, they're liars.
Yep.
And then if Black Lives Matters really was an organization about Black lives, then they would be in every one of these cities every day, actually put it out there for Black lives.
Right.
Because they should change their whole title to Black Lives Matters when an officer is involved.
There you go.
Ideally, that's what they is. So in my Wakanda version of how it should be like it state, Black Lives Matter. Like no matter what, in any type of situation, if Black lives is being taken and there is no true justification for it, then they should be there represented. But they're not. They're a political party. Now they're a political tool. You know what I'm saying? They've been leveraged, you know what I'm saying, to actually get votes, you know what I'm saying, for everybody we know, do your research.
Right.
And I think it's insane right now, especially with the amount of scandals they got, for Black people still not to wake up.
That's right.
It's insane. So it is what it is.
What do you think that is, right? Like, what is that? Why is it that we can't see the obvious? How is that stronghold on the minds of some people? How is it? Because now it's to the point where it started off where, I mean, I knew it was a problem way before, right? Way before George Floyd incident. Mm-hmm. The sad thing is Black Lives Matter, the organization, could have been a beautiful political tool, apparatus for the Black community. And it's corrupt. It's been corrupt for a very long time. Organization. Now to the point to where you have different grassroots Black Lives Matters. They're using the name Black Lives Matter, are now trying to sue the organization because they over 90 million collected and they haven't got any money. Mm-hmm. So you started hearing they try to hush a lot of the the mothers from these from the victims who have passed away, who've been killed, and the police can count on, right? The mothers are speaking out and like, hey, they never did anything. They used my son's name or they used my daughter's name, but yet they never provided any money to the grassroots organizations on the ground level to actually do any work. And they started complaining, and then they kind of try to hush them up. You know, I remember there was a father, I think the father, I don't know, there was a father, and I know there was a mother. Tamir Rice, I know for a fact, the mom spoke out. I want to say it might be, Trayvon Martin's dad, I think, has been, it's been a couple of parents who've been very vocal about what has not been going on or not been happening with Black Lives Matter. And that celebrities didn't get behind them, right? The celebrities weren't trying to say, hey, Black Lives Matter is not doing what they claim they were quote unquote doing. How does this happen? In your opinion, like, why are we so oblivious to the obvious?
It's easy. It happens because we're simple. For the most part, Black people don't read. Black people don't research. If you watch me on Lapeef Network, I got to beg people to actually go and subscribe to whitehouse.gov so they can get the executive orders that drop and get the bills that drop. And the thing is we want to be dumb. Like, we don't care. Things around us that should matter don't matter. So Black Lives Matter can be a big scam. You know what I'm saying? Black Lives Matter, they would take advantage of people's emotions, as long with CNN, MSNBC, and then now they push these different narratives that ideally all you got to do is do the research.
That's it.
One of my partner, Quest.
Yeah.
He was big Black Lives Matter, pro-Black, right?
Yeah.
And then I was like, bro, do you do the research? And Quest, this is my dude. You're a smart dude, businessman, everything. But it's just, we don't take interest in the stuff.
Right.
I remember the time I sent him the Breonna telephone calls. And then I said, hey, look, you know what? Don't listen to me. Listen to her.
That's right.
And I sent him the Breonna telephone calls. I sent him the warrants and stuff like that. Pretty much, I broke down everything, the narrative that media was pushing. Said that, hey, they went to the wrong house, broke that down. She was shot in the bed, broke that down. She didn't have this criminal history, broke that down. They didn't know she was actually involved with this drug organization, broke that down. And also played the phone calls that prove she was the financer or the money holder with this organization.
Correct.
And Quest, a real one. He was like, hey, I ain't know that.
Right.
And then I understand there's some people out there like that. So, but at some point we got to sit here and stop taking people word for it.
That's right.
And that's what we do. We take Black Lives Matter's word for it. And then it run us in this rabbit hole. And then plus we follow social media. We follow Meek Mills, Cardi B, all these kind of things that push the Black Lives Matter. We follow Lil Babies and all that. But whilst we following them, because if Black Lives Matter, Meek Mills, take Black Lives. Lil Baby, take Black Lives. All the people that see her telling about Black Lives Matter, they take Black Lives. But you only see Black Lives Matter approach situations when it's criminals, because it's legitimate Black people that died to police. Right. But why do they celebrate the George Floyds? Right. Which I say, like, you can debate whether, you know what I'm saying, he should have just listened or not. I'm sorry. You good? You can debate the Breonna Taylor. You can break all these things. But then there was a guy in Texas that got killed. That literally, if it was the poster story for Black Lives Matter, they didn't touch it. So now Black Lives Matter is an agenda. And they want us to be so crazy and look so stupid to the world that say, we're going to march for George Floyd. But we know, and we saw the tape, that George Floyd should have just listened. Right. Like, why do we got to do that? If somebody pulled me over, I know I'm clean. I know I'm good. How you doing, sir? Oh, how you doing? You know you speed? Yeah. All right, I'm gonna give you a ticket. Okay.
Right.
But why do people speed? Why do people run? Because they
Right.
know they dirty, they got drugs, they criminal, they got warrants.
Right.
So, but we elevate them, and we got statues of George Floyd, a crackhead.
Yep.
We got a crackhead statue represent black culture.
It's disrespectful.
And that's what it ended up coming to. And that's why they get away with it. Because these politicians push it, our celebrities push it, and these media outlets push it. So now, because we don't research, they lead us and we follow.
I agree. And I think the problem too with these situations is that it's possible for both sides to be wrong. And I don't know why sometimes when we have these conversations, the argument and the pushback is always on, well, just because it happened doesn't mean it's justified. No one is justifying, right? Wrong is wrong, wrong is wrong. But what we're focusing on and the whole idea is about how we respond to certain things, how we move, and how easily we are manipulated through our emotions, and how we do not use logic, how we don't critically think, how we're so easily won over by symbolism, right? And not looking at the bigger picture. We get played. We're always getting played. And they do it based on our emotions. And so since you brought up George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, was Breonna Taylor involved in some nefarious activities? Yes, she was. She knew exactly who she was dealing with. She knew what he was doing. She was, stashing, holding his money. Like she knew he was a drug dealer, right? And that he was involved in some people being killed. Like, she had this understanding and knowledge. Does that mean she should have been killed? Absolutely not. I think the problem is when we have these conversations, people don't like to talk about the nuance, right? The reality is, no, she shouldn't have died. At the same time, she shouldn't have lived that lifestyle. Her living that lifestyle doesn't necessarily mean she should have died. And it doesn't mean that the officers weren't wrong. Everybody's wrong in this. But until we get to a point to where we can honestly admit that, it's almost as if when we're talking to certain people within our community, they don't even want to address the bad behavior of self. They only want to address the actions of the law or the government that it was enforcing the law. The officers were wrong. The way they executed everything was wrong. We found out they lied, right? We knew it was suspicious. I did a video before all this stuff came out that their behaviors and maneuver based on my training, knowledge, and experience reflected that of a training day, right? Denzel, this is my narcotics unit, and we're here to do some dirty business. And so now everything is coming out little by little, and we're finding out that they did lie, right? Mm-hmm. They knew she had a connection with him where she was the stash house, but they didn't have enough evidence to secure a warrant to verify that. Just because you know in the job doesn't mean you can prove it. And they weren't able to prove it, so they lied on the warrant. So now the officers are wrong, they're criminal, okay? All day, they need to be held accountable. Mm-hmm. At the same time, we still got to address all the issues surrounding the Breonna Taylor situation. The media manipulation, the lies, the blind following off a cliff of the Black community, how quickly celebrities got involved to push the message, which it was necessary to get exposure. But again, the problem is there's no structure. There's no guidelines. People just get involved. They don't know what they're talking about. They don't talk to people who know what they're talking about. And yet things just gets messy. It gets messy really quickly.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
In the Black community, we got a saying that drug dealers end up in two places, dead or in jail.
Right.
Right. This is something that's being pushed when I was young. It's still being pushed now. It's a code. And actually, it's the only thing that majority of Black people state that's a fact. actually living that lifestyle, you would end up dead or in jail.
Right.
So why, when this happened to him, we're surprised? And I say it again. Do I think she should have died? No. But at some point, I have no pity for her. Because if I looked at it, if Breonna Taylor was still alive, and see, I'm trying to play the cards.
Right.
Like all these rappers that's killers, right?
Right.
If King Von was still alive, how many lives he probably would have been responsible for? All these individuals that we know that curse our community. I don't want them to die, but at the end of the day, would have stopped what they was doing? And if we understand that these individuals, you'll end up dead or in jail, why do we have outrage when it happens to them? These guys and girls, they know what they get into. They know the lifestyle they get into. Like if Breonna Taylor wasn't involved in that life, then guess what? Somebody knocking at her door. It's probably just somebody knocking at her door.
That's right. It's true.
It changed the whole dynamics.
That's true.
But now, if you're a drug dealer and somebody knocking at your door or even busting in your door to serve a warrant, you know what? You don't know what it is. You don't know if it's the police. You don't know if it's a stick-up boys. You don't know what. But that goes to the concept. Your behavior would end up having you either dead or in jail. So why do we use that logic when it comes to these cops doing their job? And like I said, I don't agree. George Floyd, the tactics that they sit here and I saw them say, oh, it's whatever, I understand. But you know, I got pictures of Army soldiers using them same tactics.
Right.
The exact same thing. So I'm like, I don't get it. I don't want the man to die. But if I would have sat George Floyd down and talked to him and said, hey man, you need to chill. You're a menace to this neighborhood. Chill, George. Guess what I probably would have said to him? George, what you doing go end up having you either dead or in jail.
Yep.
And now when he end up dead, everybody's shocked and surprised.
This is true.
That's my only point.
Well, here's the pushback, because this is what society is going to say. This is what people in the Black community are going to say. Well, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, they're a product of historical oppression from the things that have happened due to white supremacy, because of slavery, because things have been Jim, you know,
Hold up. I see like, okay, I got that on my Mechee X list. That's what Mechee X said. So yeah.
Listen, we not there calling. That's my boo. No one's allowed to cover Mechee X but me. But I mean that is. But here's the reality. The reality that is, there is some truth to that. But is that a good enough excuse? No, it's not. I'm aware it's not. But the argument that this is part of Black culture now we're talking about. This is the part of Black culture where now we try to explain away self-accountability. Mm-hmm. And the scapegoat seems to be blame it on history, right? Blame some form or fashion of it on racism, white supremacy, or slavery, right? Now, not saying that there's no truth to it. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but I'm saying they're not accurate. Because at some point in time, regardless, you have 10 other people who are involved in the exact same history that you were, or a descendant of the same history, who don't make those same decisions. So then how do you lean on those excuses? So my thing is, what is your response when people bring justification to why they have made those decisions and they blame it on, well, oppression, white supremacy, right? What are your thoughts when that tends to be, you know, it happens a lot when you're on Lapeef. You got some people on the panel who boy, they love to Well, what?
They beat your ex. They beat your ex cousin. Okay. Hey, and I love Meet Your Ex. Don't get me wrong. I listen to her content, and like I mean I still think she, you know what I'm saying, she a good woman. I understand her perspective. So
Why
even
can't
though
it be
I
both?
don't,
That's a good question too.
what's that?
No, I was saying someone put Destron said, why can't it be both? I want to hear your thoughts on that. I'm really curious.
So I say this,
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Logic, great grandkids, is they gonna use that same excuse that it's slavery? Meet your ex, great grandkids, is they still gonna use that excuse that it's slavery? At what point do it end?
Right.
So you click that link, Meet Your Ex. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm not ready. I mean, I had a conversation with you. But the thing is that's the first thing.
Right.
Is I don't want to teach my kids that, you know what, you can't do this, white supremacy, this and this and this. And a lot of times we blame white supremacy on when it's actually nigger supremacy. You know what I'm saying? We it's a scapegoat. Instead of just saying, hey, you know what? The 55 people that got shot in Chicago over the Labor Day weekend and 11 that died, is that white supremacy or that's nigger supremacy? See, the certain people of the world will find a way to make that about white supremacy. They will say that helicopters and aliens dropping off guns and RPGs. And then I still say, guess what? If they was to drop off guns and RPGs, is it nigger supremacy that they pick it up and shoot somebody? Which I don't believe, by the way. But if I give you that, unless you can show me where a white man got a gun to your head and said, hey, I want you to kill that guy. White man put a gun to your head, I want you to rob this guy. White man put a gun to your head and say, I want you to sell these people drugs. Until somebody can show me proof that that occurs, it's not white supremacy. It may be a type of white influence. And I think the influence stemmed from the government. So I would give them white influence. But at the end of the day, it's not white supremacy, it's nigger supremacy. You know what I'm saying? It's you can't beat it. And the more we roll down that hole, the more we see and give these guys passes for everything they do. Somebody shoot somebody in the face, and I see and say, oh, you know what? The reason he did that is white supremacy.
There you go.
Another kid is looking at the door and say, oh shit, he did this, and they say it's white supremacy. So I can do it too. Because there's no accountability for nobody in that community.
Right.
So right now, if you tolerate a behavior, you're encouraging it.
Thank you.
And right now, we're encouraging our youth to do what? Take each other out.
You know, now I got to play devil's advocate, right? Because I know what usually I've been talking to people so much about this. I've lived it from working, so I know what comes next in this conversation. And what comes next is we still find a way to route it back to, but I like the way you said white influence. We still find a way to route this whole thing back to, okay, well, who's teaching us, right? Then we talk about the music. That's why I love that clip that I posted on the trailer when you were having the discussion with Kay. And she wanted to, what did she want to do? She wanted to then put the responsibility and the blame on white people. Well, who's in charge of the music? No. Who, regardless, who's consuming it? You have to make the decision. You got to make the choice.
Same comparison. Same comparison.
So it is the same comparison. Regardless, at the end of the day, you have to make the choice. What you were essentially saying is that Black people lack the ability to make good decisions for the betterment of themselves. What you're saying is we're not intelligent enough to get an idea so we can vote. right? Black people got to have a special ID because they don't have regular driver's license like everybody else, right? We're putting these handicaps on ourselves, and we're not seeing that we're literally calling ourselves weak and ignorant.
Yep.
My thing is this. People like to talk to me about white supremacy all the time. I say white supremacy is only as real as a divided group of Black people. White supremacy does not exist when you have a unified group of Black people. There's no such thing. You can say white supremacy. To me, it's more like white dependency is what it looks like to me. The dependency is the issue. One would argue that we're a little bit addicted to white supremacy in a sense where, how do you take an addict off of a drug? You don't want to do it. Why? The problem with white supremacy and the logic behind it is that in order to actually get rid of it, you have to then replace it with yourself. Are we willing to do the jobs that white people are doing that we say we don't want them to do, or that we say that we're being treated unfairly by? So if you're not willing to do the job, i.e. policing, military, right? We can complain about the treatment, but then we don't want to step into the position. Let me pause and get in these super chats real quick.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I got some.
All right. Where was I? I lost my place in the super chat. Listen, you guys, thank you so much for tonight. You know, I really appreciate all the support tonight. Please, you can start important conversations. Please hit the like button on your way in. You guys, we're gonna have a difficult conversation tonight, but I know y'all can handle it. Again, shout out to Joe Thomas with the amazing $50 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate it for all that love and support. LA Time, we got him. Joel Akumu says, I see the Tej Henley working wonders on Logic. Shout out to Tej Henley. We got a shout out to Tej Henley. Henry Vaughn, thank you so much for this $2 super chat. Says this finna be epic. Absolutely it is. Alvin S, thank you for the $10. Says salute to ND and salute to Mr. Logic. Yes sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Uncle Stu, old man from the block. Man, listen, he just keep it real. Just drop the love. Appreciate it, Uncle Stu.
You match my hat, Uncle Stu. Hey, drop them $5, man. Match my hat.
Match my hat. That's what's up. Match my hat challenge. Hakeem said, I got you with the green. Shout out to Hakeem. Thank you so much for the super chat. Quest again says, we are our worst enemy.
Facts.
We are our worst enemy. Shout out to you, Quest. Much love. We drop down here. Hit this one up with Randy K. Said, hello, gentlemen. It's an honor to listen in today. If I may ask, considering the brokenness in our country, has your outlook changed over the years regarding your service and why you decide to make the sacrifice? Ooh, that's a good question.
God damn. For me, I think it don't change because I don't think it's over. I think right now we seeing enough, and believe it or not, I think a lot of people waking up, and due to channels like this, people are waking up to the truth. And for the most part, like people look at me and they say, you know what, I'm left, I'm right, I'm a coon. No. Two things. I'm pro-policy and I'm pro-progression. That's it. So everything I discuss and I talk about, it's about progression. And then if I'm aligned anything political, it's about what do the policies look like? How does it affect my family? How does it affect my community? And how does it affect people moving forward? So I would never regret actually serving my country and doing what it is. But hell, I'm retired. You know what I'm saying? I got wake up money. Y'all paying me. Why would I regret that?
That's a good question. Question. Yeah, facts. When you were, I'll answer too. I think I don't regret I don't regret it. I get disappointed with the things I see sometimes, but I don't regret the sacrifice that I made, the lives that I saved, the lives that I've impacted. Honestly, I look at this thing as this is a great question, Randy. Thank you for this. I look at it as I felt like God put me in a position to learn, even though I did not know I was in his school being taught. 13 years in policing, I learned a lot. I had my own plans, you guys. I was a shoo-in for the FBI. That's where I was headed. It's the reason why I went to school and spent all those grueling times trying to get educated. My plan was to go to the feds. My accident forced me into retirement. And I'm sitting with all this knowledge, and I'm seeing this whole country fall apart during COVID, during the riots and the protesting. And I said, man, I still have a purpose. There's still something I can do. I want to lend my voice to these issues. I want to really bring truth. I want to really, really unveil a lot of the propaganda, a lot of the fear mongering. I think I can make a difference. So even on my bed of injuries, you guys, I still wanted to serve. When it's in you, it's in you. You don't make it to 22 years or 20 years, 22 years of serving, and it's not in your heart to serve. You have to have a heart of a servant. And I think what ends up happening is I don't regret it. I'm blessed to still be alive. I know Logic, blessed to be alive. He's traveled all over. You hear all the stories of people who lose their lives, get injured. It is a blessing to be able to serve a complete service and come out healthy, and then be able to come back and lend your voice to help others. And again, we don't have to do it, right? We don't have to do it. And so I'm starting to see that there is a need. I get the emails, I get the people reach out, and other police officers reach out, white, black, Asian, Hispanic officers, and say, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for speaking truth into this. We're where the media is really destroying this image of our profession. We don't like bad cops either. So it feels good to be able to embark on a new journey, a new purpose. And so no regrets, and never knew I was being taught for this very purpose right here. God has a funny way of bringing things around. And so great question. Thank you for that. Let me get, where are we at with the Scam Likely? Shout out to this brother here. He said, I'm a victim of dust supremacy, troll oppression. Shout out to Gail. Gail's she is the ultimate moderator. I say it all the time. If you don't have Gail in your chat, you whack, right? And Gail's matching the cap. She says, just to match the cap. Shout out to you, Gail. Crazy. Gail was telling me people trying to moderate without her permission. It's okay. Then act surprised when she showed up with the wrench, and she's like, "Hold on, I didn't agree to this."
Where did this come from?
Shout out to Gail. Shout out to Gail. Thank you so much, Gail. I really appreciate it. Okay, so Chat Ninjas assemble.
Yo, man. Hey, get them in line. Hey, Matt G, form up the company. Get them in line. Y'all know the drill, man. Y'all hit that like button. It's free, and drop a 1 in the chat. Chat Ninjas assemble.
You a fool. You a fool. You a fool. Inside joke. The people who follow me don't know nothing about what's going on right now. We gotta put them on. So Logic, we left off at is it white supremacy or is it white dependency? Are we confusing white supremacy with our desire and need to be in white institutions? Are we trying to make ourselves feel more comfortable by essentially lying to ourselves, not realizing that we hold all the keys, we have all the power? If Black people decided to actually remove themselves away from a lot of these institutions, one could argue that the economy would collapse, right? I think we don't realize how much influence and economic power we have as a people. We spent $1.6 trillion last year during a pandemic. We are the #1 consumers in this country. We don't own a damn thing, but we consume everything. Nothing moves, nothing shakes without the agreement of Black people, whether it's fashion, entertainment, right? We're trendsetters for the world. For the world, that's power. So we're allowing someone to convince us that we are powerless, but in fact, we actually have all the power. Is it their fault that they were able to trick us into thinking that we are powerless? Or is it our fault for not recognizing that we actually are extremely powerful? And your thoughts?
My thoughts is this. It's ideally by them allowing us to come up with these, to utilize these terms and just push out this message of white supremacy, they're winning.
Yes.
Because if you look at it, white supremacy is the what? The belief that one race is superior to the other one, right?
Right.
So what about this? We have melanin, they don't. They're a weaker vessel. What about this? The Black woman and the Black man is gods. Is that now not Black supremacy talk?
Yes.
Because through your verbiage, you're saying that the Black race is superior than other races. I can give you a million examples of Black supremacy, right?
Yes.
They allow it. And they allow themselves to be put out there because ideally they understand that they hold economic tools. They understand true power. We want this wordplay.
Yes.
Because the melanin, all that is wordplay. Because at the end of the day, they know we looking and they say, okay, Black Lives Matter is allowing 55 people to get shot in Chicago. Where's Black Lives Matter? Oh, over there, high water. They allowing this. Because why? Why would they expose it? Because it will keep them in power. It will keep them superior. And every race deserves the right to think they're superior. Every country deserves the right to think their state is superior. The United States said they're the most superior country in the world. Is that a bad thing? Russia and China think they're superior than all other countries. When did that become a bad thing? We do it all the time.
It's true.
It's natural. Your high school, even though they might be trash, you in your mind say they are the best. Even though they get drug and everything, you got a whole bunch of baby mamas with oatmeal pies running around the school, you will still see have that pride.
Right.
People that go to HBC, historical Black colleges, typically they trash. And they got pride in it. So now what you going to tell them? They don't think that their school is better than the other school? We have this, but you see this double standard we have?
Yes.
And then they allow it. And they'll let you play out. Because as soon as somebody get on the platform and say, white people are superior, they knock them off. It's a million people. Meet your ex, all of them. Melanin, you know what I'm saying? Oh, the melanin, and without our melanin, then the world will collapse. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you can have sex with a white. Look, guess what? The Black gene is dominant. We say all this and we claim that we're superior. And they allow it. See how logic fall on our head? And they know because we're just talking, they allow us to talk. Because our action ain't doing nothing. Because we're not doing nothing. And that's what I think it really plays into. They allow us to talk, and then ideally, they're still superior, not superior beings.
Right.
But they function in a more superior way than we do in the United States.
I would say, who you talking about, Mechee?
Yeah.
We're gonna see if we can irritate her enough to cam up and come up and have a conversation. We're gonna have to tag team her. I would say when you work with a cohesive mindset, when you work collectively, you can do that. right? I think let me play this clip because I don't want to give too much. We're gonna definitely have a round two. We might have to do a little every once a month get together, a little bring logic back moment and have these talks because we can really dive really deep in this. And listen, I tell people all the time, if you can't swim, do not come out here on the deep end. I will drown you in this conversation. You know, because again, it gets deep because you start talking about I heard someone say, I think it was Dr. Umar Johnson, and he's always talking Black power talk. And he'll say things like, you know, you can't be a part of the collective if you date or marry or have children outside of Black people. Okay, that's a sense of that's a sense of Black supremacy talk, right? Like you want to keep, we don't want to mix and mingle with other groups.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can't speak on Black issues if you got a white wife or you got a white husband. You're at that point now you're canceled, right? You officially can't really speak on Black issues because you married outside of your race. You're not accepted anymore, right? If you're mixed, you're not, quote unquote, if you have family or parents from another country, you may be third descendant, you know, American, right? Or you were born here, but your parents are from somewhere else. You're then not qualified anymore to speak on these issues, right? Though you look like everybody else. So we're starting to divide ourselves over and over again over things that don't matter, over things that are completely irrelevant. We're sitting here dividing 13%. You know, we got all these little groups, the FBAs and the ADOSs and the, you know, and all of this stuff, the Hebrew Israelites and the, you know, the Nation of Islam, you got this, and all these different groups were all constantly segregating amongst ourselves. We're only 13% and we're dividing ourselves 13 ways. And so we wonder why we can't get anything done. We're fighting. There's so much infighting. We can't come together under one umbrella for a common issue, a common economic threat, an economic problem in order to move forward. And so my thing is, when you are divided, you can't conquer anything. Yep. And so essentially, the Black community is extremely divided, and we're extremely divisive to one another, you know, to where we'll discredit someone who's speaking pure logic simply because they may have married outside their race. They no longer can be a part of the conversation, right? Like a Candace Owens, or your parents aren't from this country, though you were born here and you were raised in all Black communities, spent all your life in Black things. No one knew nothing until you said it. All of a sudden now you're discredited, right? We had that experience
with Six the Goddess.
With Six the Goddess, correct?
Yes.
You know, and though she was saying a bunch of foolishness, you still don't want to accept the truth or the facts simply because it's coming from someone who was, though they may have been born here, you don't accept the truth. So we get into this whole word salad, we get into this foolishness, and it ends up being counterproductive because nothing is solved, nothing is fixed, and we're still not course correcting. And we rather not take the advice simply because we divided ourselves from other groups. What are your thoughts on that? This thing, FBA. I love everybody, right?
It's what you just said. See, the thing is first off, we so worried about what everybody think of us. And we're the only race that's worried about what everybody think of us. Other races just doing what they got to do. They're trying to not survive. They wanted to exceed. We're out here surviving, wondering what everybody else think of us. All these little, what is it called? I heard it before. Foundation of Black America. I don't know what the ADOS is, but I'm pretty sure it's another version of that.
Yeah.
What they do is they do the exact same thing that they said that white people do to us. They divide us.
Yes.
They divide us. If they said Black is God, Black is powerful, male is powerful, then won't you think it'd probably be beneficial to unite with other Black races that come to this country? I mean, like I said, we had a deficit. I mean, look, we're a minority. But now, because we continue to be a minority, because everybody else come over here, we say, hey, you're not one of us.
Right.
But why? Is it about skin color? Is it about being from the United States? But then you want to talk about slavery. We should have never been here anyway, right? So which one is it? Their arguments never stand. They are literally saying, tell you that we should have stayed in Africa. But the people that come from Africa, you isolate yourself from them same people. And you call yourself, oh, well, I don't know, the Foundation of Black America, I think they said that, which one of them said that we was already here?
It's both.
Both.
So ADOS is more so geared towards American descendants of slaves. They're from my understanding, it originated based off of really speaking towards reparations and identifying who should receive reparations and what that looks like. And then FBA's Foundation of Black Americans, that I believe was coined by someone else, I think possibly Tariq Nasheed, coined that. But the problem is, and this leads me into this next segment too. There's a multitude of issues with this argument with FBA, ADOS, and then people who have descendants from other countries but are Black and they're living here, grew up here. They might have 3 generations here. The argument is if you're not connected to the lineage of an American slave, a Black American slave, then you don't have a right to speak on certain issues and things of that nature. So to me, I don't get it either. It's not logical. But the real issue they have is when foreigners come over here and they're disrespectful and they're insulting. I get that part. That I understand. But regardless, when someone is bringing truth and bringing facts and then making observation, why does it even really matter, right? What really matters is that we correct the problem. So, but again, I do understand that there are immigrants that come over here from different countries and they are disrespectful. They are arrogant, so forth and so on. They do believe that. So I get that part. But I think in that moment, we need to be able to distinguish between them and those who are not, right? But this whole thing where we are trying to isolate. Here's what I'll say. Hitler did something very similar to what we see a lot today. He used propaganda, fear-mongering, to convince a group of people that they were better than another group of people. And they isolated themselves from other people. You guys, that's dangerous. And a lot of times we don't see it play out. It's the same tools, the same ideology, and the same method. Because you know what's going to start happening next? Hey, if you're ADOS, you don't need to start dating those who aren't ADOS. Don't date those who are not. You start to sound like the same people you're complaining about. You become, like you said, you might not think it, but you start to sound like a Black supremacist, right? And that's exactly what's happening. And sometimes you don't see it because they're playing on your emotions. A lot of times, some of these people who are leading the charge don't have the best intentions in the first place. So I will say this. I understand why the groups exist. I don't understand all of the division and divisiveness that's coming out. Because see, what I start to see now, especially on YouTube and other social media, it's a hatred for other Black people. It's a hatred. It's name calling. It's I don't like these tethers. So hold on, what we're disrespecting each other? Oh, now if you meet another ADOS who doesn't agree with you, now that ADOS member, that FBA is a coon, right? Or a sellout. If I say something, you don't like what I say, you say I'm a tether. You call me names, you insult me. But if someone who's ADOS or FBA say the exact same thing I'm saying, you call them an agent for white supremacy. You call them a sellout. You call them a coon. So what's the real issue? Is the problem that you don't agree with them, or what they're saying is not true, or it's a lie, or anybody who you disagree with or disagrees with you, you now don't respect them. They have no voice, even if they are FBA, even if they are ADOS. You don't want to deal with them simply because they disagree with you. And to me, that's what's dangerous, because now you want to remove any type of logical conversation, any type of meaningful conversation. This now becomes a group of people who become gaslighted. They become hustled into an agenda that they can't see is happening because they are so wrapped up in the emotions of it that they're not seeing clearly. And so that is my issue that I have. When we start calling each other coons, when we start saying, oh, you're a tether, right? When we start doing all these shaming, insults, right? The guilt tripping and the need to be right.
But see, the points they asked, this is what I said, right? I heard somebody talk about the reason they said that these immigrants is disrespectful.
Mm.
And they said, oh, you're lazy. You don't take advantage of the stuff in America you should take advantage of. And I said, that's disrespectful? Then fuck it, I'm a disrespectful person. Because guess what? He's fucking absolutely right. Too many of you motherfuckers are lazy. I'm sorry.
You good.
Too many of you motherfuckers are lazy. You don't take advantage of nothing. You only want handouts. You know what I'm saying? They're correct. But a Chinese man to say the same thing, and you don't take offense to it. A white man to say the same thing, and even if they don't say the same thing to your face, they're thinking it. They know you're lazy. You think that white people don't know that all these black people that ran muck on these PPE scams? Just because you don't hear them say it, it's a fact. They think. So I'm like this. Why are you so worried? That's what I said earlier. Only black people is worried about everybody else, what they think about them. If it's true, it's true. If not, let it fly.
That's right.
When somebody says something about black people, and I look, I say, okay, that ain't me. I'm good. And then I might get on your side and say, you know what, hell, them niggas is dangerous. But when is the truth become so offensive? When does the truth become shaming? So you telling me, I tell you the truth, I'm shaming you? No, Liz always fat. Is that shaming her? No, it's telling her the truth. She's fucking fat. Black relationships is jacked up. It's not shaming. It's a fact. Black culture is trash. Is that shaming? What's a fact? Prove me wrong. And our problem is we are the only one that worry about what everybody else think about us. And then now we don't even worry about the actual problems that they're talking about.
Right.
Like I look at it, I say, hey, I respect people that tell me the truth. You don't got to be a friend or ally. I look at it and they say, hey, Mr. Elijah, you got a book in your nose. Oh shit, thank you, player. But a black nigga mentality will let me walk around the whole place with a booger because guess what? They don't want to offend me. I could have goddamn have some shit on my pants and they'll let me walk through the whole airport and not tell me I got shit on my pants because you can't tell a black nigga truth. It's offensive. And that's the problem. Now we can never self-correct. We can never get better. We can never progress because right now you can't tell nobody nothing. That's a problem. Come up here. Don't debate how I say it. Don't catch feelings what I say. Debate the facts. And say, hey, look, you know what, Mr. Elijah, you're lying. This is how you're lying. And I said, okay, you're right. But I don't like the way you said it. I don't like the way it made me feel. Can you say it differently? Nah. We're in our feelings. We care too much about what people think when we should self-correct, look at it, observe, and it would be good.
Whew. Listen, this is what I'm gonna say because let me drop this down here. This is what I'm gonna say. Hold on, brief commercial. I don't know. I don't know nobody coming for my neck tomorrow. Listen, I was supposed to put that up in the beginning. Just shout out to my edit gang. Gonna be strong tomorrow.
Hey, but it is.
Hey man,
we got to.
Got
hey,
it,
bro.
Yeah,
we have to.
Yeah, we got to.
We can't self-correct if we can't take criticism.
Yes, and that's really all it is. It's constructive criticism that now we got to a point to where we don't like. It doesn't feel good to be criticized. When I first started YouTube, Logic, and I'm gonna play this video. When I first started YouTube, my camera game was off. Like people were like, "Oh, you holding your head back too much. We can see up your nose." And hey, why do you sound like that? You talk too soft. We law enforcement translator. We're gonna call you the law enforcement whisperer because you don't know how to speak up. So it's like it's. I'm like, damn, I gotta get it. It takes, you gotta be willing to be corrected. Like it just, you gotta be willing to be corrected. And we get so angry, we get so mad when someone tries to tell us something. I remember I stopped in Walmart to get something to eat. I was in uniform. And I do agree with this though, real quick, Secretary Common Sense. There's a difference between criticism versus bashing. We're not trying to conflate the two. We're talking about constructive criticism. And even if we bash, we are our own community. We should be able to speak to each other and be honest and give ourselves some raw truth. I think
what is bashing? Like, you mean like hitting somebody upside the head with a bat? I'm saying what is bashing?
Well, normally we say when you're bashing someone, I'm gonna just take a stab. I'm gonna make an assumption. I think what Secretary Common Sense is saying is when we're insulting versus actually criticizing. Is there a thin line between insulting? You might feel insulted, and I think like what you said earlier, Logic. Sometimes people confuse their feelings get involved, right? Your feelings get involved. Logic. I know what Logic doing. He finna read the definition. Let's keep it.
I know. I want to find out.
I didn't know you already know. Already, you just like we think the same way. I'm like, let's. So yeah, let's bring it up. What does it say about bashing? How do they define that?
Bashing, like I said. Okay, well, violent physical assault, severe criticism. So, okay. I guess I'm bashing. Hey, I guess what that's supposed to make me feel some type of way. See, you see nigga talk. See, that's nigga talk. Like, look, you really gonna say severe criticism? What's wrong with it? At this point, do you think the black community needs severe criticism? Yes. But it's still criticism. And I'm not physically assaulting you. Oh, I'm assaulting your feelings. You know what? Batter up. Boop. I don't care. Get out your feelings, man. Debate the fact. Oh, you're bashing me. You're severely assaulting my ego. You're severely criticizing me. Yo, man.
Listen, y'all. I told him, listen, Logic. I said, come up on the panel if you want to and have the conversation. I'm telling you. Let me. That's a good point, though. That's a good point. But Secretary Thompson, shout out to you. I do understand what you meant, though. There's a difference when people are trying to. Mechee explained this to me. We had a conversation about the same thing, and she said there's a difference between talking to someone and then talking at them. And I think that has to be. I think when you're trying to win people over, when you're trying to educate, when you're trying to inspire, when you're trying to course correct, I do believe I think you have to gauge. Everybody receives criticism differently. But to your point, Logic, I do agree too. Sometimes things can be so severe that you just got to give it to people raw. You know, shout out to Kevin Samuels. He just gave it people. He had to serve the message raw. Why? Because the problem is so pervasive that you just got to tell people you got to get it together because we are on life support. And if you're on life support, someone tell you you're one cheeseburger away from getting up out of here. Mm-hmm. You can't be like, well, maybe you should put a little more salad in. No, it's like, if you eat another cheeseburger, you're going to die. It's just that simple. There's no time to sugarcoat. And what logic is saying, you guys, we don't have any room to sugarcoat. We got to just say, you got to stop doing this. You got to stop resisting arrest. You got to stop arguing with the police on the side of the road. Listen, you got to stop. You got to stop. It just is what it is. And we want to be coddled through correction. And we're saying that we are too far gone to be coddled, right?
And that's it. Because, see, you hit it on the head. I was in the military, right? Soldier come late. I said, hey, look, you know what? Don't do that again. Soldier come late 5 times in a row. What the fuck is wrong with you? What I supposed to do? Say, look, don't come late again. And they gonna say, all right, this nigga weak as fuck, right? They gonna constantly do it. They gonna constantly do it. So now you have to be assertive.
Right.
Because the problem is in our community is that we're used to people calling us. So now nobody take us serious. Everything that they do and they say, you know what I'm saying? Nobody take nobody that says serious.
Right.
Because we're so used to being coddled. We're so used to being told what we want to hear. I say it like this. It's comfort food compared to healthy food. Comfortable conversations compared to healthy conversation.
Right.
If you look at it, comfort food tastes good, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's bad for your health. Give you some healthy, it tastes bad, but it's good for your soul.
Mm.
So now, a lot of times when we talk about these situations, we get it from our preachers. They give us comfort food, and it fucks us up every time. We get it from Derrick Jacks. We get it from all these different people that give you comfort food, and it destroy you.
Right.
But now, if you tell somebody the truth, you give it to it like it is, and it's good for their soul, but it tastes bad. So, like I said to the people that say it's bashing or whatever, I know it tastes bad, but eventually you'll thank me later.
Mm.
When you see the results, if you listen.
Facts. Well said. Well said. Someone said, we're the solutions. You know, anytime we get to talking about these things, what's the solution before we move on? I want to play this clip, but what are your thoughts? I guess the solution is listen. Listen.
Vote. Lobby. I got a million different ones that you can actually do. Snitch. Hey, well, it ain't even snitching. It's just being a citizen.
Yeah, protect
Black community can turn a new leaf right now. Chicago can turn a new leaf if people start calling 911.
Mm.
If you say it's detrimental to your community, but this is when this is all the time. If you look at all of them, the only time they want to call the police, if it's their kid, they done saw five folks get shot.
Yes, sir.
Now when it affects them, where everybody at? I can't believe, did anybody see anything? Hold up, did you see anything last week?
Right.
You remember you was quiet last week when it happened to our kid. Now it happened to yours. Now you want people to snitch, right?
Yeah.
Now start telling. Get DAs like that DA in Atlanta.
Yes.
Lock these niggas up. Because now what she gonna do is she gonna make people think twice by doing it.
Yep.
The reason Russia don't got drug problem is because you mess with drugs in Russia, they hit your ass with the book. And I think for all these violent crimes, you should hit them with the book. And it's not gonna stop their behavior.
You know, it's funny. And guess who's not gonna take marijuana oil, hashish oil, any drugs overseas to Russia ever again, right? You know, when you see that stuff in real time, that stuff has an impact on you. You know, people start to see that you're being held accountable. Name another person who's going to go to Russia with some vape pens and marijuana oil, whatever she had. They won't do it. They're not going to. And you think, and it's so funny when that incident came up with her, You know how many Americans are locked up abroad, you guys, and they don't get no publicity? She's not special. You know, I thought that whole thing was hilarious when it happened.
Yeah.
You know, when I travel out the country, Logic, I look at the laws. I do research. Where do you not go as a foreigner in this country? Where do you stay out of? What tips do you need to? I do research, you know, and bless her heart.
I'm gonna tell you, it's crazy. Though. Watch this. This how black people. If she hearing this, she probably get mad at me for saying this.
Mm.
One of my partners asked me, "Hey, what do you think of me about taking the edible international?" The fuck? Did you not just look at what happened to her?
Exactly.
At first, I thought it was a joke. I said, "Really?" She gonna be mad at me for telling this story though. But I don't know. Why would you consider that?
Why would you risk it? Why is it that serious? Why would you even risk? Why even risk it?
And you know what I told her? I said, all right, with everything you do, you rate a risk versus reward. The risk is you possibly take your ass to jail. The reward is what? You get high for a couple hours.
For a couple hours?
Is it worth it? And that's the thing. It's hard for us to see and learn from our mistakes. A lot of times it gotta happen to us for it to hit home. So
hey, I'm gonna play this. Shout out to everybody in chat. I'm gonna go through these last super chats, and I want to thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. As you know, we are here. Those who are just getting in, if you have not already, please look down and double check. Make sure you hit the like button. I told you what it was gonna be before you got here. I said, do not come in here and be surprised. That's why I put the trailer together. I try to give you fair warning, you guys. Was I not accurate with the trailer, Logic?
No, I'm actually trying to hold back though. I don't want to go too far, but I can't promise if you drop that link, I can't promise.
Hey, nope. Listen. I know what it is, man. Welcome to my channel, brother. You are free to address people as they need to be addressed. You know, and so where we at? So I'm gonna play this clip and want to get your thoughts on it, get the chat's thoughts on it. Shout out to everybody in the chat. What are we talking about? Black Lives Matter, Black culture, police brutality. We're going to get to that piece. We are definitely going to get to that piece. Let me see. Shout out to Brutality from the 5th floor. Man, I got to tell you a little story about this brother right here. Brutality, I called him from the 5th floor. So I did a live stream one day where I don't even know what the topic was, but it was about Black men not cooperating and resisting arrest, right? So I was showing these clips about how we get ourselves in trouble with the police. And this one particular case in Atlanta, they're on a parking deck. And these guys, those 4 guys, of course, hoodies, black guys, breaking into cars, right? Atlanta PD had some undercover units in there and then caught them, had them all cornered, had the car at gunpoint. Guess what they decided to do, right? Did they comply? Of course not. What they do, they try to drive past the officers to get away, right? Ramming the officers' police cars. Why not give up? You got guns pointed at you, right? Why not just stop? So they jump out the car, they get to running, right? Maybe 2 stopped and got arrested. 2 others ran. One guy who was running, he got caught. Boom, 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 boom. The 4th guy, I guess he thought he ran down far enough, right? He's being chased by an officer. He says, I'm gonna take one for the team. He jumps over the ledge in the parking garage. He was 5 stories up. 5 stories up. And you know, you see on the body cam also, he jumped. And then he leans over. You can see him down on the ground. The officers meet him. And of course, he can't move, right? He's still alive, bless his heart. But the whole point of the conversation was, you guys, a lot of these young men are doing it to themselves. 14, 15, 16, 17. And we still want to try to find ways to justify why they made the decision. It serves 3 o'clock in the morning. Why aren't your kids at home? Like, why are we not talking about the parents, right? So Brutality was on there that night, and of course, from the Martin show, I always so Brutality from the 5th floor. So that's why I always say that when I see him, because that's where I first came across him. Shout out to you. He said on one hand, military service is an honor. It comes with a ton of benefits. 24 years. Shout out to you, Brutality. I didn't know you were a vet. Shout out to you. Thank you for your service, sir. On the other hand, there's a disappointment learning at times you've been used for a negative agenda. That's very true. That's true. It sucks, man. And I think, you know, when you start opening your eyes, I think there's all these different units and, units been sent certain places, find out you were supposed to be guarding the compound. Then you later find out that inside the compound was full of some, you know,
Man.
yeah.
Done that.
Yes, sir. You know, and so it's disappointing, man. But you know what? I always say this. I had this conversation with another military vet. I said, you know, your heart was in the right place. You know, your heart was in the right place. And though people who were overseeing that were not, their heart was in the right place. Unfortunately, you know, don't hold that over yourself. And so it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you for that. Of course, Dre hitting us with the logic dropping gems, keeping 100. Absolutely. Shout out to Dre again.
It's real good, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. Incense. Broccoli Brock with the $5. He says, 2 intelligent brothers telling the truth. I appreciate you both. Absolutely, with the hat to match.
Thanks for that, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So, Logic, I want to for those who have not seen this clip of and what is this guy's name again? I forgot his name just that quick. Kevin Gates.
Kevin Gates. Okay.
Yeah, he made this comment, and I want to get your thoughts on it. I want to hear from the chat and see what you guys think about this if you have not seen this. I'm gonna go ahead and play this real quick. I want to set the video. Let's do this right here.
A lot of the sheriffs and the police and deputies, they was prison guards at first. So I know them coming there getting a paycheck before they was road deputies and all of that. So I been knowing me since I was a kid, in and out this bitch revolving door. Ain't nothing to do in Louisiana but go to jail or die. I don't care what people don't like. They got mad when I said I don't support Black Lives Matter, because who they matter to? We kill each other all day. We talk about each other all day. You know who talk about me the most on the internet? Niggas. Niggas. You know what's worse than a nigga? 2 of them. Make you don't want to be a nigga. Yeah, man, it don't be nobody else talking about me. It be niggas, my own people that look like me. Talk about me like a dog. Kick me when I'm down. Can't wait. look at Gates. Went to jail, they celebrated, clapped their hands, it was happy. I don't look at color and see race no more. I see real and fake, that's it. Even when I see police, what's up, big man? Don't work too hard. I'ma try not to, Gates.
Did it affect you that it was somebody of your own color that sent you to
What are your thoughts on what he said in reference to that?
Oh, he said what I said at first.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, you end up doing that stuff, you end up dead in jail. Is just what I said. Is you end up dead in jail, and we know it. That's the outcome for this behavior.
Right.
But also what he says that, and this remained true to me. Through my time in the military, and I've been out the military for 3 years, I look back at my life and I said, people who tried to fuck me over look just like me. And then no matter what you say, people say, I asked them this: look at your life and see the biggest thing that you ran into, the biggest problems that you had in your life. See who the people that did it, and I promise you, they look like you. We're our worst enemies. I totally agree with what he said.
I like how he touched on the Black Lives Matter thing. I think it's interesting to just hear other people have their thoughts, because I think over time you start to believe that everybody is actually for it and supporting of it and not really looking at it. But I think it's such a good thing to hear people actually have a difference of opinion when it comes to Black Lives Matter, the organization, and then speak vocal about it, because at one point in time you thought everybody was on the train, everybody. So let's dive into that was a quick little clip, but I wanted to just get your thoughts on that. I thought that was really interesting, and I've been wanting to talk about it and really kind of bring it to light, because at the end of the day, the reality is any change that is going to happen, it has to happen by the hands of Black people, for Black people, right? Mm-hmm. Gone are the days where we're going to be able to ask the government to just do anything. They're not. It's just, I just don't see it happening. Moving forward, though, police brutality. What are your thoughts on police brutality? What are your thoughts on the relationship police have with the Black community?
Police brutality. God damn. All right, because I think this is pretty much where I kind of somewhere lie. I mean, I think for the most part, I don't know. Like what you see, like, hey, stop. With the story you told, hey, stop. Chill. No, they're going to push it. They're going to run. They're going to do what they got to do. And for the most part, I think certain things should have, I think police officers, and I don't know all cops got it, but I think they should have what we have. It should be an escalation of force.
Okay.
Before it get to that point, you know what I'm saying? That we had certain steps we had to deal through with dealing with terrorists. So I'm like, why cops don't have this certain escalation force? I think they should have rules of engagement. You know what I'm saying? I think if you have your military fighting terrorists, that's way more dangerous than American citizens.
I agree.
And they don't have rules of engagement, escalation force, I think that's an issue. But also, I said that if people don't want cops there, then cops should leave.
I agree with that 100%.
If you said that cops is beating you up and all that kind of stuff like that, but let's be honest, who is cops really beating up? I'm from Atlanta, right? I don't know if you're familiar with Simpson Road.
Yep.
Do you know the corner at Simpson and Chapel Road?
Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah. So you know that little corner store right there, right?
Yeah.
I can go to Atlanta and I go wake up in the morning, go get breakfast, go get brunch, come back, see the same dudes out there that I saw this morning. Go home, go get dressed, go all the way to Lenox Mall, come back, same dude there. Go home, go to strip club, come back at 3 o'clock in the morning, guess who's still out? Same dudes, right? And then now it's like cops pull up. They always doing something stupid. They running, and then now most of the time when you see some type of form of police brutality, it's they George Floyd. They resist arrest. They don't want to get locked up because they know they're doing wrong. And now, would you consider that police brutality? Like, what do we consider police? I mean, I need a good example of like somebody just getting their head beat in.
Police, you mean you want like a scenario where officers have done it, or you want me to talk about what it actually consists of?
Well, I mean, I want an example of like what, because everything I saw that had been done that they put us out, that is police brutality.
I agree with what you said. Yes, right. I agree with what you're saying. What you're saying is the problem is people are conflating. People are using a phrase to speak to all scenarios where they may have had a bad outcome with law enforcement. That does not mean it's police brutality. And I think because it looks awful does not mean it's not lawful. That is not police brutality. Because you didn't like the way it looked doesn't mean it's police brutality. Because you don't like the way it feels does not mean it's police brutality. And I think what's happened is people have used this term, police brutality, to express every situation when an officer has to use force on a person. What police brutality is when officers abuse the force, weren't authorized to use the force, they use excessive force, right? That's when you get into police brutality. Outside of that, if you are not cooperating and the officer uses justified, reasonable force to actually execute the arrest or to mitigate the threat, which would be you having a weapon or you shooting at the officer, that's not police brutality. People don't like when someone gets punched in the face by a cop because they're fighting the cop back. For case in point, the girl in New York, her boyfriend was being arrested. He had a gun on him. He's wanted and investigate. He was wanted, or they under investigation for alleged murder, right? Allegedly. And the police are trying to arrest him. He's not really cooperating at the time. He had a pistol on him. The girlfriend comes up. She tries to intervene and kiss him and do whatever. The officer told her 3 times to get back. I need you to get back. I need you to get back. She then pushed past the officer and she wanted to do what she wanted to do. You see your boyfriend getting arrested by about 12 police officers because they deem him as dangerous, and you feel like that's the appropriate time to have an intimate encounter with your boyfriend. Well, the officer pushed her away. She pushed the officer, right? And then slapped him across the chest. The officer punched her in the head. And she fell back and hit her head. Now, is that police brutality? It's a little excessive. I think it's excessive, but is it justified? It might be justified. Why? What the citizens don't look at, they don't look at the context, how the law looks at situations when an officer uses force. What they are going to look at, the totality of the circumstances. Dangerous suspect who has a gun, right? He doesn't know if you're trying to. I've had girlfriends and I've had girlfriends in the middle of me arresting them, trying to take evidence from them while they're being arrested, like their phone. I had one try to take it. Oh, can I take his phone and his wallet? And you know what? I was a rookie then. Yeah, go ahead. You can take it. Kind of find out that wallet and that cell phone was one that he actually robbed from somebody right before I arrested him.
Ooh.
And so ever since then, I don't give people's property away when I'm arresting them because of that situation. I can take his cell phone. It was never his. I can take his wallet. It wasn't his. That was evidence. So when officers are conducting this, you got to be able to use common sense to separate it. And hey, is it okay if I come and speak to him? Officer, is it okay after you get done? Can I talk to him? Can I give him a hug? Not right now. Let us secure him first, and then you can. That's how it works. What you have is a woman who's not listening while they're trying to apprehend a dangerous person. And so she intervened. She crossed the line. He tried to separate her. She hit him. Now people are going to say it was a woman, right? I'm going to say the law does not distinguish between male or female. Assault is assault. There's no law that says subsection A for a woman hitting you with an open hand strike or a closed hand strike is a misdemeanor. If a man does it, no, it doesn't work like that. If you hit an officer, that's an assault, period. He hit you back. We're able to use reasonable force. Was that reasonable? Yeah. What people are looking at is because she was a woman. Because she was a woman.
So he punched her in the head?
Yeah, he punched her.
All right. So like,
let me pull the video. Hold on. let me pull the video. Let's see. Now listen, I'm not saying I don't agree with him hitting her, but I understand, right? So my thing is I get it because I understand what was going on in the moment. Mm-hmm. And when the officers are dealing with high profile criminals or situations, you don't have time to go back and forth patty cake trying to explain stuff. It doesn't work like that. Let me see.
Because I think, and I'll probably know because the thing is that, did she deserve it? Absolutely. But when you're dealing with my experience, I got an escalation of force. You know what I'm saying? I got to shout and shove first. You see what I'm saying? So
right.
A shout probably would have been more effective if it didn't work. Then a shove would have actually been more effective. And I know, like I said, he probably felt more disrespectful than anything because I'm pretty sure he got on his vest. So if she slapped him on the chest,
they ain't do nothing.
It ain't do that. So like,
but to your point, the law doesn't distinguish whether or not it hurt or not, right? It has nothing to do with whether or not it hurt. It has everything to do with you're not allowed to hit an officer.
Yeah.
But the question is, was it necessary? And I think sometimes just because you can use force doesn't mean you should use force. Mm-hmm. So one could argue that was that the appropriate time to use that level of force? One could also say that in the heat of the moment, did he have time to sit here and play patty cake with her because they're trying to apprehend somebody dangerous? She herself is an actual threat. She's a potential threat coming into a situation. The officers were always looking at whether or not we are being ambushed. We could be ambushed. We could be attacked by this person's loved one. So these are all things. These are all real factors that come into play. If you're overseas and you are in a particular village, you're locking the village down. You have a young man who's armed. You have rules of engagement. You guys give him the command to drop the weapon, whatever. Now he complies. Now you're arresting him. He starts to resist. You see his father approaching you, but you don't see any weapons in his hand. Does that mean he's not a threat? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I see this is the thing though. She already committed the action, right?
Correct.
So now she slapped on the chest.
All right.
And you punch in the face.
It was a knee-jerk reaction.
And I gotta see this. Go ahead. I gotta see this. My God, she looked like the gorilla chick. She gonna start singing FREE, fuck nigga free, meaning you ain't gotta worry about a police chief.
All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna check this out because I want to get your thoughts on this. His name is Elvin James, 22 years old, Elvin James. And this is what they're arresting him for. So let's go ahead and.
Why does he do me like that, son? Stop!
All right. You can hear the officer. If you can't hear, I can hear him. He's saying back up. He's telling her multiple times to back up. Which she, if he's trying to kiss armed homicide suspect, he absolutely, you got to keep people safe. This is just not a argue the. Let me fast forward a little bit. Let me fast forward from a different angle. In this moment, this is slow motion, holding her hand, her wrist. All right, he's trying to pull her away. Okay, that's the shove. Okay, so then you see her shove, right? She's like, "Get up off me," kind of thing. Cool. Now here we go. Now he's with the two-hand heave ho. Okay, that's it. Where'd the hit come? Oh, she hit him. But she hit him with an open hand strike. We don't know where she hit him at. We can't tell. Maybe she hit him in the face. Maybe she got him in the chin. We don't know. But there we go. We see it. That was quick. For those who may have missed it, after the, okay, the nails are nice. All right, sis, I see it. Heave ho. And then, don't touch me. And then he hit her with the Congo fist. Look at that. Blah. Oh my God. Let me get it from the other angle because
details, Dave.
All right, here we go.
She confronts an officer as he arrested a man Crum reportedly knows. The woman engages the officer, appearing to slap him, and he responds with what looks like a wallop of a punch, causing her to fall backwards onto pavement. You see her get picked up off the ground and taken into custody. Here is Crum's grandmother.
He knocked her out. He's no better.
With what looks to social media, this is the video.
Live in Lower Manhattan with all the details, Dave.
An officer whose actions are being investigated and a woman awaiting arraignment behind me, stemming from an incident with a video that people are talking about. This is the video posted to social media that shows a chaotic arrest that you see get even more chaotic after this woman enters the frame. Identified as 19-year-old Tamani Crum, she confronts an officer as he arrested a man Crum reportedly knows. The woman engages the officer, appearing to slap him, and he responds with what looks like a wallop of a punch, causing her to fall backwards onto pavement. You see her get picked up off the ground and taken.
And she cooperated after that. You can tell that was all natural hair. You see the way it kind of whipped, and it just kind of, that was all natural.
No, that was a wig, bro. That was a wig.
That was a wig?
Yeah. Hey, you know, they got the new shit called an install. You know what I'm saying? Like,
install. That's like a car engine? God damn.
I mean, you know, they put some nuts and bolts in that shit. Like, so they call it install. So that's that new shit, man. Look, they can go swimming, they can go skydiving. That shit is not coming out now.
Wow. Okay. What are your thoughts? The officer, my issue with this is the officer lacks self-control, right? Now my thing is, just because I would have handled it differently doesn't mean that the officer, they're not gonna, that might not be justified, his reaction, because they're going to look at everything in regards to that situation. But she hit him.
Yeah. My thoughts are probably like, I got mixed feelings about it, right? Because like, I think you said it right. He should have a little more restraint.
Right.
Like, I mean, she like a little skinny little chick. You know what I'm saying? The fattest thing on her was her ass. You know what I'm saying? That's literally the only fat thing that was on her was her ass. I mean, so like, I understand. Look, everything in me says she deserved it, right?
Right.
And now I think it's a lesson that she gonna learn that I promise you she'll never do it again.
She'll never do it again.
But did he have to do it? I don't think he had to do it. Like, I think he probably could have got that same point. But I mean, ideally, like you said, she assaulted the officer. The reason she do it because she thought she can get away with it.
There you go.
She ran into the wrong one.
Yep.
So she got knocked out on national TV and still went to jail.
And didn't get paid for it.
I mean, so I'm mixed with it. Like I said, it's funny. But you know what? I say this. Why do our women the only women that put themselves in this situation?
Talk to them.
Why do they constantly got to say, and I mean, this is just the police. How many times you see them do this to black men?
Talk to them.
And they do it to black men, and for the most part, we'll protect them. They'll get away with it, blase, blase. And then now, because I guarantee you this is not the first time that she didn't hit a man before.
Correct.
It's not. But we let her get away with it. So we condone that behavior. So eventually it end up being us tolerating it. So now we're encouraging her, go hit dudes, slap dudes, go do this. And then now I hope that she see this and then now she'll never hit a man again. But you know what? She's a future oatmeal pie, so she definitely will hit him again.
Yeah. I think we have created a custom and culture in this country where it's okay to disrespect authority. It's okay to authority, meaning teachers, professionals, of course, police. I've seen it all throughout the education system, going into schools. I mean, we've made it okay to disrespect parents. Like, even parents don't get respect. So it is becoming too much a part of the normal practices in this country, where it's okay to disrespect the law, authority. I don't know. I think it's a sense of entitlement sometimes with women as well. Seeing that because society has created an expectation that women can do certain things and not be held accountable. I remember on the stream was having a conversation about abuse and domestic violence and things like that. And one woman said, well, men aren't supposed to hit women. And I'm like, says who? right? That's what you believe. That's what we're telling people. But you walk around with that naive sense of thinking that when you go out here in the real world, that every man is supposed to protect you.
Yes.
It doesn't work like that. The only man responsible for protecting you is your father, your brother, boyfriend or husband. Outside of that, no other man is obligated to show you any kind of respect simply because you're a woman. So we are conditioning women to believe that. And granted, we can talk about morally how it should be, or we can talk about how it is. And I think we focus so much on what things should be like. Well, I should be able to do this and wear this type of outfit and everybody should respect me. Yeah, you should be able to do that. That's not reality though. That's not how it is. So I think we get so caught up in people being so naive, and her naivety thought that she could hit an officer and not receive the same outcome as a man hitting an officer. And I think when we start looking at things with logic, right? Logic says if a man pushed an officer in the same exact manner and he got hit, we would not be talking about it.
Yep.
It wouldn't be a discussion. Why does it change because she's a woman?
Because ideally the thing is think about this. If we want to be fair, that happened over this weekend?
Yeah, it happened last week.
Last week, right? Last week, probably over 100,000 women that swung on a dude. Zero consequences.
Zero. Yep.
They got away with it. Dudes, clubs, police officers, they didn't swung on them. Got away with it. It's just one that got punched in the face. So, like, I don't really care. I mean, like I said, I think it's needed. Do I think he should did it? No. But, I mean, like I said, it's something that we tolerate. So now, when you're dealing with idiots, they see you tolerate something, they don't look at it and say, okay, he just let me get away with it that time.
Right.
They almost taking it like you're encouraging it. Like, yeah. I can do whatever I want to do. And I done seen little chicks swing on big dudes. And now that dude look back and he go to swing and 10 dudes come tackle him. Right. But I'm telling you, maybe it's time for to start letting these hoes get hit by buses. I'm saying, and maybe that brother, I'm gonna find his name and I'm gonna CashApp him because maybe he did God's work. Maybe,
probably saved her life.
Yeah, well, yeah. Because I mean, next time, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the little thug dude that she was protecting, I bet she wouldn't swing on him like that. You know why? Because she know he'll bust her shit.
He'll hit her back. Yep.
He know damn well the little chief lookalike that she was protecting. I promise you, she would not lay a hand on him. Because now she be coming up with that two black eyes. What happened? Oh, I swung on Chief. You know what I'm saying? Did you call the police? But now the grandma with no teeth out there said, oh, she was so, I guarantee you, they look at her, she got a rap sheet. I promise you this. She got a history of domestic violence with that dude.
Oh.
I promise you they got a domestic violence rap sheet.
There could be a high probability. There could be a high probability. What you're saying is, I mean, I've seen that, right? I've seen that. Some of the most, I've seen women do some bold stuff, and all from the idea and the mental, all from the delusion that life or the outcomes of life do not apply to them, and therefore they act a certain way, thinking that they are above being held to any form of consequence. I've seen it happen. You'll see men be a lot more patient. If we're talking about encounters with like police officers. I mean, even if we're talking from domestics, I've worked cases where men have sat there and been beat over the head, slapped, and all that. I'm just trying to walk away. And the moment they turn around and hit, then it's like oh, he hit me, and it's like, okay, well, you hit him first. I didn't hit him. I was just pushing him on the back of his head. right? It's almost like some women tend to downplay their level or their the way they assaulted, right, that particular person, versus how man is. We saw that with the I don't know if you followed the trial with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. And Johnny Depp, that was crazy. Johnny Depp made a statement and said, "You punched me in my chest." She said, "I barely hit you." He said, "No, you punched me with a closed fist. It doesn't matter." He said, "Well, you can handle it." Right? So it's this idea that I can assault you, but it doesn't mean the same if you. So it's the delusion, right? You assaulted this person and you don't think there should be any consequences because you're a woman. And that type of ideology can sometimes get women in trouble, because then
you know what? I just thought of something.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you who else to blame for that. The people in the neighborhood creating that mob mentality.
Yes.
You see, because when you saw it, you heard a lot of hollering, you saw all these people surrounding. So now it's creating a hostile environment. So like that cop more is on alert that if these people didn't do that, like, you know, it's only in nigger neighborhoods, right? If you see somebody get arrested around white people, they spread away.
Yeah.
Niggas go to it.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm telling you, pull up footage of a white person getting locked up, a Chinese person, any kind of person.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
Where's everybody at? You might see some white people way across the street with their camera phones, but like niggas is all surrounded, right? And this is the crazy part. They create a hostile environment
for the officers.
So now that officer might be more on alert if they didn't surround this whole scene like that. So now she probably wouldn't have got her shit rocked. And you know what? If it wasn't the people around her, she probably also wouldn't be pumped up to do it.
Yeah, that's a good point. People don't realize the danger that they put, or the discomfort or the fear of safety they put officers in when they crowd them like that. And to be quite honest, you absolutely create an environment where an officer is able to justify escalating the use of force in order to mitigate a situation, because now the officer has to look at, okay, I got 8 people around me from this neighborhood as I'm trying to arrest this one person. I have this woman who I don't know coming over here. You know, I already asked her nicely 3 times, "Ma'am, can you get back?" She just pushed past me. She did not care. She saw all the police here. And so how do I know she's not trying to hand him a weapon? How do I know she's not trying to take evidence away from him? How do I know she's not here to ambush us? You don't know. How do I know she's not distracting us? You guys, this has happened. It has happened for a reason. And so, you know, I think the community and people watching it, they don't see or understand it. And I understand that. But then when you have someone who's trying to explain to you the nuance that you don't see, I say, let me provide insight to you, because I'm not your enemy. I'm here to provide insight. That's the purpose of my channel. Let me explain to you what officers are thinking about. And sometimes just explaining is not here to make excuses, but it's here so you can understand that this now, because you're concerned, you've created an escalated threat. And you don't see that, because just because your hands are empty does not mean you're not armed. And it takes only a second to draw a weapon or a knife. And so it has happened plenty of times before.
But see, people don't realize is that if you look at that video, like, that's what I was also looking at. The surroundings.
Yes.
Like, I was looking at possible threats. I was looking at just surroundings, how loud it is. You see what I'm saying? Just different things that'll make you kind of lock in and focus.
Yes.
And and the more that I think about it now, I say it should be justified.
Yeah. Yep. And that's how they're gonna.
Just because because dudes constantly do it, they constantly sit here surrounded, and they make a environment that the police can have under control now a hostile environment just by being black.
Correct. That and people don't see that part. And that's the part that I try to explain. You might not understand it, you might not like it, but how is it going to be justified? They're going to look at the totality of the circumstances at that moment. And yes, they're going to justify that. My purpose of this channel, explain to people how not to get hurt, how to have better encounters in relationship with law enforcement. What is my answer to this problem? Comply. If she would have complied to the instructions of the officer, she would have never been hit. If she had never pushed the officer or attacked the officer, how gently it may have been with her hands, she would have never been hit. We have to stop looking and analyzing after the fact. We like to look at and analyze the outcome, but never the income, right? What came into the park? How did we get here? How did this thing start? For whatever reason, I see a lot of the arguments involving police issues. We always like to talk about the conclusion. We always want to start the story at the end. It's like watching a movie backwards. You know, what happened? Oh, he died at the end. That was wrong. Can't believe. Okay, but did you see what happened 30 minutes before? Sir, did you even see how this whole thing started? We don't care, and we don't care to listen, and we don't want to be what? Advised, informed. We want to pay attention is the symbolism, the headlines, right? The quick little clip on social media, where social media, some of us went to YouTube University and think we know something, right? Our whole form of education and knowledge has been brought to us by way of Instagram, World Star, the Shade Room. If it wasn't for the Shade Room, a lot of us wouldn't know anything that's going down across the street. So, you know, again,
you know what I think we got to start doing? I think we got to get that man a medal. I mean, hey, if for one reason only, it's to discourage the behavior. That's it,
man.
Like I think he should get a medal, and he should get a battlefield promotion.
I listen. I think, but let me say this before we move on. Us discussing this is not justifying officers who abuse their power, abuse authority, or abuse force. Again, so sometimes when we're talking about one thing, people hate when we don't talk about the other, right? It's the same thing with the gender war. It's like, oh, you talk about the men, you don't talk about the women. Oh, you talk about women, you don't talk. Like, you guys, listen, we need to be able to, it's okay for us to talk about how the citizens or how a black person is in the wrong. And we can leave it at that for the conversation. You got to catch us next week and we'll talk about the cops doing wrong, right? But for right now, we're talking about accountability on the citizens and how to keep yourself from getting hurt. So lastly, I want to play this clip, Logic, from Andrew Tate, you know, gentleman who got banned. I knew a little bit about him. I heard something about him. Hold on, T King say pull out the folder. So Logic, I got a folder called White People Too. All right. And, you know, shout out to Six, the fraudist, right? What happened? When we had that conversation and that discussion in reference to, she was saying that, oh, this only happens to black people. This don't ever happen to white folks, right? She went on this. And then I did a video basically saying, what did she say? This never happened. There's no white Breonna Taylor. There's no white Tamir Rice. There's no white George Floyd, right? There's no white anybody, right? These things only happen, police brutality only happened to black people. That's false. And so I did a video discussing and showing, hey, here are two white Tamir Rices who've been shot and killed by police officers who were white, and they were 7, 12, 14 years old because they had a replica gun. They had a toy gun and they were white and they got shot by a white police officer, but you never heard about it. You don't know who they are. Here's a white woman who died the same way as Breonna Taylor, right? Here's a white woman who died the same way as Sandra Bland. Here's a white man who died the same way as George Floyd. Listen, I showed them all. And guess what? Here's a white man who died the same way as Philando Castile. So what are you going to tell me now? See, you only know one black man who's died that way. I can show you 4 white men who died the same exact way. The reality is black people do not hold the medal on police brutality today. Today. Don't tell me about yesterday. Don't tell me about 400 years ago. We're talking about today, right?
Oh, they can't. Because you know what? If they can't go back 400 years ago,
they
don't
argument.
got a leg to stand on.
There you go. And their lives.
Like I said, they went from actually wanting equality to now wanting equity.
Mm.
I mean, like today, if you can't get a head up as a black person, something wrong. Like for any company that you go to right now with these equity policies, like I said, something is wrong. This is not 400 years ago. But if you still tell people that it's like 400 years ago, you're literally holding them back.
Mm.
So I don't know. The equity policies, they're a fool. They're a trip. And it's like the black people that won the lottery. That's your reparations right now. Take advantage of the policies.
Man, that's a whole nother conversation. Let's dive into this real quick. I want to get your thoughts on what Andrew Tate is saying. He's talking about racism. He's talking about police brutality. And I thought he had a very interesting take on it. Now, Andrew Tate he's mixed. He's black and he's white, right? I think he's Romanian and black, I think, or something like that. But here's his take on it.
He live in Romania.
He live in Romania, yeah.
But it don't matter what he is. I just want to hear what he got to say. He can
shout out to my man Shannon Rawls in the building. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you.
What up, Shannon?
Yes. All right, let's drop this real quick. And then after this video, you guys, if you want to come up, I'm gonna go ahead and just start. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat for the mods. If you could please pass this around. If you want to come up, if you're brave enough to come up and have a conversation with Logic, if we only want those who disagree, right? If you disagree and you want to challenge Logic, I don't even have to ask Logic down. Yeah. If you want to come up and have a discussion, you know my policy on my channel. You have to put your face where your mouth is. If you don't cam up, you can't come up. All right, that's how we do it over here. We don't do that.
Hey, Mechee, come on, Mechee. Let's have a conversation. You've been trolling all night, Mechee. Look, hey, Mechee, when you come up, I'm gonna kiss your fingertips because I know they hurt. Mechee, come on up, Mechee. I got my list. I'm checking in twice. I gotta find out.
Please do not get her started. That's my little firecracker. She gonna act a fool. All right. He said, "Hey, we're gonna do this for now." No, we definitely got Mechee a little upset tonight. We covering some good ones. She got a competitive spirit.
She a good sport. She a good football.
Yes,
I ever saw her out here looking crazy. I'm messing with you, Mechee, because you messing with me though. But I got the utmost respect for you, man.
Nah, it'd be a great conversation. It definitely will. She'll steal the stream though if we let her. We got to put on a timer. We got to put on 10 minutes at a time, Mechee. 10 minutes at a time. We ain't gonna let us cook. We ain't gonna let you flame broil us to death up here on the stream. You let Mechee go, she gonna have us roasted on this channel. All right, so we got to give her enough time to where she can get her point, cut her off before she get carried away. She gonna make us look bad.
She said she mad. Hey, Mechee, don't bring your mad ass up here.
Ooh, please don't. Please don't.
Hey, Mechee, go get you a cup of Sonic ice before you come up here. You know what I'm saying? So you can like chew on it a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I wanted to play her clip too. I'm gonna see. Let me play Mechee's clip real quick. Because she made a point that I really want to address real quick. I think it's genius because music. I'm gonna do hers last because this one's short. I'm gonna do Mechee. We're gonna end out with Mechee. All right, we're gonna pull up this Andrew Tate joint.
Thank you for letting me be here. And after like 10 seconds, I'm like, oh, okay, it's cool. But like, if I was getting out like, hey, why are you stopping me? You're stopping me because I'm foreign. I'm a big dude. Now they're gonna be getting their hand on the gun. Like, why? It's just stupid. I don't know. I think a lot of people make a lot of stupid decisions out here. But yeah, in terms of racism, America is absolutely not the most racist country in the world. If you travel like I have, I've been to 72 countries. Basically, every country is more racist than America. I was in Iraq Long
Right.
story. I was in Iraq. They're all racist against each other for tribe or for last name.
Where'd you go?
I was in Iraq. I was in Baghdad about 3 years ago. There was a member of parliament wanted to become the sports minister. And to become sports minister, he wanted to fill a stadium and have a kickboxing fight in front of everyone, but he didn't want to lose, so he fixed it. And because he fixed it, he wanted legitimate world champions to come to give it credibility, and he wanted me to give a speech afterwards. And he paid me a bunch of money and got me a government pass and a private jet from Romania to go to Iraq. And I'm kind of like, is this stadium going to just blow up? You know, when you're in Iraq and you're like in the stadium, me and Tristan are down on the grass, like far away from the bleachers. We're just like, oh man. But even
to almost anyone else in the world, to be like, you know, when you're in Iraq, that'd be a weird thing to say. But yes, I do know what it's like to be in Iraq.
Yeah, okay, so you know, right? So yeah, and so I've been all over the world, and there's racism absolutely everywhere. Africa's completely racist. They're all racist. Hutu, Tutu. Look up your history. They were at war with each other for basically no reason. Humans are tribalistic, right? And the number one way you're going to destroy racism, if you really want to destroy it, is to stop talking about it. Stop discussing it.
You think that's the solution?
I think it's the beginning of a solution.
Okay.
I think if we just look at police brutality as opposed to police brutality versus white, black, Asian, let's look at police brutality. Right now, we have this Stop Asian Hate thing going on. And yeah, sounds like a good idea. Okay, stop Asian hate. Because you see some Asian person get beat up and it's on the internet. I guarantee yesterday when that Asian person got beat up, a black guy got his ass whooped and a white guy got his ass whooped just the same. People get ass whoopings. Like, why do we have to put a race on the ass whooping? Stop ass whoopings. Why add a race in? Stop police brutality. Why add a race in? Why are we adding race to everything? If all you look for is the same thing and you add a race taint to everything, then you're going to see racism. That's how it works. That's how the world works. It's like when you buy a Lambo and you thought you never saw a Lambo before. Now you see them everywhere and you're mad because you thought you were special and you're not. It's the same thing. If all you look for and all you talk about is the same thing, you're going to identify it, right? So we need to stop all police brutality against all people, even against sexy caramel kickboxing world champions. Leave me alone. This is how the world needs to be. But it's just fixation on race. And to tie into maybe the Bitcoin argument a little bit, but I truly believe this is propagated by the ruling elites on purpose.
Why?
Because when a black billionaire meets a white billionaire, do you think there's any racism? Do you think they care? Of course, he's a billionaire. I'm a billionaire. Both our yachts are in Monaco. He's from Algeria. He stole all the gold. I'm a stock market, whatever. There's no racism. The racism's for the poor people. Because if you keep the poor people divided, they can't wake up long enough to do what I did and read about how money works. Because if they do that, we got big trouble, right? Then the slaves will wake up. You don't want to deprogram the slaves. So you have to convince the slaves that it's not the monetary system's fault that you're broke. It's not the monetary system's fault that you continue to work for a set number of dollars and the price of houses just keep going up and up and up. It's not the monetary system's fault. It's the white man's fault or the black man's fault or the Asian people's fault. Someone else's fault. Because if the poor people all fight each other, they can't wake up long enough to look up and go, there's not actually that many of them. Okay. You know, and we can change things. And this is what's crazy about it. I think all this stuff, feminism, racism, all these things, I think they're all control mechanisms. They have to keep the poor people fighting amongst each other. Because if the poor people all unite, then it's much harder to control us. That's all I really, truly believe is happening. I believe we live in a world now where the people who are truly in charge of the world are scrambling, trying to find new mechanisms to control people. Yes. They're scrambling because the internet has allowed us to think for ourselves. The old mechanisms of controlling people, the old propaganda machine, like the Vietnam War. Tell them they took one of our boats, put it on the news. Now we can go send young men to die in Vietnam. I was in Vietnam. I'm military aged. Now when I go to Vietnam, we're all happy and smiles, right? 40 years ago, they'd be shooting me. Like all those people died there for what? It's stupid. The whole thing is stupid. And they lied on the news about why we even went there. But now that we have the internet, and now people can look and fact check things themselves, they're like, okay, well, our propaganda mechanisms, they still work. Corona's proved a lot of that. They still work, but it's getting harder and harder. So we need to distract the people. We need to distract them.
Ooh. He kind of had me, but at the end, he's spot on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I used to call it levels of indoctrination. They just got to implement things that actually tear you apart. You know what I'm saying? They got to be able to tear the family apart. They got to be able to tear the community apart. You know what I'm saying? And then they're going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. I said this before, from the 1800s, average family size was over 7 to now is 1.3. So their idea is to make us small, make our kids LGBTQ, to put all these different mechanisms in, turn our daughters into feminists, turn our sons into all these different mechanisms. It's pretty much to separate us, and they're doing it effectively because now we can never realize what our true power is. The thing is, family was threats at times, but now because we're so isolated, we're not a threat. So now they just look at us is that the thing is the more power they push to women, the more power that they spread to these equity organizations, whether it's LGBT, whether these minority groups, the more they empower them, the more power they know they can get, the more control they have. Because as families start going down, government sides start going up, police forces start going up, everything start going up because now you need these mechanisms here to control because you're creating chaos.
Right.
And that's what we're looking at today in the United States, is that they trying to turn everybody, you're literally, that now, you know what I'm saying, you can be, you know how many different sexual orientations it is?
No, how many now? I thought
63.
What?
I lie to you not. It's 63 different sexual orientations. So now what it is that 63 categories that you can fall in between. So now all these different things is separating you. When now it's simple, you're either a man or a woman. Now you're a man or a woman. You're poor, rich, or middle class.
Right.
You're lesbian, gay, homosexual. You're
Right.
Muslim, Christian.
Religion,
You know what I'm saying? Religious beliefs. You know what I'm saying? They create this now. You don't know how to fight the government. You literally, they put all these tools in and you fight each other.
That's right.
And that's it. You don't hear nothing about the government. The only thing you really heard about the government is talking about the orange man.
Yes.
That's it. And now they didn't turn the orange man, and now they didn't even separate the Republican Party. Now they got a MAGA Republican and a Republican Party. You know what I'm saying? It's not even Democrats and Republicans anymore. You got like center left. It's insane.
Yeah.
And they create these groups. So now we identify them. Then we identify with this, we identify with this, we identify with this, we identify with this, we identify with this. You got more medals than me.
Facts. It is for those who see it, for those who understand it. I always say for those who have ears to hear and eyes to see, you got to get outside of self in order to truly understand what's really taking place and how these tools of chaos are being used against us, that we are using willingly against each other. I think that is the part that a lot of people don't realize. We are actually ushering in our own demise because of our ignorance. Shout out to Charmaine Moore for the $20 donation she sent through PayPal. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I always turn the phone off so it doesn't chime out, but I didn't want to miss that. So thank you so much. Yeah, I thought that was a very interesting clip. One thing that stood out to me the most in reference to what he stated was in reference to police brutality. I keep telling people all the time on this channel, police brutality is an American citizen problem. It's not a black problem. It's an American problem. Black people do not hold the medal on police brutality today. I don't mind having a conversation about what happened in 1865. Oh shit. we got Mechee in the building. We're gonna bring Mechee up. She's ready too. She's ready. She got that look. I can see it. She got the aura. She got the energy. She ready. She got the purple background. She ready. She ready. What Timmy how did she say? She ready. Oh snap. Okay. We're gonna bring Mechee up. So I see you, Shannon. Let's get the disagreements in. Shannon, you good? Shannon, thumbs up. You good? Because I know Shannon, he's in agreement with us. All right. So, all right. So, I think the thing is when we start looking at it as it's only a problem for Black people, we alienate white people who also have the same problem, Asian people who have the same problem. They're having bad outcomes too with law enforcement. And then we're not to say that they're not racist. And I think when I say that, some people feel like I'm saying that they're not racist cops or they're not cops who are corrupt. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in order for us to tackle this problem, we need to look at it as this is a problem that everybody is suffering.
A collective issue.
There you go.
We make it a race issue, and then what we do is we isolate ourselves.
That's right.
We let them, based on the stuff they give us, isolate ourselves, and we prove ourselves ineffective. Where if you can take all that away and say police brutality is an issue,
right?
Let's deal with it.
Let's deal with it.
Turn it into Black Lives Matter. Matter of fact, you don't even say police brutality in Black Lives Matter, but that's what they go after. You turn it into a black issue when it's a whole nation issue.
It's a nation
Everything that black people discuss, it's not just a black issue.
Correct.
I'm trying to think of an issue that's isolated to black. Probably drive-bys. I mean, I don't know, drive-bys, baby mamas. I'm trying dumbest issues that's isolated to black people and black people only, and we don't even discuss them.
Well, I know someone who can tell us exactly what they are, and she's gonna be spot on. I'm gonna let her do it. Mechee, you ready, my dear?
Oh shit! Here we go.
You know when you got to do one of these for you.
Oh, she good. I can remember about it.
I know. Mechee, this ain't me. This is between y'all two. So welcome, everybody. If you are not familiar, you will learn today. Mechee X, everyone. The one, the only, the ever so wonderful. How we? Y'all want to do the 3 split, or y'all want to do the span?
Don't be trying to go nowhere. You in this too? Absolutely not.
I'm trying to figure out it like somebody took Mechee camera and like blew on it, like.
You know what? I don't care what you're talking about, okay?
Mechee on that Logitech. You're on the Logitech webcam.
On my camera. Just because I don't got the studio now. Shut up. You can see my bright ass. You can see me.
Hey, Mechee, you see that? This is something I did to your camera.
That's for the effect. That's for the glow. Look at the glow though.
It's all the steam in here because y'all was pissing me off. I was like, I need to smoke a blunt or something, but then they might call the fucking police on me. So I'm just
facts.
Facts.
Okay. I ain't gonna snitch. No snitching. Shout out to you, Mechee. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining us tonight. I know we said a lot. I know we didn't add context and a lot of stuff, but I know you're gonna bring us some. You're gonna bring it back around. You're gonna bring it around, right? Go ahead and add the spice, my dear. Add the spice.
Look, Logic, like I'm ready.
I'm ready.
No, look, y'all said a lot. What I will say is, I think the one thing that sticks out to me the most that I agree with in this conversation, I have heard a lot of implications and just straight up saying that like racism doesn't exist or oppression, whatever you want to call it, and that Black people are in a position that they should just get up and do what they're supposed to do because nothing is holding them back but themselves. That's not true. That is a very false statement. And I think sometimes when we have these conversations, a lot of us don't understand the root of what the problem is. And this is why we speak to the surface of what we see, right? Y'all called white supremacy white people. You were talking to me about individuals. When white supremacy is the government. And it is the government because this country was founded on white people and on the backs of Black people that are ADOS in this country. And all of the benefits when the structure of this country was built and the Constitution and all of their systems are based to hold people down, right, of a certain category and a certain group so that they can use that to stand up on their backs and they can be wealthy and keep things generating the way that they are. And so that's the white supremacy. And so you find these systems that are in place and the sheer way that they are built makes them become a nuisance and a torment to certain people in this country. Now, I will agree with a little bit of that man's in the clip last statement that this country oppresses everybody, right? So when you get away from the race issue, then you get into the financial issue of who's poor and who's not, right? But Black people are one of the poorest groups in this country. We feel predominantly the inner cities. All of that is by design. And so, when we say that there's no racism and oppression, that's not true. By sheer statistics, we have all of these studies. It tells you that Black girls are the most sex trafficked, right? That they are the less believable. This is why whenever anything happens to them, people are not so quick to help them out or adjust, right? We also know that our people feel the prisons more than anybody else, but we also know that.
Mechee, look, you just tossing grenades now.
But you can stop me at any time because y'all said a lot, right? And we passed all them points, so you can stop me at any time. But I think that's the gist of what I got from y'all, that like oppression and racism don't exist, and Black people should just get the fuck out.
But I never said.
We never said that.
Yeah,
I never said that.
Actually, I'm in
agreement. You actually did say that 400 years ago we're not in the same positions, and that's part of that non-FBA, non-ADOS disrespect. That's that disrespect.
God. I don't know what that is, but can I address? Mm-hmm. I never really. I'm saying I never said racism don't exist. Actually, what I said is that if you look at it, we're the biggest racists. I'm just.
What is racism? What's your definition of racism? Since we're the biggest racists.
Mechee.
Ooh, with my popcorn.
Mechee. Like I said,
just want to know what your definition. You say we the biggest racists. I'm gonna need your definition before I can even respond or disagree with that.
Okay, let me get, because I don't want you to say I'm bashing you, and I ain't even touch you. You know what I'm saying? So let's go. Yes, I've
been on YouTube long enough. I know how to take a
While you're looking that up, Logic, let me say this. No, we weren't discrediting racism. We weren't discrediting oppression. The point I was making was that we tried to use those real events and real parts of history to explain away accountability. That was the correlation I was making. Not to say that they're not real or they don't have real implications. I'm saying that cannot always be the justification for not being held accountable for things that you have 100% control over. And every situation obviously is definitely different. But that was the correlation I was trying to make in reference to that statement.
Well, I feel like even when Logic not here, I heard you and other people say that a couple times. I'm just keeping it real. People be like, Black people are not oppressed today. Where are you oppressed? And you have Black people come on your platform and they try and explain it away, and they don't even know how to explain it, so they make us look dumb. But that's
true. I have said that.
And like I said, if you don't say it directly, that's just out of this conversation what seems to come across like, Black people don't take no accountability.
I really spoke on white supremacy. Mm-hmm. And that's what I really spoke on. You know what I'm saying? We didn't really get too much getting race. We got a white supremacy and even racism. Like I said, when we identify this, I still look at racism as being a theory because it's a thing that, it's associated with some facts that we exist in our lives. But race is what? Who created race? If you want to talk about the divides that the system created, they created race. They called us Black. They called them white. So now the whole racism thing would be a theory.
It's a social construct that has been built in this country. Again, we're going back to the government. So these things have been implemented from day one to be that this is the social construct in this country. And so people are born into it, and that's the automatic, whether they have a choice to decide on it or not. And it becomes normalcy to them as they grow up, right? So you say, go ahead.
Can I give you the racism, theory of racism? The theory of racism, the belief that different race possesses distinct characteristics, abilities, qualities, especially so as to distinguish them as an inferior or superior to another, right? Is Black people faster?
Are Black people faster?
Yeah.
Than who? Everybody?
Well, it put like this. Is Black people, fuck it. The Olympics. Who winning all the gold?
Black people.
Black people, right?
Okay.
So now in that case, is they superior? When you dealing with that, do they have certain attributes that make them superior? Right?
I'm trying to figure out where you going. Go ahead.
I'm just going with it. So now I'm going with the theory of racism, right?
Okay. So who is superior at the top of the race food chain, and when it brings everybody else down, who's at the top of that?
Well,
not
now
Olympics.
you're
But
talking
when it
about now
comes
you're
to
going
a race being superior in this country, who would that be?
Yeah, now you're going to white supremacy though, right? Okay. So I thought we were dealing with racism. So now I would gladly go back to white supremacists.
Yeah,
but
they go hand in hand because white supremacy is what creates racism. They think they're superior, but they also hold power structures to exhort that superiority that they believe over people. Show me another race in this country. They can say they think they're better than other races, but what power do they have to actually exhort that superiority that they believe they have over other races?
Do you think melanin make us superior?
Make us superior? How? I mean, in
I
what
don't
way?
know. This stuff I hear.
Okay, well, you don't hear me say that because I don't talk about
I
melanin.
know. I didn't hear you say it. That's why I asked the question.
I mean, when you talk about superior, would depend on what you mean by that. I don't think it makes us superior in the social construct of things. I think at the end of the day, if you're talking about sun or how it affects your body, or whether you could get cancer, whether you have more melanin or less, like that's different. What are we talking about?
I know, but see, you see how I said we still go back to look, it's a thing. It's certain attributes and characteristics that people have that actually look. I lived in Korea, right?
Mm-hmm.
I felt like a bitch when it was so cold. I couldn't even move my feet, man. I'm in that bitch like this, my head smoking. Look, and I see some white guy out there running out there drunk, running outside naked.
And flip-flops.
And I was like, look, hey, but I see them get in the sun and they burn the fuck up, right? So it's certain attributes that we have that you can't deny. And I'm saying like this. Do white people should feel that they're a superior race? I say they should feel whatever they want to feel. Just like I should feel black people should say they're a superior race. I feel they should have that right. But the only thing that I say with this white supremacy is when they actually use it and not thinking they're superior. Everybody, I think you think that, you know what I'm saying? You see another chick, you like, you know what? I look down her or whatever. You know what? That's your right.
But when you get into, people can think they're superior all they want, but in this country, there is a group of people that can actually use that superiority because structures and systems have been created to benefit them the most, and they can actually benefit from the race that they are, while other people suffer for the race that they are.
Can one argue?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. No. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't gonna say nothing else. I was, just finishing that thought.
I got one thing though.
Go ahead.
Per capita in the United States, who have the most millionaires?
Who have the most millionaires?
Yes.
I don't know.
Should be Asians.
White people.
Per capita, black. Per capita, right? White people is 16%. Black people is 13.6%. Per capita, black people have more millionaires than white people.
Okay, but if we're going to talk about statistics and logic, no, I'm going to give you some statistics because your statistics can get skewed, right? And maybe you understand this, Nathan, if you ever took statistics. So when you're giving me a percentage, if you're taking a percentage of white people that seem less, but their group and numbers are much bigger, we're a smaller group, so it looks like a bigger percent of our people. But if it's only 5 of us and it's 500 of them, you still have to look at it in that vein. When you tell me their numbers are small and black people, you would have to tell me we have the same amount of number of people in this country.
No, but see, that's
to be equal.
No. You can't. Because if we at 13.6%, 13.4%, and they're at 61%, per capita, we have more millionaires. That means based on the population, more theirs. Yeah. And I understand what you're saying. They will still have more total millionaires, but how can this be a system of white supremacy and suppression or whatever if we actually, based on our numbers, we have more successful people, millionaires?
we don't. I don't know where you get those numbers from. I'm gonna need to see the work because I see inner cities that are filled. There's a big, large number of our people. When you talk about all of the other places that we are, our people fill the ghettos and the inner cities more than anybody else. So if you're going to try and sit here and convince me that we have all these millionaires, so why are we in this position? Then why are the ghettos predominantly filled with Black people?
No, that's
why are they the ones that live below the poverty level? Why are Black people the ones that are filling the prisons, even though we're the smaller numbers? So, can't be that many millionaires. And if you're referring to the rappers and the athletes, they actually don't do anything in this white supremacist system, but allow themselves to be used to keep the rest that ain't rich down. So them niggas took that offer, since we want to go back to the music and the rappers in the beginning, right? And y'all tried to say that they just, it's their fault. They work for white record companies. And if you want to be specific, they work for the Jews, right? And so what happens is they will get this offer. They don't want to live in the ghetto anymore. They don't understand the life they're living in or the dynamics to the government. They know they live in the hood and they want to be free and get somewhere else, right? So they offer them this money. People will tell you all the time in this industry, they will make music. And when it's not ghetto enough, violent enough, raunchy enough, the actual record company will say to them, this is not something we're going to put on the album. We need something a little more violent, thuggish, or whatever. And they send it back to the drawing board because they own them, just like the athletes. And so they'll play and run niggas in the field all day, but they won't allow them to own anything that really matters, right? And so, those are the millionaires you're talking about. Those are not the real Black people that are dealing with the issues in this country. They have found a way to stand next to the white man and get their piece and be used.
Okay, so now that's a different subject. See, you took it, you split it up, right?
But you're bringing up millionaires. I just want to know who these millionaires are.
Okay, all right. But now they are the millionaires, though. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm not taking that away. But to get on that point, right, I agree with you that they are, you know what I'm saying, degenerate. They are idiots. They are the worst thing in our society. You know what I'm saying? If you look at what Malcolm X said, you know what I'm saying, the problem with our community is we have these niggas as leaders. You know what I'm saying? But hey, the first person that went to the White House this time, you know what I'm saying, that actually met with Kamala Harris was what? A little cheesy ass rapper called Lil Baby. You know what I'm saying? But we constantly push that though. Nobody ever say anything. And like I said, if you say anything, like
wait a minute, can I back you up? You said Kamala pushed what?
No, see, I talk just as fast as you though. See,
that's okay.
You don't like that.
I didn't like it. Just say it again.
No, the vice president, the first person she invited to the White House was who? A rapper, an ex-drug dealer, a dude that's responsible for so much chaos.
Can I tell you something deeper though? She's a Democrat and they are not for the Black community. The Democrats do more damage to our communities than anybody else, keep us in the position we're in. So of course she brought him to the White House because she wants to project that she's down with the Black hood. She wants to get their vote, and we're emotional and we'll vote when you pander to us. But the truth is she brought somebody that is not someone we should uphold in the community, someone we should not be looking to for advice, but because he has a lot of mindless followers, because the music is pumped into our communities, they bring him because he has more influence, not because he should represent us. And so the Democrats are going to do that, and they know exactly what they're doing because the Democrats have created so much that destroys the Black community.
So with that being said, 1 second, Logic, that leads me to this PowerPoint, right? That at the end of the day, in my personal opinion, whose fault is that? I think we get caught up in these discussions about what a group is doing to another group, what the government may be doing. I look at it as if we allowed ourselves to be finessed, it's our fault. Someone is playing a game against us and they outwitted us. This is what it is. It's a strategy, it's tactics. This is war, right? This is about economics, about power, it's about wealth, it's about money, and we want to be loved. Where the people that we're competing against are fighting like this is a war, and we are the only ones asking to be coddled. We're asking to be loved. We want to be hugged. I get it, because that's the right thing to do, because we're such.
What you mean by that when we say we want to be loved and we want to be hugged? Make that.
We're asking and not taking. We're asking and not demanding. We're asking and not doing. Right? We're mad because someone is outsmarting, out conniving, being deceptive. And we're not playing with the same tools. We're not fighting this issue properly. Yet we're asking for fairness. against people who are not playing fair. So it's to me, I get it. It's not right. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the method. It's wicked. There's a lot of wicked people in power, and it's greed. It's whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of evil people in power who are oppressing everybody and everybody differently, right? And we can all agree on that. What I'm saying is, knowing that it's being done doesn't change the fact of what needs to be done in order to fix the issues. I just think we're not fighting properly. I think sometimes we have the wrong ideology and mentality when addressing it. This is war. This is about money. It's about economics. And we're fighting against, and the competition is between other groups of people. This is a race between races, respectfully. And we're the only ones not fighting on the same team. So, of course, we're easily picked apart. You know,
why
we
do you
talk
say
about,
we're the only ones not fighting on the same team? Why do y'all keep pushing that narrative too? Like, I don't remember what y'all said earlier, but I remember it came to my mind, and it's like, oh, when Homeboy was saying, Kevin Gates, about, you know, black people do this and do that to each other, and we the only folks that do this. Why do y'all think that white folks don't do that shit to each other?
well, they do, but I think that
I get it if we're just concerned with our people, so we want to discuss what we do. But why do we always say it as though we the only one that do it? Why do we always take the negative attributes that human beings actually have, all human beings do, and we take them on and attribute it to our blackness? Why do we
I
do
agree.
that?
I think sometimes what happens is it's taken out of context, because I think when we're trying to criticize in order to course correct, it comes off as if we are bashing our own. Right?
We do be. That's what y'all be doing.
What?
You already read it and said you agreed you be bashing and you wanted an award for it.
No. I knew you got. Hey, Mechee, don't make me bash. Mechee, I used the definition. Now the definition.
And you said by definition, you was like, maybe I'm bashing.
Maybe I'm bashing.
But
you put it in your pocket and owned it.
Mechee,
you did own it.
What is the definition though, Mechee?
You're right though. He's right with the definition. Hold on, before you do, let me read these super chats real quick. Quest said, Quest, shout out to Quest. Quest said Mechee got the OnlyFans set up in the back.
Your mother, okay? Your mother.
All right, salute to my dude.
Salute to Quest. I like the glow,
Mechee. Close to be doing OnlyFans. Leave me alone. I got on my church lady sweater. Fuck y'all.
Come on, y'all. Get the super chats up for Mechee. Get it up. Get it up. We trying to see some scared Mechee. Hold on. Doug Will said the construct of race comes from Portugal, not the U.S. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. The Spaniards, huh? I have to look into that a little more. Shout out to you, Doug Will. Thank you for that. Ivy the Great. I like y'all matching the hat. Let's get some purple. Let's see if we can match the background of Mechee's background.
Oh yeah, y'all chat niggas, y'all hear that? Match Mechee background, man. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we can get her new camera lens. What's wrong with y'all? Come on.
Mechee, look, I like your setup, Mechee. Leave. Mechee done walked off the set. Now we got a chair. We got
sorry. You know what? I was bashing her. That was severe.
Not bashing her. There we go.
It ain't my camera, it's the light. Shut up.
Hey, was that severe criticism, Mechee?
No.
That's the definition of bashing.
Okay, let me say this, because when you brought, are you done with the super chat?
Let me hold on. All right. Ivy the Great says racism, the systematic oppression of a racial group. Okay. I want to talk about that real quick before, and I'm gonna go into the second one. Oppression is only as good as the people who are allowing themselves to be oppressed, right? Mm-hmm. I would argue, Mechee, my response to this is that we have more power than we give ourselves credit for. Therefore, if we would acknowledge it, then again, oppression becomes obsolete, because the reality is Black people have a lot of power. Though we may not acknowledge it, we might not realize it, the oppression is only as relative as a divided group of people. And so I think by simply just uniting, practicing group economics, becoming one, focusing on one objective, I think these things become less of of an issue. I just see us being more
So
powerful.
let me
than
throw
we
this
are
all
sometimes.
into the same conversation I was going to say. I think
Okay.
that sometimes when you think, or anybody, not you, that they understand the problem, or you have waken up a little bit and realize some things, I think that you don't give grace to people who are not where you are. I think that there are a lot of us that don't understand the position we're in. You have to get, like, we talk. I watch the Lapeef Network. Shout out to them. Y'all be having me dying. I know you don't like, Kayla, that's my girl, but shout out to her. I watch y'all, right?
Which one?
And y'all sit here.
Hold on, which one you say your girl?
Kayla. But y'all sit here. Look. He about to get off the panel. He got to go now. He don't like me no more. So this is the thing, though, right? I hear y'all talk about like relationships and what women.
Yeah,
he doesn't black out on us.
He faded out on.
Don't do us like you do it, the Lapeef Network. Right. So, but look, we do all of this bashing. So let's go back to that too. See, this is the thing. If you have let's be real, okay? We talked about the dial test, right? So what we discovered, and these is facts in psychology, right? Because we are at war. But one of the biggest weapons that's used against us is conditioning of the mind. So understand this: when you are born into the ghetto, when you are born into, before you get out your diaper, somebody is pumping WAP around you. That's all you see are these things. You have this broken home, you have this broken community. Guess what? That dysfunction becomes normal. We think that's life, and we just begin to function in dysfunction. So the thing is, where did all of this start? And a lot of times when we're telling people about the issues, or we expect them to get up and see it, they don't see that it's an issue. They don't know that life is any different than this. They don't think that things are done by design. They think this is just the way that it is. And so you can't expect somebody to get up and fight something when they don't even understand what they're fighting, or that it's something that they need to be fighting, right? And then they get a lot of the propaganda on the news. So we do have the news tell us about all of the police brutality cases they want us to see, right?
This is true.
But I would tell you there are tons that don't get seen that are real police brutality in some extent, but they use it to push the method when it comes to Democratic parties and everything else. It brings money and all of that stuff. But a lot of our people don't understand what's going on. They don't understand what it is they're supposed to be fighting. So to say, just get up and just do it, they don't know where they're supposed to get up from. They don't know what they're supposed to just be doing. They don't even know that where they at is wrong.
So I got a question, Mechee. Are we our own worst enemy, or are white people our worst enemy? And now, I'm just add a caveat, right? And then when I was in the military, I said, always work at the element of control. Yes, you can try to train the president of the United States, but the element of control, the element of control, are we our worst enemy or the white man?
I think it's a combination of both. But no, again, I want to say, because the root of why we're where we are comes from, I want to say the white man. I want to say the government again. I want to go back to the government. I like to use that instead of white supremacy. And so what they've done is so geniusly evil that they have taken the conditioning and they have fed it to us from the time we're born. So therefore they have played a part in where we are. They're the ones that control all the media channels in the station. You're not going to see no record label, see no white boy coming there and country sing about what calling white girls bitches. You're not going to hear any other group of people do that kind of stuff in music. It won't even be allowed. So the media and stuff continues. Not only are we conditioned from birth, and that's a fact, it can be proven with psychological studies. They continue to reinforce the conditioning. So we are our worst enemy, but sometimes to the extent that we don't even realize what we're doing to ourselves, because again, it seems like this is just who we are, and it's normal to us because things have always been this way. So you can't fix something that ain't broken. If black people don't think stuff is broke, there's
Mechee, that's why I said the element of control, right?
And I agree with what you said. Before you go, Logic, let me just say, I agree with what you're saying, Mechee. You're correct in reference to the conditioning, and I have a response to that when Logic's done. Go ahead, Logic.
Yeah, when I mean the element of control, is the level that you can control it at, right? Just say white supremacy is at its all-time high, right? They doing all kind of shit. They control the record labels. They can do all this and stuff, all that, right? But at the end of the day, if we're honest, the element of control, if we want to stop the killings in Chicago, can we not do that?
Could we stop them?
Yeah. If black people wanted to stop the killing in Chicago, could they stop that? Is that the element that they can control?
To some extent.
So is it like a robot chip? Is it like a chip they put in these kids' head and like, you know what I'm saying, like remote control them? Like, I'm serious. They do?
Yes.
No, she's talking about the conditioning.
I went to school for psychology because he's sitting up here, you say people need to be qualified. According to psychology, child's mind is very malleable and moldable. Right. And so if you are not raising your children most of the day, because the average American, let's talk about America, you don't want to talk about race. The average American is off in survival mode. So they go to work every day. They send their kids to an institution called the school, who is just programmed into teaching your children to be more enslaved and oppressed citizens, right? And go out there on a plantation. They called work. They come home, and when they come home at night, they barely have time to spend with their children before they go to sleep. The kids got to do schoolwork, and you go back to work again, right? So really, the parents are not raising their children, and they're being bombarded with this stuff from day one, from violent video games, from movies, music, and everybody in the music and the movies look just like them. So these little boys are being.
Mechee, because you loaded. You be punching fast, man. Okay. I'm from Atlanta now. Look, I'm a little slow. Okay, let me slow it down. Put a country flag on. I got blowed up. You know what I'm saying? I'm slow. You can't look. I got blowed up.
When you feed these babies this all day long from the time they're young, when they actually grow up, Black boys have been conditioned to believe that a man is what they see in the media and in the rap music, right? And the women begin to believe that they're only good for sexual endeavors and they got to show off all their bodies. So this is what we are feeding what is being fed to our communities. So when you're dealing with somebody who got that chip or that programming, it is very hard to stop that. And so
I got this, right? Mm-hmm. My kids is in Chandler, Arizona, right? My nephew is in West End, Atlanta. Two totally different mentalities, right? Both of them are Black. My kids don't listen to rap. They listen to everything but rap. My sons, my daughter, never, ever, ever, ever had anything under B. They enjoy going to school. They love it. My daughter get up early as fuck to go to school, and I just like, what is wrong with you? My nephew on the other end, listen to rap, love Lil Baby, you know what I'm saying? West Side, you know what I'm saying? Love everything that's detrimental, and then you see it all the time. Both of them Black. Two different environments, two different behaviors.
Keyword, environment. Two different environments.
Okay, so two different environments, right? So now, the element of control. That environment is that way because of Black people. Black people make it, and we can bounce back and forth with the government oppressing, because if the agenda was racist agenda, then how is my daughter and son, as in Phoenix, Arizona, not Phoenix, but Chandler, Arizona, able to get away? They're Black. How can they get away with this? How did the white supremacist system not affect them? They're Black.
No, but what you don't understand is that the system, I'm sure, has infected them one way or another, even if it's just the way they think about things, whether they see it. But when we're talking about environment, you speak as though just because we're Black, nobody can ever, it being Black, be out of those situations. I grew up one way, and I've worked very hard, and I put my kids in a different position. So my children are not in the same environment that I was in. And so there's a such thing as nurture or nature. And what you nurture in the environment you put them in also makes a difference. So nobody is saying that every single Black person is going to get beat up by the police. Every single Black person is going to be affected by that music, because some children have parents that can put them in a better environment. Some children have parents who are home more and are not leaving the system to raise their kids because they're working two jobs and they're just never there, right?
So ideally what you're telling me is you can get from under that white supremacy system.
Oh, yeah, no, you cannot, because when it comes down to the root of what it really is, what I'm telling you is that every Black person can't rise up and get out of that, because even though those children may have a better environment, I promise you one day this country gonna remind them that they still a nigga. You think you get away from that? That's why we have police chiefs who have been beat up by their own police when they off duty, when they ain't in uniform. This is why you see people who think that they're wealthy Black, but then they realize they're a nigga when they say the wrong thing, and then they get canceled, but other people won't. Like, there is a way that this country will remind you there was always a house nigga, and he could get away with a lot of shit too, but when it really came down to it, he was reminded he was a nigga if he stepped out of line too much as well.
So you telling me how did I because look, I was a nigga. Like I said, East Lake Meadows, Pool Creek, then I moved to the west side, went into the military. How did I dodge everything that you're saying? Because I said, as I remember through my life,
you didn't dodge it, because you're up here reinforcing things that have been conditioned in your brain. You keep attributing human traits to Black people, so they got your ass too one way or another. I'm just saying.
I'm a house nigga.
No. Because even the field niggas is conditioned. What I'm saying is, even you in the conditioning, you've gotten up out of a certain environment, but you've still bought some of the lies, and you think those are your own thoughts, but they've really been programmed into you. You speak a lot logic in generals, and when you speak about the Black community, you say a lot of things that are actually conditioned that media and everybody else has taught you to believe about the Black community.
So tell me something I say about the Black community is not true.
Oh, when you talk, I'm saying when you talk in generals, like you say, Black people do it and all of this, Black people do that. When you say things about our communities and everything that's going on and how we don't get up to do certain things, I would tell you that that is a stereotype that has been put in your mind by the media, because I work with Black men who we turn dudes in all day to terrorize our community. We do march and protest when they shoot up the babies. I've been there. We do feed our communities. We are helping with literacy and learning stuff. Nobody gives us a platform to promote that.
Okay, I'm gonna give you an example of what I talk about, right? I stay in Tyson, Virginia. I live in a 40-story high-rise. I see people in the elevator all the time drop drugs, cocaine. I know they use drugs. I go check my mail. You'll see the little hookers down there waiting on them to come get them. I see it all the time. You know what I don't see in this building? Violence. I was raised. I saw drugs, prostitutes, saw all that. But what came with that? Violence. See, I'm not saying white people don't do this shit. I understand. I know it firsthand that they probably smoke coke, all that, bigger than Black people do. They're the biggest weed consumers ever. I'm saying they do it. But how can they do the same behavior as Black people and then the environment don't exist? It's different. I don't see this. Why can they smoke their dope and then be civil? Why can they get high as fuck and don't kill each other, don't shoot each other? The same thing with music. I say this on the Lapeef show. How is it that you say white people are the biggest consumer of hip hop, and then their behavior don't translate to their community?
Because the people in the video don't look like them. It's entertainment. When Black people see it, they see themselves. What are you talking about?
So let me.
And wait a minute, can I answer this question?
Go ahead.
Tell me about the crackhead white people and white folks you dealt with in law enforcement, and that the crackheads don't rob too. The white people that do drugs don't commit crime against each other. Come on.
They do. And let me.
They crackheads, but they civil. See, that's that shit you programmed in your brain by the government, because that's not true.
I'm saying,
not true. White criminals do the same shit.
Mechee,
all right, pause. We got a commercial break. Real quick with the super chat break. And you guys are both making valid points, and there's something I want to chime into, and I think it's so important. Let me hit the super chats first. Lisa with the super sticker, thank you so much. Where we go? Hold on, I'm reading backwards. Let me get caught up. It's getting juicy. Crazy Chris. Chat Ninjas in the building, he says. Thank you so much for the super chat.
This is a symbol. Don't wait in the chat for Mechee. Even though she a terrorist, I still love her.
Oh man. Ivy the Great said
that's Nathan people, them the terrorists.
That's true. We got some blue terrorists. That's a fact. That is a cold fact. Ivy the Great says there were rich black folks in the 1920s, 1930s, etc. That's true. That's true.
They laughing like you laughing like you popped your collar like you said some shit. We know that. They're called outliers, meaning those are a fanful, but it doesn't apply to the whole. What the fuck? Y'all be saying some shit like y'all be so smart, y'all dumb. Y'all be dropping gems in they fucking rocks. Like that don't even make no sense. Yeah, it was rich black people back then. So what? And the same rich black people in the 1920s was cooning on slaves, and they was getting in along with the white man just like the ones that do it now. Please stop. Please stop. I hate when y'all take one person to justify the whole of everybody.
You know, it's funny you say that, Mechee. I feel the same way when people scream about like Philando Castile. I try to tell people, yes, that has happened, but this is not the norm, right? So to your point, I agree. All right, I like shout out to LaShawn Tech Locks. Thank you so much for the super chat, $20 super chat. Thank you so much, my dear. I really appreciate it. Miss Ed sends her $3 super chat. Thank you so much, and also a member of the channel. Shout out to all the members, you guys. I really appreciate all of the support. Ivy the Great said Bill Cosby and OJ. I think he was making fun of Logic. Dub Will says, Mechee, how do we beat or destroy white supremacy? That's Mechee got the answer for you. Trust me. Mechee, you want to answer that? What's your thoughts on that? How do you defeat white supremacy? Beat or destroy, he said. What are your thoughts? I know that's a long explanation.
To give that answer on Nathan's channel.
That is true. You got
code. No.
give us the safe non-get your channel flag.
Yes. I will give you solutions because I get tired of hearing people always bash what's wrong with us, but then don't offer no solutions. If you ask them what are the solutions, they can't get to them, and that tells you they can't really define the problem. That's why they can't give you a solution. If you can define the problem, then once you figure out A plus B, then you can tell me what it equals, right? And so most people that don't have solutions don't really know what the problem is. So what I would say is that first and foremost, Black people need to begin to remove themselves from these systems that keep us oppressed. So we need to begin to teach our own children. People might be offended, but the civil rights movement was dumb to me. All it did was make room for immigrants, right? And everybody else to have laws to do more things in this country. I'm not understanding as Black people why we fought so hard for white people who hated us to make us a cheeseburger. It's probably some booger or some spit in it. Why do you want to force them to cook for you? Why did we force them, once being free, to take our babies back and be their educator? Like, that was stupid. Why would we do that, right? So as Martin Luther King said, the speech they don't give you all the time, that he integrated his people into a burning house. We still in that burning house. So I think that we should begin to remove ourselves from that space and begin to create our own structures. We have plenty of people that have started Black schools. I tell people where they are all the time. So it's not like these structures aren't created. What I find is that we're so conditioned that white is right that we don't want to put our kids in these schools, right? We want to keep them in the public school because we think that's the best education, even though your son keep bringing home F's and nobody's paying him no attention. And he in the 4th grade and they keep pushing him along and he still can't read, right? But you think the white school is still okay. I think that we need to learn how to make money. And when I talk about making money, there's plenty of money that can be made online. It is way easier to start a business today than it has ever been before. I have owned brick and mortars and I have owned online businesses. Let me tell you, they're work, but it's also something that is more possible today for you to run a business than ever, right? And this is the thing Black people don't get. Stop always stamping your business Black owned because there's only so many of us. And guess what? Black people is going to support you even if you don't say you're black owned, if you have a good product, shit, slap a white person on the front, they gonna buy. And that's the sad truth, right? But this is the thing. Why every time we start a business, we just go siphon more money out of our communities? Why don't you ever get products and sell it to everybody? Why don't you ever go get money and siphon it out of the white communities, the Asian communities? Give them some stuff they buy too and project it to everybody, not just one group of people, right? So there's a way to become financially free. And the reason you need to do that is because if you're on a plantation in struggle mode, you're working every day, you can't raise your kids. You can't teach them how to go to homeschool and learn about things they should know instead of the system that they put them in school. You can't take the time to understand even how we're being attacked to begin to even fight against it, right? You need to control what you watch. One of the simplest but hardest solutions I give people is take the TV out your home. Stop watching TV. Watch TV selectively. Decide what you feed your brain and feed your children, right? Stop watching TV and just letting it mindlessly tell you what to believe. Because whether you think so or not, that TV is programming you with subliminals all the damn time, right? And so stop watching TV. Stop buying into any of these systems. Learn how to create our own, right? Get you some land. Learn how to grow some food. People might think this is extreme, but I feel like we're a group of people who are not really big. There's a number of us and it's growing, but we're not big on survival. We're not big on 2A and carrying a gun. We are worried about the gun crimes in our community, but how about getting a gun and being skilled with that gun, right? It's your Second Amendment right and you should practice it every day. Do we have our lives set up to where if the government took something from us tomorrow, like the food's on the shelf in the grocery store, if they cut your power off for 30 days and told you it was some breaker they couldn't fix, if NASA sent a fucking weather, because NASA can control weather, and tore up your city with some stuff you never seen before, because NASA created it. These are all facts. Google is your friend. Are you prepared to live for 30 days without power, without lights? What about no cell phone towers? Like there's a way around that. It's called you can get solar cell phones, right? That goes up, that get them with the solar panel, that it doesn't have anything to do with the towers that they have. Do you have radios? Take care of yourself? Do you know how to fix somebody if they wounded? Can you feed yourself without any power? Do you have any damn generators? Do you even understand what survival means? Because we're always the last to be prepared, but the first to be affected in all of these situations. And so I would tell Black people to begin to pick your household up. I don't even want you to save the community. Just save yourself. Look at your household. Begin to do things to bring your kids out of these systems. Do things to get yourself off the plantation of work every day so that you have time to discover and open your mind to what's really going on, right? And invest your money in the things that are going to allow you to be more self-sufficient. Like how many of y'all in this live know how to grow some food? In 6 weeks, could you feed yourself if it was nothing on the shelf? And y'all think that couldn't happen, but it's happened. We watched it happen. Yep, right? We watched it happen. And so even with natural disasters, those things happen all the time. Katrina or anything else, and you can't get to the store or all the shit is gone. That happens all the time. And again, remember, NASA creates weather. I'm a firm believer that this country will still murder people for their land. And so they will fuck your place up with a natural disaster and they will call it gentrification later and then come buy it up after they've killed everybody under the guise of this natural disaster created by NASA, right? So this enemy and the thing that the government does is really deep. And so unless you have the time to understand the matrix and fight back against it, I don't know what else you're going to do. And I would tell you my ultimate goal, I would say, would be, if we want to be free, I'm going to say this in the nice possible way because Nathan don't like when I say this on his channel and he wants to change my words around.
Yes, but that's right.
Government is our enemy, y'all. Okay? And if you want to deal with the enemy, you cannot go to the enemy to fix the things they're doing to you. This is why I don't agree with politics all the way, because that system has been set up by the same people who want to hold us in these categories so that they can keep getting rich off the poor people, right? And so that's our real enemy. So I'm not going to say it the way I normally say it, but you would have to deal with this government. You would have to dismantle this government, and you would have to force them to create a brand new government that is actually for the people, by the people, for us to see real change. If y'all not ready to do that, just put Band-Aids on your wounds and just find a way to keep living in this country, because that's the ultimate answer. The government got to go.
That's...
I hate you. He like, look, she said that. I did not say this.
But you're right. The threat is the problem is the government. And they're not doing a lot. Unfortunately, you have some people who work in the government with good intentions. You have a lot that don't have good intentions. The reality is the people need to learn how to protect themselves better. There's a couple of things you said I want to touch on, but I definitely agree with a lot of it. Let me finish going through the super chats. I have someone put another question in here.
We done ran logic off, so I would just say it's your show, so it's up to you. But it's a whole lot of people in the chat got something to say. And yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, you more than welcome to let them come up. People like She Not Even Black. What her daddy name? Somebody said I gotta rethink my NASA point. Anthony J. Do you know?
Yeah, y'all want to come up?
NASA creates weather. I'm not stupid, motherfucker. I ain't come on here just saying anything.
I do have someone. LA, I'm gonna bring you up. Let me finish these super chats. LA, I'm gonna bring you up. While Logic is putting his brew together, I have someone who had a thing. Let me go through here real quick. I saw these. Again, thank you so much, LaShawn. Thank you so much, Miss Ez. I really appreciate it. She's also my moderator. She's always holding it down. And where are we at? Okay. Thank you, Sharice McNeil, for the $10 super chat. She says, teach. What she say? Teach and tell them, Mechee. My D girl for sure. My D girl. I mean, she must be from Detroit, right? Detroit girl for YouTube. Detroit girl.
Oh, she's from the hood.
I am from the
hood. Go get your ass a passport. Go get out. Travel for sure. For sizzle, my nizzle.
What Joseph say? Joseph Major, thank you so much for the follow super chat. Says, not to be rude, but Mechee makes a lot of liberal and victim-based arguments.
Let me tell you something. Let me respond to that. That's all part of the conditioning and matrix. That's why these people are genius, because they've conditioned us to a point where the people who are conditioned, the rest of y'all don't see it. So of course that's the way it's supposed to be. If we attack each other and if we think that everything we're saying is victimhood, that means that their weapon has been very effective, because that's the thing about conditioning. You think these are your thoughts. You think you're doing what you want to do when it's actually been conditioned in you and it's not really your own doing. And so, people can say what they want to say. What I would say to folks who say that is, what degree in psychology do you have? Everything I said have been facts, baby, and studies say all of this about human behavior. And so go read Pavlov's dogs, my nigga. Young people. Don't let my ghetto fool you, baby. I got 2 degrees. I'm not speaking out of opinion.
Hey, Mechee, I got a question. Do you know a guy by the name of Mr. Let It Go?
Yes, and I can't stand his funny looking self. That nigga look like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle.
Oh my God. I ain't mean to go like that. He said he's an emotional attachment coach. Right? See,
he a nigga on YouTube trying to get paid.
See, you keep it focused. Y'all like you sometimes. See, you know what?
That's what I be saying. Y'all be missing out. Mechee be having me cracking up.
No, he said that on the P Talk, so he an emotional attachment coach. And I said, nigga, what qualifies you for this shit? I read 70 books, just like a nigga. See, I hate, this is what I'm saying, right? And I'm willing to listen to anybody. And I can tell you got a solid foundation, right? Most of the stuff you say, I totally align with. I say that, you know what, right now, this whole gender war that's going on, I say, you know what, we're fighting each other, but we're really not fighting each other. We really fighting the laws. The laws is here and it's implemented, and it right now is just, for most part, through equity and all this other bull crap, our women is the target. So we going against our women. I said, no, you know what? What's holding her up? It's laws. So I agree with you about this, but I'm gonna tell you something, right? I'm looking in property in Wyoming, right? I'm in DC now. I will be stacked on top of somebody. The average land size out here is the average, you know what I'm saying, housing size is, damn, I think what it was, 1,000 square feet. The average square property size in Wyoming is over 3 acres. So I'm like, I tell people, I said, you know what, I'm out of here. I said, you understand, by the end of the year, as soon as this thing kind of subside or whatever, I'm gone. I don't want to, everything you said, garden, right? What do the black niggas that we say that don't do nothing wrong, that have no accountability, what do they say to the Mr. Logic gardener that want to grow his own food? What do the typical or majority of black niggas say to that, Mr. Logic?
They're going to tell you whack for growing a garden. They're going to teach you something. Yeah.
Right. What do the black women say to Mr. Logic? And I say, I'm going to Wyoming.
Well, one of them might want to go with you. I don't know. What do the women say?
They said, there ain't no Starbucks there. You know, I need my Frappuccino. What a mall at. See, the thing is even though I agree with you 100% of your talking points, but we are our worst enemies. We limit ourselves. Ain't nobody forcing these dudes to go and stack on top of each other in New York. Well, ain't nobody going to New York no more. Houston, Atlanta, Dallas, DC. Nobody is forcing them. They're doing it on their own. The same way is nobody forcing them to pick up that gun and pistol whip somebody. They're doing it on their own. And even though I agree with your points, but the thing is I disagree with you at the level of control. I think all our problems is at our level of control. If we wanted to, that bat that's in Chicago as a mayor that constantly watch your city destroy itself, you heard? They just, I mean, Chicago just pulled some Steph Curry MVP numbers.
Yeah. 55
and 11. Right? No mayor said nothing about it. But guess what? Something happened. Guess let Jesse Smollett or whatever put a fake noose around his neck. Then all of them jumping out. Like I said, the problems can be fixed because they happen at our level. And deep down inside, Mechee, you know that after the FBA?
No.
ADOS?
I don't like Tariq. I don't do that bullshit.
Oh, what?
ADOS. I would say ADOS, yes.
Oh, you don't like nobody.
No, I would say they don't like me, and I just don't give a fuck.
Well, you don't like him. You don't like the Ninja Turtle emotional attachment coach.
Well, Tariq be coming for me and my children. He's a hustler and he's disrespectful, so I give him all the disrespect he give. No, Mr. Let Go. He be saying the craziest stuff. He get on my nerves. We used to be friends. I don't know if he don't know we ain't friends.
I mean, I think this officially means y'all ain't friends no more.
Hold up, but Mechee, wait, I got one thing, Nathan.
Go ahead.
Mechee, is you bashing Mr. Let It Go?
Am I bashing him? No, I just said I don't like him.
Mechee, you got severe criticism. And if you see it, tell me what
severe? No, it's not severe. I'm gonna give you severe criticism. No, funky ass nigga ain't making no money. He got that fake ass chain on his neck. He looked like a motherfucking Ninja Turtle. See, this is bashing. He looked like a Ninja Turtle. He always said he do. He ain't got no goddamn relationship himself. He just wants somebody he can control because he insecure as fuck himself. That's my opinion. But I didn't say none of that. What I said is that he is not licensed and he on YouTube trying to make money. See, I have friends who are relationship counselors, and his opinion is very ridiculous to an accredited person. So that,
and you know what, Mechee? You know what I would say to you? I would say, amen. I agree. But you still got to understand what you said is true, but it's still severe criticism.
It's not. It wasn't severe the first time.
Yes, it was. The first time you say you look like a Ninja Turtle.
Some people think Ninja Turtles is cute. Whatever.
See, that's what I was talking about earlier. Accountophobia, Logic.
Okay, fine. I would severely bash him. I would take my accountability. Give it to me. Fine.
There you go.
No, Mechee. Keep going. You're good.
You're good. If it's an honest observation, right? You know, someone said I got a milk dud head. What can I say?
Yeah.
What can I say? Shout out. Look, listen, before we go further, I got this brother. He's been waiting. L.A. Thorn. Before you go, let me finish. Let me finish the super chats. They're gonna kill me. They're gonna kill me. First of all, I want to stop and say thank you guys so much. We are at 289 watching. That is truly, truly a blessing. I'm so grateful. I know the other 100 of them is Mechee followers. So I know that.
They terrorists.
Hey. Y'all hear this? They said y'all we terrorists, y'all. See how they do us?
Kimberly Lewis.
Don't be in our chat or we blocking their ass when I go.
I heard that. Kimberly Lewis says, "Love Mechee. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you so much. Mechee is amazing." Shout out to Logic for agreeing to do this stream tonight. We knew it was going to be fun. I told you he's a whole clown and a half. So shout out to you, Kimberly. Thank you so much for the super chat. Truly a blessing. Michelle Anderson, thank you for the 10 super chat. Again, this goes back to what we tell ourselves. Other nations recount what they conquer and build. We tell our kids about slavery and oppression. That is interesting. That is interesting. We have to go, but we have to come back to that. That is very interesting.
You look a little on the other side, though.
Listen. She might be really light skinned. She might be really light.
She might be, you know, till I get a tan, I might get confused in the photos.
Yeah.
But I still disagree with her ass, even if she was dark as you, Nate.
Oh, my bad. Hey, you're right. I'm sorry, ma'am. I did not mean to bash you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not mean to meet you.
Leave Michelle alone.
I'm the third for bashing. No.
But you know, the idea though, I think I agree with what Michelle is saying though. We it's not that we forget history. It's not that we don't acknowledge it and acknowledge the pain, acknowledge the trauma, acknowledge all of it. I'm not saying we don't do that. But at some point in time, we have to accept the fact that it's been well documented, well examined, and then we have to take that information and build on it. All I'm saying is we got to take it. I'm not saying forget it, me. I'm saying we got to take it, build. That's all I'm saying. At some point in time, you got to move forward with the path.
People be mad at you when you say this stuff and you are not ADOS. Let me tell you why. Because what you're saying to those of us that have lived here, and you're like, can we get off teaching our kids this? I want to say, from being a person that is tied to the slavery and our ancestors in this country, I want you to know that we are all just starting to begin to understand the truth about slavery. We have not been told the truth. So there are lots of things that we are just beginning to understand. When we hear about slavery, we always thought Black people just, you know, you got raped. If you was a girl, they was mean to you and they made you pick cotton. Well, slavery was so much more than that, right? And so we ourselves as ADOS are beginning to just wake up not too long ago to the truths of these things. So we are just coming to some realizations. And as we see the truths, we see how some of those things correspond and still exist today. So, you know, to say that it's well documented, that's not true. This country has lied to us. This is why they will give you Martin Luther King's "I Had a Dream," but they won't give you Malcolm X, or they won't tell you that Martin Luther King's last speech was, "I've integrated my people into a burning house," and that's why they killed them. See, our history has not been well documented.
They do tell you that.
They tell you that. But my thing is this. I'm not disagreeing with the lies. Yes, this is true. What I'm saying is, whose responsibility is it? And I think, again, this conversation always segues back into white people are responsible for fixing the problem, right? Like someone else is responsible. Though someone may have caused the problem, are we in a position to say they are responsible for fixing it? If they decide they don't want to fix it, okay, then what?
No,
so my
I don't want them to fix it. Absolutely.
But you don't. But that's not the sentiment that gets brought across when we have these conversations. It can be misconstrued that we want somebody else to fix the problems.
Well, this country does owe us reparations. But
I agree 100%.
I got one question. What the hell is ADOS?
African descendants of slaves.
No, see, don't. That's why y'all gotta be quiet, disrespecting our shit, Nathan. Now you.
I'm just messing.
What is it?
It's American descendants of slavery.
He just said that.
No, I said African. I was messing with it.
Oh, American descendants.
That was a spark test. It was a spark test.
No, it wasn't.
All right, hold on, LA. I see you, brother. Raw be privileged. Thank you so much. To support the content, share and drop a coin. Absolutely. I'm behind on the chat. Joe Thompson said, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, so after we rebuild Black Wall Street, what happens when it's destroyed again? America is not designed to be segregated. That's deep. That's deep.
But it's segregated all the time. You a lie. Going to somebody's territory, or the Jews in the middle of New York. There's a whole territory, and all you see is curly Qs and black hats. Don't fuck with them. Don't walk in they shit. Man, Asian communities, are you playing? We're segregated everywhere. We the only ones want to mix with everybody.
No, I go to Asian community, and I definitely give me that El Gabi. I go always to the Korean store and get the El Gabi. So, and I ain't never got segregated. I walk up.
No. I didn't say you can't go out there. I'm saying, but if you go to people's communities, their cultures, their grocery stores where they live, you see a lot of cultures that are predominantly in an area, and they will take themselves there. So they do have some. Every other group kind of does segregate.
Everybody does it. Why can't we do it? Why can't we do it?
The thing is, we don't do it and capitalize. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, LA. Let me go ahead because I got brothers. I got people big in the back. So
no, I'm sorry.
I was going to
hold on. What'd you say, Mechee?
I said, let me just say this real quick. Don't let Monica on. Monica is a transgender woman who just wants to come on. As soon as you put her on, she is going to begin to spew cuss words and tell me how I ain't black. But Monica's not even a woman, but she believes that every day. Monica follows me everywhere, so don't waste your time letting Monica
Understood. Monica, out of respect for my guest.
Monica's not gonna respect you. He gonna come on here and get the cussing and talking crazy as soon as you let him on.
All right, sound good to me. Monica, I'm about to drop you down. So go ahead, LA. Go ahead with your point. If you have a question for Mechee X or my guest Logic, go ahead. Sorry for keeping you waiting. We wanted to get them to get the.
It's all good, Nathan. I want to thank you for having me on, man.
Yes, sir.
But my point is to madam is that the reason why black people aren't owed reparations for slavery is for two primary reasons. One, unlike the Japanese, black people during slavery were not citizens. The Japanese, when they got reparations, they were citizens of the United States. That's part of the legal argument. Two, black people also own slaves. Look at Sherrod Bryant, who was one of the wealthiest people, who also owned $25,000 minimum at the time worth of slaves. There's also dozens, if not thousands, of other black slave owners that also got reparations after the Civil War. So even in fact, they did get paid reparations. If you want to go to the actual source, you have to go back to Africa and ask the African countries, the African tribes that sold your ancestors, my ancestors, everyone who claims to be a descendant of slaves, they're, whoever sold them out. And believe it or not, they were sold for, mirrors. They were sold for umbrellas, dozens for trinkets.
But I got a question for you, player.
Now,
was it wrongdoing?
Sorry?
Was it wrongdoing? Was it
wrong for them?
What?
They were doing what it was the African slaves. The African slave trade in Africa, or what are you talking about, sir?
Was it any wrongdoing into the whole slave trade?
He's saying
the slave trade was wrong.
Okay, so it was wrongdoing, right?
Yeah, everyone engaged in it. From the Arabs to to blacks, whites.
Okay. Would you agree also that it was wrongdoing with? And I don't know, with the Japanese. They kind of asked for it. So you know what I'm saying? Now, if they kind of asked for it, they attacked, right? You know what I'm saying? America responded. Was it overboard? Yeah, just like that police officer punched that black chick in the face. But guess what? It is what it is. But if they get reparations, if the Jews get reparations, you telling me that black people don't
Thank you, Logic. See, me and Logic gonna tag team you on this. We agree, because how we didn't cause the Holocaust to Jews, but we paying them reparations. Boy, stop.
All right. So let's just say you get reparations, right? First and foremost,
you get them, you don't want
you're gonna
your
have to be
check, right?
paying taxes on that. No. It's gonna be counted as income to the United States government. Second of all, the money that's going to need to be printed in order to give you reparations is going to devalue those reparations, making it less than what you would normally have if you actually went out and got yourself a business and got your own reparations.
Why are you so angry though? It's a conversation.
No, I'm just saying, like. All right.
Y'all be serious. Okay, can I give y'all an example? Y'all don't want to talk about history.
All right, LA. I appreciate you, brother. You got a second question?
He's cooning, and we've been dealing with coon since the plantation. So maybe you don't know this because you're Jamaican, Nate. But let me tell you something. We've been dealing.
I'm not Jamaican, man. I'm not Jamaican at all, man.
He is. I said Nathan. You don't listen.
I'm not
Nathan
Jamaican,
is
man.
Jamaican. So he's not ADOS, and I'm explaining to him why we call people coons. See, this part of our history, and cooning has been embedded deep. These is the black folks that was all up there kissing master ass and telling them how they wrong, and they don't deserve an extra piece of cornbread tonight because they didn't pick the fucking cocktail. This sir is who is on the live right now.
You call me a coon?
Not you, Logic. You talking. I agree with you.
All right, LA. I appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna drop you down. I got a couple more people in the back. Thank you for the question, man. It was an interesting question.
I think if a coon exists, I think he's the closest thing to a coon.
Well,
so
thank you.
I don't believe it. I don't believe in a coon, but I'm just saying his argument was flawed. I mean, and if you want to realize, you look at history of how reparations passed out. That's it. That's the standard. You know what I'm saying? You look at the standard. I agree that it should be, you know what I'm saying? We should have got it. I think we should have got it a long time ago. But for him to say we don't deserve it because some dumbass owned slaves too, but goddamn, I mean, you know what? I ain't gonna worry about it.
I was down at the thing when he said we wasn't considered American citizens. That's all part of being slaves. They equated us to dogs. So what that got to do with anything?
No, the reparations need to. The thing about reparations that bothers me the most is that one, that they have the money to do it and they haven't done it. They're capable of doing it. I believe they don't want to do it, and I don't think they are going to do it. That's my issue with reparations. I think the conversation, it keeps. There have been a lot of people who've put together the documentation to prove why reparations needs to be administered right to the people, and all I hear is excuses. I think the last thing I heard, they are having a congressional meeting about it, and they're like, "Hey, we want to." This congressional meeting is to talk about how it needs to happen or the research into why it needs to happen. And the question is, what research
at 13.6%, we definitely can get some form of reparations. It's not impossible. They full of shit. Like I said, there's other ways you can do it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I say, like, you know what? First off, you need to get these institutions. Damn, I sound like a Adidas nigga. I mean, what is it?
I think you be watching my shows. You sound like you be in my audience. Go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
No. You can tell you why. You tell you why I say that, because I'm speaking for my military benefits. I'm 100% disabled, so I pay no property taxes. I get my kids can get college for free. So I'm saying that if we sit here and you can give it to veterans,
brother, got that TRICARE.
Yeah, I mean, my tax, I don't got to pay for tax. Oh no, well, Virginia kind of slimy. They make me pay for. I only get one of them free. But it's certain things that you can. Hey, this nigga looking like goddamn Kid and Play. All right, I ain't gonna hurt nobody. But it's certain things that, like I said, it don't have to be like that guy was an idiot. It doesn't have to be cash.
Thank you, Logic. That's what I was gonna say. I think reparations for Black people is more than cash.
Yeah, it's incentives.
Has to be.
Yeah, we have to have program. See, and this is why I think they'll never touch the reparations. Because to be honest, if you could give a check to Black people, all we're going to do in our conditioning is go give it right back to the economy, feed it. In about 5 years, we'll all be broke. We're not going to put our money together and build our communities, right? And then what's going to happen is they're going to say, well, we gave you the reparations. You didn't build yourself up. See, that's your fault. Reparations is repairing the damage. That's the definition, since Logic like to look up definitions. So you have to prepare.
Don't come at me, because that's why I literally compared it. No, I literally compared it to what, Mechee X?
I agree with you. I'm just saying.
No. Wait. Because what did I compare it to, Mechee X?
I don't know what you compared.
I compared it to my disabled veteran benefits. And if you look at why they give people that disabled veteran benefit, is to what again, Mechee?
Right, to
repair the damage.
Right, and that's what I'm saying reparations is. And if you get into a study for Black people, the reparations goes deeper, because if you can say these systems oppress us, that means now you got to restructure all these systems if we really talked about it. And I don't think the government wants to go there.
It's not the government don't want to go there. It's that who we have negotiating on our behalf.
That's right.
These retards, all they asking for cash payments. And like I said, that would be the worst thing we can get. Like I said, if you give Black people tax-free, like tax-free on their properties, you know what I'm saying? Do you know how you can leverage that when you buy your house?
Yeah.
Knowing that you ain't got to pay no taxes.
Right. That's the type of stuff they should be able to have an advantage, especially with gentrification, because they owe us that. If you go to Detroit now, for the people who do own their homes, they actually raise the taxes ridiculously compared to the price of these houses. Black people have owned them for years, but they can't afford the taxes now, and that's how they pushing them all out so people could come in and take their homes. So yes, they owe us a lot more than a check.
Well, pause real quick, because earlier you made a statement and you said that if we just give the check away, then we're gonna spend it back in the economy. We're not gonna create any real change. Now, Mechee, I'm gonna be honest. If I say that, because I agree with that, I've said that before, and people try to come for my neck. See, this is what we're talking about earlier when me and Logic were saying that just because you might be married to a white person, you might be mixed, or you might your parents might be from another country. You hear whatever the circumstances, the facts are the facts, no matter who's telling it. When I say it, people don't want to hear it from me. You said the same thing I said, and they wanted to drag me for it. But the reality is that's just the truth. Yeah. Because if you don't fix up here, then reparations doesn't mean anything. You have to. It has to be an effort that happens in tandem. You have to work on the mentality as well as the rebuilding, right? As well as providing and giving money and educating. You just can't talk about reparations and not discuss the cultural problems that are taking place within the community. Those things also have to be addressed, because they're all one and the same. If you don't change the mentality and the thinking, then we're just going to put ourselves back in a hole, in my personal opinion. But before we dive any deeper into that, I can see the thoughts.
No, I agree with you. I agree.
Okay, but you see when she agrees,
no,
she's
I wouldn't be mad at you for saying that. It's some of the other stuff you say. I'd be like, he better be glad he fine, because I swear to God, there was some fucking bullshit.
I don't know what he said. That's crazy. I think for the most part, he holds back. And I hold back a lot.
And no, Nathan is good. I just think sometimes he'll make, like, he says a lot, like, Black people are no pressure, just get up. When you say that, it's like,
well, you know why?
I got a question for you, Mechee, to see how honest you is.
All right, wait, before you ask her that. Joe Thompson said, thank you so much, Joe, again. Definitely sponsor the stream. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you for that green.
For the green, matching green. He said, not once has she recommended our sisters to stop divorcing their husbands or encourage marriage before you carry. I'm not gonna speak for Mechee, but I agree. First of all, I can speak for Mechee on this. Mechee believes in pro-family. We're all pro-family. We know that family is important. If we don't fix family, if we don't fix that core family, I promise you we're gonna continue to have more problems. Family is absolutely important. Black families are important. Men staying in the homes, women staying in the homes, everybody staying together, right? This is not a man. I don't like to get into the man's fault, woman's fault. I think two people coming together need to be mature. They need to handle business and understand that what they're doing is for legacy. And if you want to help fix the problem, maintaining, being a solid man, being a solid woman, and maintaining your home and raising children properly and healthy and having a healthy marriage or a healthy relationship is what's going to help the community. Everybody can do their own part in their own home. That's what I'll say to that. Because I know we can get into this.
Nathan,
I do want to say something though really quick.
The problem is, Nathan, is that family legacies, legacy is only good for one generation. Family legacy is good for multiple generations to come.
Okay.
The problem is that we have this concept of family legacy. Legacy, leave these kids this money, leave this, this, and this. But see, I'm with what he said, but what he missed is we need to also expand our families. The reason we're getting ran through so much is because now our families is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And now, like I said, I know I came up, you know what I'm saying? I knew somebody with 10 kids.
Yeah.
And guess what happened? Nobody fucked with that person. It's a level of security, it's a level of safety, it's a level of power, and then now it's also a level of influence that you have in numbers.
Yes.
They got us so jacked up now that we saying, oh yeah, you know what, family getting married or whatever. You know what? The only reason you get married to a woman, and they're gonna get mad at me for saying this, so don't get triggered. But guess what? You get married for a piece of pussy. And you get married for that piece of pussy to what? To reproduce. And then now they got us so fucked up in their head that now they got niggas scared to bust nuts. Supposed to reproduce. If you believe in the Bible, guess what? God said what? Hey, he made man, he made woman, and the first commandment he gave them is be fruitful and multiply. That means he said bust nuts. Now we got a system, we got a society that prevent us from multiply, but who benefit from us not multiplying? The government. Because if you look at the timeline, when family size went down, government went up. So, Mechee, to fix your problem about the government, you know what my solution is, Mechee?
What?
Bust nuts.
Mechee would have said the same thing, but more eloquently.
No, I just wanted to say, no, I'm gonna point out something nobody even saw. You know, that's what I do. I just be analyzing everything. I think that what Joe did is something we need to stop doing as a whole. Now, we're on a panel and it's only so much a person can say. So when they ask, when you said, what are the solutions? I'm just addressing the things that we were talking about in that moment. Of course, I'm not going to be able to say everything that I've said, but instead of him hearing what I said or saying, well, what about this? Or what do you think as it, he automatically comes with, let me find the negative or the one thing she didn't say for me to talk some junk. And you pay $5 to do it. So thank you for that. We appreciate it. But my thing is, Mechee was married for 15 years, baby. Okay. I have children. I am a great mother. I believe in family very much. And if you ever watch my content, you would know that if we understand the weapons, that the destruction of the Black family is one of the biggest weapons next to the conditioning, right? And so if we really want to fight that issue, I will agree with you and say it in a different way, Logic, that we need to begin to focus on creating Black families. You should make Black babies on purpose. That's why you shouldn't be with that white person. You should create Black families and create Black children as a way to fight against the fact that destroying our families is a weapon. So how do you counteract against that weapon? You go do the opposite, but you got to first recognize it's a weapon. So
you agree with me, Mechee?
I do. I agree with some of the stuff you say.
Can you say after me? Bust nuts. Wait. Why you can't say, why you can't just be see, look.
I want to hear her say it. I want to hear how it sounds when she say it. Hold on. Everybody quiet. Everybody quiet. Quiet on the set.
Everybody gotta be quiet. I feel like the student. Do you know the answer? Repeat after me.
Repeat after me.
Time to say, he gonna put the camera on me. If you want to save the Black race, everybody, get with a Black person and bust more nuts to have babies, y'all.
Oh my God, y'all are silly. Hold on, before we go, let me Lane, thank you so much. My Lois Lane, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Also, member of the channel. Thank you always supporting, always here every stream, just like all the other members. Thank you guys so much for the support. As you know, we're having such a great time on the stream. Who would have thought I'd have two powerhouse personalities on the stream at one time?
That's actually agreeing on things. I'm surprised. I'm about to go to Mechee channel, become a member. And every time she go live, I'm gonna say, "Goddamn."
Put some acorns in the chat. Put some acorns in the chat.
Let's see how your chat cooperate. Hey, chat ninjas, please drop them nuts in the chat.
No. I'm not monetized, so you can't subscribe to my channel. I can't get no cash, no super chats, or nothing. They say I say stuff I ain't supposed to say.
I figured out a way. I know you got some kind of programs around. I'll figure out a way to support you.
Please, you guys at the moderators, if you can drop Mechee's link as well. You guys, you know, I'm a big supporter of her channel. She's a big supporter of my channel. Please drop her link. Please go and check out her content. They doing her wrong over there on her side of the street. Listen, let me get my new guest up. Hey, brother, sorry. Thank you for being so patient. Miss Watchman, I see you. I'm gonna bring you up, sis. And Mr. Mustafa, I'm gonna bring you up. Sorry for the wait, you guys. We're just having such a good time. What's your question for us, brother? I've seen you before on the channel, I think, right? I think the glasses threw me off a little bit.
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
Songs right now with them glasses on.
Hey, man, no, I love the conversation. Fully support, you know, Black independence and so on and so forth. I'm iffy on the affirmative, not the affirmative, the reparations, just because of affirmative action and all the other Black or race-based programs that we already have. So you might have to subtract what we already done, but sure, man, get your whatever reparations you need.
Hold up, hey, wait, is you ADOS?
No, I'm Cuban, dude.
All right, we ain't talking to you then. Nigga. We don't talk to ADOS niggas. You know what I'm saying? ADOS in this bitch.
No, but you know, let's be real. Let's be real. There's no amount of money. There's nothing they can do to repair the atrocities, right? What was done was completely sick. Now, granted, I think when we look at slavery, you know, we have to remind people all the time, though my family were dropped off early on the ship, right? I was also a descendant of slaves.
Yep.
Right. So we gotta stop.
But not over here. You go to Jamaica with that shit.
No, but we're not asking in our country for reparations.
You know what?
I'm right. What I'm saying is we distant slave cousins, right?
Hey, look, this was Mechee really said. After we do all the split up, right? She said we want our extra $5. We want it. Hey, all we gotta do is give up $5 to make sure Nathan get his cut.
Thank you.
She want her 5.
I deserve it. Listen, I've had to put up with a lot out here too. I need at least 5% of what's coming down the pipe.
I need some of my reparations, Nathan.
I need about 5%. I need about 5%.
You could get 10%.
Thank you, Mechee. Thank you. Where'd my brother go? Okay.
I'm here.
All right, what you got? What you got? You got to but no,
I just wanna. There's just one question, you know, since I'm the Cuban guy, I gotta know, Mechee, are you a capitalist or a socialist?
I'm both.
Porque, I mean, why?
Because when we talk about society and race, I believe that everything is supposed to be equal in this country, even levels. But I also know that this country runs on capitalism, right? And so I understand that money is power. And so I very much make money off society in this country. I wish more Black people would understand how the game is played, because understanding capitalism actually would help us rise up out of some of the situations we're in, but we don't understand it and we don't play the game of capitalism. So I'm not against capitalism, but at the same time too, I think that if this country was more of a fair place, like there shouldn't be veterans that come back from war and they're homeless. Like there shouldn't be.
No, that's not true.
Okay, let me finish though. I'm just saying, even if it's the homeless people, I'm saying people ain't hungry. People are hungry. People can't get certain health care, things like that. Like society should be good for our people. You go to other countries, we lock people up in cages. We have most of the prisoners in the world in our prisons, and we treat them like animals. And when they come out, we're surprised, right? I don't know why. But I think that we should make society more even and equal for everybody to live and it to be fair. There's no reason that it shouldn't be, but we don't live in that society, right? And what I'm not going to do is stay down in the dirt because another motherfucker don't understand capitalism. By the way, I have a network if y'all want to go subscribe. You know what I'm saying? I sell all kind of shit online. Holla at me. So I'm both. I'm not against it. I wish more Black people would become capitalists.
Okay, so Mechee, so I want to say this, right?
Yep.
Check out Mechee's channel, you guys.
The thing is that we should be none of that shit. We should be pro-policy. We should be able to evaluate everything that's beneficial to us. The thing is we fall into that system when we start picking all these socialist capitalists. No, we said fuck all that and say what is best for me. And then we fail to do that. We play into their game when we start aligning with these imaginary teams, which they at the end of the day, they high five and goddamn taking shots. And we out here saying, oh, fucking, I'm a conservative. Oh my God. No, fuck all that. What do the paperwork say? Like I say all the time, I tell people to read the paperwork. Go to whitehouse.gov and then make sure you subscribe and you can get all executive orders, you can get all the bills. And then now just don't look at it and read the first page. Actually read it. I was saying something to somebody about Donald Trump came out with it. Equality executive order. As soon as Joe Biden got in, he rescinded it. You know what he rescinded it for? An equity executive order. Niggas didn't even know because they don't read that shit. So like I said, I don't align with Donald Trump. I can give a fuck about him. I don't align with none of them. I'm pro-policy, which poly is best for me. And with them homeless people, if you do the research, all of them guys, weed, crack smokers, they got kicked out of the military, and then they don't qualify for military census. So if you get a dishonorable discharge, you get nothing. It's like almost like a felony. You know what I'm saying? If you get a dishonorable discharge, they get released. Them the people that you see that's homeless out there. So if not, the VA got to take responsibility.
I would say I agree with you on the policy thing. I think that as Black people, we need to take that approach more because we're so stuck to the Democratic Party as though the Republicans are evil, when the truth is, look at the policies and vote for the person who's doing something to benefit your community. And I agree with you 100% on that because I think that we put people in the office all the time, the Democrats, who just destroy us, and then we get mad like, oh, they didn't do nothing for us. But Biden said, if you ain't Black, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. Kamala said, why would I do anything for just Black people when I could do something for everybody? Now, she said this before we gave them the vote, but we did it anyway because she let her nappy baby hair come out and she was dancing to Cardi B at the table. You know what I'm saying? And so they pandered to us and we bought it and Black people put it in, and now they're crying about Biden.
You know who Kamala Harris remind me of?
Who?
Kayla from the Lapeef Network.
Ooh.
Ratchet, good, and the terrorist.
Cuban Links. I appreciate one more question. Go ahead. Okay, so I am intrigued by your Black paradise. I want to move to the future Black America. I'll forge some papers, pretend to be ADOS. I have one question for you. Right now, I'm paying 35% in taxes, federal taxes. How much would you charge in your future Black paradise in taxes?
I don't know what you mean by my future Black paradise because I haven't constructed a future Black paradise to even see that. I just want us to be able to live in a country that's for the people. As I said earlier, when the country is for the people and by the people, and we have new structures, there's a completely different way to do things. And so, of course, in that society, as the citizens, we take care of the things that need to be taken care of. But as far as you want me to give you like a tax policy, we would have to have that place first.
Tell me how much it's going to cost me, Mechee.
I don't know how much it's going to cost.
Cuban Link crazy.
I need to know.
But I would say good. I would say that is an interesting question. But that type of question would definitely require some real research. I mean, I don't have no country. None of us have a country.
That's what I'm saying. None of us do. But at this point, what I'm saying is taxes is the furthest thing from my mind. And when I say a new country, if you have to tear down this government and build a new one, why would we build it back up in a way that everybody is divided again? Why would it be a Black paradise? Why wouldn't it just be a place that we can live and be treated fair? I would like to see in that world.
I mean, I do believe though that if we go ahead with your policies in order to support, or to repair the damage that has been done to Black Americans. I don't know if the other races or cultures are going to be happy, especially the new ones that came here after, the Civil War, let's say. So I was thinking that you guys are just going to section off like a part of the country or something and move to Wyoming with logic and be super black and stuff.
Let me say this, Cuban Link. I think the problem is the piece that people are not understanding is that this is a debt that's owed. And when you owe someone a debt, you got to pay it. And no matter how much time has gone past, it doesn't really matter who comes after the fact, after the point. Regardless, the debt is the debt. If you have debt right now and you owe $10,000, that doesn't just go away. Like, you still want your money. So again, this is a situation where it doesn't matter what has changed or what has transpired.
I think
you see what I'm saying?
The funds come from taxpayers. I
mean,
you could go find the families that own slaves, maybe go after the tribes like the Cherokee that own slaves. But after that, dude, like, you're just gonna have to tax our children.
What I would say is
they're being taxed already. Like, I don't understand. All the money taken from taxes is split up into different programs. Everybody else has been given reparations by it. So if the government is taking all this money, they should take some of that and set it aside for the Black group to be able to do things for us in this country. So I don't care that it's coming from taxpayers' dollars. That's what the heck everything comes from.
I think the problem is we forget that. How do you have a group of people who are responsible for building the country, literally building the country? The reality is there's a debt that has to be paid. If those who are present day have to pay that debt, the fault is on the government for not charging the people properly at the time they should have been charged. Mm-hmm. So now, unfortunately, because the government slacked off, there are now other citizens who have nothing to do with the problem are now having to pay for the problem. That should have been done a long, long time ago. The longer you wait, the more you complicate the situation and make it more difficult to identify who should get what. And that's not the problem of the victims of slavery. That's the problem of the government for not doing their job.
Pause. The victims of slavery are dead.
This is true, but their descendants are still here.
That is not true. That is
not
true.
The descendants
that is not true.
Garner the same amount of sympathy from the rest of the population.
But the reality is,
victims of slavery are not dead. That is not true.
Well, I mean, literally.
Well,
I'm telling you, literally, that's not true. If you want, I'll explain it to you, but that's not true.
Well, there
are no more people that were slaves alive.
Black people are enslaved today. Do you know the Constitution of America, which you speak in? There's amendments that say that
we're not talking about the prison.
You can be enslaved.
We're talking about actual chattel slavery.
Oh no, we are talking about slavery for real though, because you do know that when the plantations ended and Black people were so-called free, those plantations became prisons. You do know there are Black people still in prisons down south that used to actually be the plantation. They are actually picking cotton and working on those prisons in the same land that their ancestors was on. People are still very much enslaved today. Slavery didn't go anywhere. It was redesigned.
I think that's a reach, but I understand what it's a reach.
It's not a reach.
No. Have you ever been to Saudi Arabia, Kuwait?
No.
Slavery still exists.
Yeah, but we're talking about American reparations. So
it trust me. Have you looked at the Joe Biden agriculture executive order?
No.
Go read it and come back and tell me slavery don't exist.
Well, I mean, like the whole if we're talking about the Matrix and everything else, that's something else. Don't move the goalposts. I'm sticking to chattel slavery.
The correct nigga answer would be, you know what, go check that out.
Don't move. Come on, man. If that's the case, yes, we're all slaves, you know? I mean,
well, the reality at the end of the day.
Can I equate the prison for just a small moment? Like when we talk about slavery, this is why we have to understand the history, right? So in slavery, Black people didn't just pick cotton. Like they produced all kinds of stuff, coffee, rice, everything, clothing, all the inventions. So when you talk about slavery not being abolished in the Constitution that simply says in the Constitution that slavery is still legal for punishment of crime. So that is a way for them to convict you of something and come up with laws. And Nathan talks about things being laws, but it don't make them right. See, slavery was legal, but it didn't make it right because it was a law. So there are a lot of laws that are created in this government that are stupid, and it's a way to lock people up, and it's always not necessary. But when you get people into these prisons literally have manufacturing companies and make millions and millions of dollars every year off the backs of their inmates, and they don't pay them even a working wage. When they go to their cell, they don't even have enough to pay for toothpaste, deodorant, and they're indigent. They get paid cents on the dollar, and then they will take that money to pay back their victims and things of that nature and fees that they owe. And so they are making these people produce millions and millions of dollars from Walmart, furniture, car parts, Starbucks. I could keep going on and on and on for all the companies that use them. They even make them farm. They make them go out and work and create tractors. They make boats. They make canoes. They make all of the equipment that police officers use to whoop our ass with. They make everything. And these prisons are making millions and millions. It's billions of dollars made off the backs of these prisoners, and you're going to tell me that slavery still don't exist? That's
well, you know what? In that case, Mechee, they deserve it.
I just want to make sure that you only want to give reparations to the black prisoners.
Hold on, Cuban Link. I'm gonna drop you down because I got another brother in the back that I want.
There are Latino prisoners and white prisoners as well being enslaved. So what are you gonna do about them?
But we're not. But that's a mute point because we're talking about reparations, and I think where we're losing.
But she brought the prisoners.
Right, but let's take it back.
Slavery was not over. I could give you more examples. We're talking about black people.
Hold on, one second. Let's get back to the foundation of this whole thing, as they like to put it, foundational Black Americans. Right, the foundation is there was a wrong that was done, there was a wrong that was committed, and it needs to be resolved. That's it. And here's what you're saying is you want to get into the nuances of how do you actually square this circle? What I'm saying is it's already been squared. We already know what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. There are smarter. Wait 1 second. There are very, very intelligent groups of African-American men and women who've already put together a very, very well thought out plan on how this thing can be implemented. There is no issues. It just needs to be done. It just needs to be happen. They need to just cut the check and let it do what it do. What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, the wrong happened. It needs to be corrected. Reparations needs to be implemented. There's already a plan in place. The government needs to sign the check, and it needs to be done and over with. And I think that when we start trying to overanalyze, we overcomplicate the situation.
Okay.
My perspective on it at the end of the day is just that reparations needs to be in tandem with changing the mindset in order to really, really amplify the benefits of reparations.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, I hear what you're saying, Cuban Link. Regardless, there's a lot of different variables and blase. At the end of the day, it doesn't change the fact that the government has an obligation to actually implement reparations, period. There is no negotiating. And so I'll leave it at that, because this is definitely a deep dive conversation. But Cuban Links, I appreciate you coming up. Great pushback, great feedback. Mechee, thank you for not going Super Saiyan 3.
Hey, I got one question for Cuban though. I had one question for Cuban.
Go ahead, Cuban. He got a question for you, Cuban.
Hey, Cuban. Hey, when House Party 5 coming out?
House Party 5, come on.
All right, he's out there.
I don't even know what you're referring to, bro.
Hey,
all right, Cuban, appreciate you, brother.
Can I say something to the people in the chat? So, like, a lot of people are like, so what? Why do we care about what murderous prisoners do? And who cares if they're working there in jail? Did they commit crimes? I hate that fucking mindset from people. Like, why do you think everybody is in prison for murdering somebody? Will you please fucking correct them, Nathan, and tell them everybody's not in prison for that? Will you also let them know that plenty of people go to prison for non-violent crimes, for all kind of stuff, and it doesn't mean, and there's all these laws and policies that can lock people up for shit that ain't really fair just because it's a law, and now they can find a way to put you in jail and make you a lifelong slave. That is why the school to prison pipeline exists, and I didn't coin that term. It's real. Google is your friend once again. And if you go to Google and look up the school to prison pipeline, what they try to do is shuffle your children from a very young age into the prison, try them as an adult and give them like a long sentence. And even if they get out and they're 20, when you go to prison as a child and you spend 10 years somewhere, even if it's not this violent crime and nobody got hurt, guess what? You have been conditioned in your most vulnerable times to be socializing. So that child is guaranteed when they get out without the right environment to come back. They've created a lifelong slave. You do not understand the enemy that you're fighting. And this is why we are where we are. And I don't mean to seem like I'm getting mad, but they are pissing me off because it is your ignorance is why we're still in the same boat that we're in. You make these comments. So who gives the fuck about saying something about what the government does when it's niggas like y'all who will sit and agree with this shit and say, oh, who cares what they do? All these murderous thugs. You do know that black people go to jail a lot and they ain't fucking done nothing. There's innocent people in there. And there are people who go to jail for nonviolent crimes and serve way more time than they really should. So I'm gonna need y'all to understand this is why the fuck we're enslaved, because y'all stupid.
And you know what, Mechee? I'm not in total disagreement with you, right?
If you agree with that, put your nuts in the chat. Put your nuts in the
chat. Put the nuts in the chat. You know what I'm saying? We need some nuts. We need some babies out here so we can actually vote and get Mechee bill passed. Look, but Mechee, I agree with you. I think it needs to be reformed. But also, I think it needs to also be a deterrent. Like, you're right. Some things that probably not violent crimes, it need to be leveled down. But we got to be able to deter that behavior. And if we don't,
agreed.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think it's a separation, and that's why I think we probably, like, that's the point where we got to start lobbying. Like, I don't think that it should be a system where people profit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe that it should be like some type of state operating system. Or you know what? Hey, all funds go to the government. You said not the government, but the state. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's creating revenue for the state. But I'm telling you, it need to be some type of hard labor. Because if you just go in and you sit in a spot and all that kind of stuff like that, but I think it's levels to it. I think if you murder, rape, all that, you need to be in the worst position possible. But if you
everybody in prison is not a raper or a murderer. Why do we keep going to that extreme?
No. I'm saying what I'm telling you, it needs to be a separation.
He's saying that every crime should not lead you to prison, right? And so there needs to be a different type of structure. Regardless, the system has to be reformed, right? It needs to be redone, reimagined. Period. And I agree, because again, the issue I have with the criminal justice system is that it's not blind. Justice is not blind. And there's avenues that people can take to circumvent around being disciplined. Mm-hmm. Being the correctional system doesn't correct anything. That's why when I was arresting people,
rehabilitate anybody.
And so it's mislabeled, right? It's marketing, right? Oh, this is a correctional. Nothing about it corrects anything. You have to correct yourself, or you have the family support to help correct you. But the system itself does not correct anybody. Yeah. And that's the reason why when I started arresting people, I would talk.
Crime.
Well, I agree. Now, granted, we have to have an answer. What Logic is saying is absolutely correct. It has to be a twofold response. Mm-hmm. Yes, we need to reform it. At the same time, I always say you can't have police reform without society reform, because you still have to address the behavior.
Let me ask you the question. What is the recidivism rate in America? Do you think all of this torturous and hardcore stuff stops it? Does it or does it not?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Thank you. So let me give you a psychological fact. There are two ways to reinforce behavior. Reinforcing behavior between reward and benefit actually always works and outweighs trying to get somebody to redirect their behavior with beating on them or using a negative attribute. We know through studies that that doesn't work as well as the other way around. And if you go and look at prisons in other countries who don't lock their people in cages, who give them shorter sentences and put their people in dormitory settings, they give them counseling, they give them skills, and they give them everything to be a productive citizen. Those countries have lower recidivism rates. People hardly ever come back, and they build productive citizens. Now, you could do that from a psychological fact. The government of America actually does their prisons the way they are because they want to turn out much more worse criminals than you come in, so you will come back, because crime pays in this country to the rich people.
I got a real good example for you, Mechee.
All right, before you dive in that,
go ahead.
Here's the thing. Yes, you're right. It doesn't benefit them to repair because they're making money off of it. So, which being said, and then there's two things. That piece, the other piece, when we talk about other countries, you have to acknowledge that their culture is also different. That's another thing.
Giving you an example of
I know.
how we treat our people. And America does what they do on purpose because they want the crime. The crime actually pays in this country.
Okay. I got an example for you, Mechee. I got an example for you.
And I got you, Mustafa. Give me one.
I went to the Philippines, right? You know they nonviolent crime prisons. You know what it consists of? It's a whole compound with families. So they actually doing, at least for nonviolent crimes, you can look it up. I think it was Port-au-Prince. I looked up, I saw it, and I talked to my interpreter. I was like, what is that? It's a prison. There are houses there for. I see kids. It's a school. Oh, no, it's a prison. That's how we do prisons here for nonviolent crime. So what it is that they have, it's separated. For their nonviolent crime, you go there, you do your time, you still have your families, you work a job, you do everything like that. But it's a penalty for what you do. And I think that we gotta still have a penalty for what we do, because now if we don't have that system of actually that level of justice, then what would deter people from doing stupid shit? Look at this nigga here. I'm a reformed jail nigga. I never been locked up.
Listen, Mechee, please.
And niggas wonder why we'll never get free.
That's why I said
The same niggas that's oppressed by the very system, your dumb ass can't even see it, and you making arguments for it, and this is why the fuck we will always be where we are.
But bitch, I agree, it needs to be reformed. But the thing is it don't need to be done away with.
And it still needs to be done away with. The way that it is done, it is set up so that the government can benefit off of it. There's a such thing as privatized prisons for people who don't go and do free labor. And do you know the privatized prisons that actually bought these prisons, they contracted with the state, they sued the fucking states because they said, you're not keeping our prisons full. And we get paid for every bed you made us build. So then they went and found a way to lock a bunch of people up and got tough on crime and filled themselves. So what kind of country do we live in when a person can sue you and say, you don't have enough criminals, go find me some?
Well, let me let
you try to fight me, man.
I'm just saying what we think is a joke and matter. I don't always think it's funny. And then it's niggas who been locked up, who been treated a certain way, and he gonna come on here and he gonna try and justify that shit. This is why the fuck we will never get anywhere. All this shit is not always a joke and goddamn matter. And people don't understand what's really going on. And this is why we won't get nowhere, because you can't fight against swinging at a ghost. We don't even know what we're really fighting. Because you don't know who you fighting. You swinging at a ghost. Because you mad at the wrong thing, and you don't know who the real enemy is or where the problems come from. So you can never find a solution.
Let me say this, and I want to get this brother in. He's been waiting so patiently. And I want to hear his thoughts. And then I have Miss Watchman. She's one of my day ones here. She's been with me through the trenches. I will say, I think this is the disconnect. I know this is a business, right? The prison system. You know, Mechee, Logic knows. I know this brother probably knows as well. And I think that we're looking at the relationship that the citizens have with the government wrong. I would say not even the government, this country. This is a capitalist country. Everything is about money. If they have to sell their mama and their children to make $1, they'll do it. This is the type of country where they'll sell you, they'll have the cure for something, but only sell you the treatment, right? They don't care about their people. And they show us this time and time and time again, but we walk around, not you or us, but people walk around so shocked and surprised that we're surprised that they want people to be in prison because that's money. There's money to be made. There's an incentive to keep people at the bottom. There's an incentive to keep people divided. There's an incentive to promote racism in this country because it's profitable. All this division, all this being ignorant, being oblivious, being naive, it is filling the pockets of people. People don't see the relationships. I've seen the relationships between people who have invested in record companies, also have investments into prison, right? Companies as well, or they have contracts with their vendors for products that they put in prisons. And then they also have sister companies that are connected to record labels. You know, they are incentivized to have artists talk about killing and murdering one another in hopes that they land up in prison. These guys are all sleeping with each other, you know, and they're making money off of our demise, off of our suffering. Black suffering is profitable in this country. Black failure is profitable in this country. Black dysfunction is profitable in this country. And until we understand that, what did Logic say earlier? He said that we have control over what we have control over. We can't control the grand scheme of the master plan. But if we understand, to your point, Mechee, the weapons that are used and formed against us, when you know them, they can't prosper against you because then you know how to attack them. Then you know how to reverse engineer the issue. So the problem is we're not fighting it properly. We're not acknowledging the real issues, but we only can control what we control on our level. But the things that we can't control would actually devastate the system that's actually, I would agree on, oppressing us, right? Yeah. And so I wanted to make that statement because the reality is there is a lot of different people formed against us, and it's for money. And Mustafa, I wanted to get your thoughts. I know we talked about so damn much, and there's been a lot of foolishness that came up and said some things, brother. I saw you, and the brother was like, but what are your thoughts just in general on the conversation? If you have a question for the amazing Mechee X or the logical, illogical logic, what are your thoughts? Oh, hold on. I got you on mute. Hold on. All right, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, first I want to say thank you, brother Nate, for having me on. I appreciate it. I just discovered you with the segment you did with Brandon Tatum. Brother Logic, this is my first time seeing you on here. Peace and blessings to you. Dear Mechee X, you know I love you. I've been rocking with you since right before you left Fly Nubian, since right after Fly Nubian Queen. I'm in like 90%.
Hold on, what you said? Fly Nubian Queen? What the fuck is that?
I've been rocking with her since
I used to be on. I've been around on YouTube for a minute.
Oh, that sounds like a nigga channel.
It was a nigga named Dr. Boy Watkins.
Did they bust nuts in the chat?
Oh my
God! After that, so I love you, Mechee. You know, you speak my soul every time you get on here. I do want to say before that, I've been emailing your team, Mechee X, for like 3 months now. I want to tell you my story because you would love to do a documentary on my life. And also, I'm a journalist. I'm a writer too. I sent you some articles. I would love to write for your network because what you got going on.
Did you send them to MX Network or you send them to the Real Mechee X? Which one?
I sent them to submit to MX Network. I sent them to the Real Mechee X. I've been trying to send music. I'm a rapper, you know, but I'm like you, so I can't get on mainstream.
Do you mind if I ask your email or something? Put it in the back room. I need to know so I could go look for it.
Put your email in the private chat so she can grab it.
I don't know how to do that. It's my first time on here.
Well, if you don't mind telling me what it is, I'm gonna go look it up.
Yeah. It's my whole name. It's my first name. It's my middle name, RVON, and then my
type it in. Type it in the chat so she can cut and paste it.
All right, let me see real quick. Give me a second. I'll do that. Let me see.
And while you're doing that, you know, I think it's a great conversation.
I got something to add to the prison thing that
go ahead.
I want to get in.
I see it.
Mechee.
Okay.
I don't disagree with you. But the thing is that our problem is we don't know how to lobby. We don't know how to do nothing. Because ideally, all prisons should be nonprofit. You know what I'm saying? It's across the board. If prison do make profit, you know what I'm saying? Because you can't get rid of them. If they do make profit, then the profit should go back to the people. It's a conflict of interest if you actually
correct
profit, the state get the profit. So now that means judges have an incentive to send niggas to jail.
Correct.
So if you remove that incentive from the government, then now you'll start balancing out the system.
I ain't gonna say too much because I think this brother want to finish, but I would I just wish that they would pay all them brothers and sisters working, just pay them minimum wage. You know how much they could take care of their family from prison and do shit when they come out. Just pay them for their work. I'd be okay with that too.
No, fuck that. Yep, they in prison. You don't get no pay. You know what I'm saying?
If I'm building furniture for Ashley's Furniture, I want some pay for that fucking couch.
If you making Victoria's Secret panties, you need to get paid properly.
You know what? It should go. That money should go to
me,
the things that people choose
and my family.
Yeah, but I don't think it should go to that dude. I even agree that if it goes to their family, but they should benefit off of it because you're in prison. That's the purpose of prison. You should. It's like you're making money in prison. Like no,
yeah, you can't have an incentive. You can't, because there's been situations where we would have people commit a crime simply to get locked up because you can be taken care of. So we don't want to make it to where they're comfortable at the same time.
You don't want institutionalized.
You don't want to. We don't want to. Yeah, I agree. So go ahead, brother. I don't want to dive into that. I'll let you go ahead and.
No, go ahead. I was listening. Before I start with myself, I just want to pivot off what Brother Logic said. First thing, Brother Logic, with the whole thing where you sound like you justifying prisons. See, crime is a symptom of an unfair and imbalanced society. That's where crime comes from. There are plenty of societies in this world that have almost zero crime, and that's because the societies are almost entirely fair and almost entirely balanced. You see what I'm saying? So now I've been listening to this conversation. I wasn't here from the very beginning, but I want to say, with regard to myself, everything that you've been saying as far as being a police officer, like Brother Nate, and I watched the first segment of what Brother Nate and Brandon Tatum was saying. And I got a lot of forest fire for Candace Owens as well. I'm living testament that everything that y'all say with regard to the judicial system and the police departments is wrong and is false. They are absolutely, specifically, and entirely targeting Black men. And I'm living testament of it today. I'm talking to y'all from right now from a yacht. I'm on a intercoastal waterway just south of Florida. But listen, and I don't say that from the sense of me being successful or anything like that. I've lived in multiple states in this country, and I've been chased out of my homes. Me and my children have been chased out of multiple cities and multiple states where I've lived in established homes. I raised 3 daughters on my own by myself. So what I'm telling you is I am a Nat Turner. Right to this day, I got documentation, and for everything that I'm saying, I can substantiate all of it. Right to this day, because I am today with the closest thing that what's his name, J. Edgar Hoover, what he spoke about, the person he feared, the type of Black man he feared, by the nature of my life experiences and the things that I've seen and how I grew up. I was born and raised in the ghetto in Philly. You see what I'm saying? I'm educated. I was born with a higher IQ. My mother had to argue with the schools because they were trying to put me in high school when I was in like 6th grade. See what I'm saying? So I'm very intelligent. I'm self-educated. I've been to college and all of that. I've tried to start businesses. I was growing my own food. Just recently, I'm down here on a yacht right now because I was ran out of my home, my 12-bedroom 1902 Victorian in Northeast Ohio, by police and prosecutors. Not for me committing a crime or anything, but because I am what they would consider 200 years ago a stand-up or defiant slave.
So you saying they come into your house for no reason at all?
No, it's not exactly like that. The first case was what I'm telling you is this: police are specifically like the brother Nathan and Brandon Tatum, where they talk about and they speak about that it's not really the problem with the police. There's individual officers that's improperly trained. There was a whole documentary that was done by a handful of officers in New York. I think they were on like Piers Morgan or something. And
hold on. Well, I'm saying for you, because you saying that they ran you out of a 12-bedroom house in Ohio.
My home, yes.
No reason at all.
No. That was just 2021. And where I was living at in Northeast Ohio, there's a gang up there. I was living on Shorb Avenue. there's a gang up there called the Shore Block Mafia Gang. And my teenage daughters were being harassed by 30 and 40-year-old men. You see what I'm saying? Well, she couldn't come out and get in her little car to go to work. I had to come out to defend my daughters by these little gangsters, right? 5 or 6, 7 of them. They thought they were going to surround me and beat me and put it on Facebook. I'm a former soldier just like you. D Company 2nd Bat 75th. See what I'm saying? So yeah, I dealt with the biggest and baddest one, put him on his back, and they had it on camera. These gangsters had it on camera, thought they were going to record it. What they did was they cut the video from where they came out the house to surround me, out their little drug house across the street. They cut that, they cut everything behind it, and they segmented only the part with me, where me knocking the big boss dude out. And they sent that to the police, and then the police came and wanted to prosecute me. Not only that, there's a girl up there in Northeast Ohio named Sierra Mason, who's a local leader of the Black Lives Matter organization. She tried to have me and my daughter murdered in broad daylight on March of 2021 on camera. We took the police footage to the prosecutors and everything. I got the video recordings. They tried. But
they doing all this for absolutely nothing.
No. My mother and them were supporters. They followed Huey.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Pause that.
Mm-hmm.
I think your story and this conversation is definitely needed to be told properly.
Yeah, I'm right.
And definitely, I think that's a mission for the great Mechee X, because one, I think your story is very interesting, because I actually want to know more about it. I know Mechee wants to know, and I would also like to invite you back on to have a discussion about the police issue. And I'll say this: the conversation that me and Brandon Tatum have, I understand people have issues with Brandon Tatum, and it's impossible to cover all the nuances of the police issue, the criminal justice issue in one conversation. That conversation that me and had was very specific, more so interviewing him and his thoughts on certain things.
Yeah.
But that was never, that conversation had nothing to do, you have to be a member of the channel to get part 4 of the video where we talked about police corruption and the blue wall. You missed that part, brother. You got to be a member to see that. But I will say this, and I'll just say that jokingly, that I don't dismiss the fact that corruption exists. I don't dismiss the fact that there are bad officers and bad police departments, right?
It's bigger than that.
And I know it's bigger than that. And it gets really big. And so not to dismiss that, but that is definitely a conversation that I would love to have with you. But I would want you to properly speak with Mechee X and give her your story, and and you guys talk and see where that goes. But you are welcome on this channel anytime, and I would love to have a conversation with you, and not just about the problems, but also what you see to be as a good solution to it. But I definitely want to hear your story. I know the chat wants to hear it, but I want to make sure it's told in its proper context.
And it will be told. And it will be told in the proper context. And I'm not making a plug here. I'm just saying it so that you can understand.
No, not at all. We here to support everybody who got the right message. And so I don't look at it as like a plug or nothing. I just look at it as I want you to be able to tell your story properly. You know what I mean? And to have the right setting. Even if it's on a stream, it need to be on a new stream about you highlighting your situation, and not it being rushed. Not you being able to be relaxed to be able to say, hey, this is what, let's walk you through it. Let me show you. And then really give and honor your sacrifice, the incident within itself, and then talk about how we can actually get a solution out of it, and then hold bad actors accountable. You feel me?
Exactly. And I know I sound a little rushed, and I was kind of being rushed because it sounded like it's the end of the show. So I was trying to be a little bit expedient with what I'm saying. To highlight what you're saying, my story is being put together very clearly and concisely. I'm a communicator. I'm writing a book called As Testament to Justified Rage. And my story is a nail in a coffin for what I don't know much about you yet, but from what I see, your position with regard to policing and the law enforcement community in America, definitely Brandon Tatum's position and Candace Owens. And I say that not because I'm coming from a position of my opinion about things. My life experiences have made it unquestionable, without a doubt, what's exactly going on. I have enough documented evidence and in my own story to send federal and state judges, prosecutors, and police to prison, and I'm being hunted for it. And I'm not speaking hyperbole or nothing like that. There's a deputy sheriff in Dorchester County, Maryland, named Robert Lammer, who has set the stage for having me murdered. And another police officer who just happens to share my religion in Savannah, Georgia, told me that. He pulled me to the side, said, "I'm gonna slide you some documentation. Don't tell nobody where it come from, but it's a plot to have you murdered, and it's coming out of Maryland."
Well, let me say this. That it's not uncommon that police have assassinated people, right? For a lot less. I've seen it, and I can say this and attest to this. I have seen it happen in my lifetime in the department that I actually work for. So again, no one is saying that these things don't happen, that there's not corruption, there's not wickedness in these spaces. They take place on all levels of government, right? People talk about the Clinton body count. So let's just be real, right? Corruption is a thing. It's all across the board. And so let's do this. You know, Mechee has your information. I'm curious.
I got it right here. I pulled it up. I found your email.
All right. And you know, let's follow up. Let's follow up with that. But I would love to be a part of the conversation. One thing I will say this: I appreciate and respect your position, and I appreciate and respect how you are presenting it to me. Right? It's not in the form of an attack. It's not in the form of an insult. And I like that because it gives us room to have a conversation. You might end up teaching me something, and I need to know what you know because it helps me present my information. And if I misspeak or I don't have the right outlook on something, it doesn't mean that I'm not here to fix the problem. You get what I'm saying? And so though, because at the end of the day, I want the police to exist and do good, and I want them to be safe. And I want bad police and bad people, government officials. I want them out too. So the conversation with me is, am I pro police? No, I'm pro justice. I'm pro right over wrong.
Yeah, right? No, exactly.
And so, but at the same time, I'm also able to dissect a situation where a citizen can be wrong in a police encounter, and every encounter that a police has with a citizen isn't necessarily wrong because the citizen did not get the outcome that they wanted. So I'm able to distinguish. You get what I'm saying? But right now, when me and you talking about corruption, nah, they all got to go, bro. They all have to go. Zero tolerance for it. All right. So we on the same. I don't want you to think I heard you say Candace and Brandon Tate. Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not with the foolishness. So
I gotta keep it focused though. Your story sound crazy as shit.
Hey,
yo, nigga, you in a yacht in the middle of the ocean. You goddamn, your story sound crazy shit. For the average nigga, I'm like this. I'm keeping focused. I can't lie.
Let me ask you a question, brother Logic.
No. I'm just
all that hard work building a relationship and rapport, Logic, and here you go. Me pulling hair.
I believe you. I'm sorry.
It's not an adversarial tone. I'm not taking an adversarial tone with nobody. I love y'all. Y'all my people.
I respect that. And that's the first thing I peeped. That man was like, "You remind me of Brandon Tatum," but and I don't like them. But I like that, and I respect that, and I'm actually really looking for. I think it'll be great. I'm gonna get some email from Mechee.
All my contact information. You can call my phone. It ain't no big deal.
All right, bet. We're gonna talk.
When I get in a higher position, y'all gonna be the ones like y'all know how bad I'm holding back tears right now because y'all are the first people in all these years to even acknowledge me. And I've been trying to put my voice to my people for years. So it's hard. It's hard to do this right here, right now. I'm really emotional because this is like an exhalation for me. So when you said my story crazy, brother Logic, let me give you a scenario real quick.
It's not that. It's not that. You got. I'm just saying.
I heard. I'm not saying that you dismissing me or anything. I know that. But what I'm saying is, like after this show, you get off here. I know you may already be home, but say you wasn't home and you went home from wherever you did this at, and you went into your house and was attacked by a violent home invader who broke into your house. What you gonna do?
I got a lot of guns.
Yeah, and what and even if you didn't use your guns and you called the police, what would you expect the police to do?
Nothing. I got a lot of guns.
Okay, now
you know what I mean. You expect the police to do their job.
Oh yeah,
Now, June 16th, 2006, when I came home to survive a violent home invasion, police had already responded because my neighbors saw somebody breaking into my house. And when I came home to survive that violent home invasion, you know what the police did? They charged me with robbing my own house, destroying my own property, assaulting and kidnapping that home invader. They said that no matter whether how long or short the distance, because I took him from the inside of my house, out of my property and off of my property against his will, that it was kidnapping. And they put me in jail for nearly a decade. I ain't come home till 2013.
I can
That's
see that.
what I'm talking about. As testament to justified rage.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
About it and everything.
Yeah,
I got Mechee gonna love Death to America. Trust me.
All right, we're gonna chop it up, brother. We're gonna chop it up. But
okay. What in the context of the discussion today, the reparation problem is this.
Mm-hmm.
If you trying to tell somebody, oh, you assaulted me, you blacked my eye, so you owe me money, you got to pay my medical bills and all that. No matter how much you screaming at, you're never going to get that if you don't first stop them from whooping your ass. So my point with that is this: you can ask for reparations all you want, they're never going to give it to you if you don't stop them from enslaving you and stop them from oppressing you first. I'm not gonna if I'm over here if I'm over here and I'm robbing somebody and they saying give me back my money, nigga, I ain't finished taking it yet. Shut the fuck up. See what I'm saying? So we can't get reparations and then stop the injustice. I mean, we can't get reparations for the injustice and stuff and the crimes being committed against us until we stop them. Look at what's going on in the rest of the world. If we can come together and unify, see what's going on politically with other countries, you don't think it's other nations out there who would support us and train us and arm us to fight, not to overthrow America, but to ensure our survival, because we are facing systemic extermination. If you do it slow enough, the people won't recognize. And that's what this is. That's exactly and entirely what this is. It's a genocide from everything from the food that we eat, from the ghettos are quarantines. They are contained that way for a reason. See what I'm saying? So if you want to go for reparations, you must first stop them from oppressing you, whether it be physically killing you and all of that. So I look at what happened to Sean Bell, Dan Roy Henry, Danye Jones, Eric Gardner, Oscar Grant, Lovell Mixon, all of them. I look at that from a different context because it's not from the position of, oh, this is just an injustice they did. They had that brother Oscar Grant handcuffed on the ground and shot him in the back or the back of the head. They killed Sean Bell while he was on his way to his wedding. And for me, look at my Facebook page from 2 days ago. What the St. Lucie County sheriffs did to me and my daughter while we was riding on bikes with lights on them. And look at my video I did on this. It's only like a 1 minute video. So I'm telling you that the problem with reparations is I'm not gonna pay nobody. Why am I gonna pay y'all reparations if I'm still pressing you? You're still my slave, like Mechee highlighted to the Cuban, the naive Cuban brother. Slavery isn't over. What's the proper words for it? Except as punishment for a crime wherein one shall have been duly convicted, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within these United States or its territories. Come on, I know the Constitution and everything. So I'm telling you, yeah. And so that the whole prison pipeline, the whole prison industry, I was in prison. I was in ECI. There's a lieutenant there right now who tried to sodomize me with a broomstick because he said, you want to be a legal nigga, huh? You got the audacity to be smart? You want to be a legal nigga? You want to help people get out of jail? Okay, we got something for you. Yeah. Look at what Richard Daniel Bennett, federal judge in Maryland, did to me. And all of that is because I was in there talking how Mechee talking now. And that was in 2005, 2006. You see what I'm saying?
We're gonna have to talk.
Brother for talking like that. Look, brother, I hear you. A lot of people don't understand this, and I'm saying the people that I deal with, the life I've lived, and the folks I work with. I'm working with a family now, and you will be surprised in Mississippi, the FedEx driver brother who got shot by the two white boys. Their whole family runs that town, and they have literally harassed and threatening letters. These are the police threatening to kill this boy and his mama. They are defending this family. So y'all, sometimes people don't understand how this shit go. I had the police burn down my house, and they're the police because they was upset I didn't cooperate with something. So I dealt with a whole lot of people that deal with a lot of stories that the police do some crazy stuff, and folks in law enforcement do a lot of things to come after people. And so I think that he has a big story, a longer story to tell than he can tell here, but I'm not dismissing that. I know a lot of people we've dealt with some really crazy shit from the government and from police forces. Absolutely.
And we can't really give reparations until we first make them stop. You see what I'm saying? And by whatever means, by any means necessary.
Well, I'm curious to know. Again, I think that's definitely worth a conversation by itself in order to really encapsulate everything that goes on in that, because it is a multifaceted discussion. So Mustafa, because I can't pronounce the first one. Ayada. Shout out to you, brother, and thank you for your patience. Thank you for being, just respectful, man, with your position, man. A lot of times people who have the bad experience, they usually come with a different tone, and I just appreciate that, and I believe there's something definitely that I can learn, and it'll help me on my journey as well with what I'm doing. So I look forward to speaking with you again. Definitely be in touch.
My rough look. I normally in a shirt and a tie and something. I'm a little rough right now. I'm on this boat.
Brother, you good? Come as you are, man. We're here to have a conversation. No judgment here, man. So thank you so much, and we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch. All right.
Thank you for sharing, though, bro.
All right.
Love all of y'all.
All right. He's right. He's absolutely right. He's right about there's corrupt police officers, departments who they act like terrorist groups. It's 100% true. And the prisons are no better, man. They are how you got women getting pregnant in prison, right? You have by security, by correctional officers, the drugs, the violence. I've seen cases where they've watched people get sexually assaulted. Like it's the whole thing needs to be fixed, man. It's sick. It's sick. You have people in position of power who don't need to be there. You have people abusing power, abusing authority. This is a fact. All I can do is lend my voice based on the experience that I have and the knowledge of what I know of how the system works, the power structure within the system, how they're able to hide, how they're able to mask their corruption. I understand how it works. All I can do is share that knowledge, give people the proper way to deal with it, and then go from there. I don't have the power to kick open no prison door. Let's be real.
What? So if I get arrested, you can't come.
I'm talking about physically kick open it. My legs will not.
I got to call bullshit on Mechee because when he was talking, she was sending me Uno friends invites.
You are fucking. I didn't say Uno.
She just sent me like 5 Uno for friend invites. I like Mechee. Quit sending me them damn invites.
Man,
Don't be y'all.
This is the conundrum, right? The problem needs to be fixed, but at the same time, you still need the profession, and I think that's the problem. The problem is, how do you fix the issue, but then keep the solution at the same time? You need police, you need correction, you
have to restructure the system. I think that's what it is.
I agree.
We need police, but policing needs to be completely different. We need some type of a system to lock people up and take them away from society that commit crimes and are harm. But even that system needs to be different too. So we need it, but not the way that the system is right now.
I agree.
It makes room for too many corrupt people, but I think that's the way the government wants it.
No profit. It's easy fix. No profit. None of these entities should be able to make a profit. None. If their job is to actually protect and serve and maintain all this, it shouldn't be no profit across the board. I think the cops, what I'm saying? All that, the tickets, the hustle they be doing with the tickets, what I'm saying? That's the only thing they'll catch me on. I might get hustled for a little ticket every now and then, but that's my donation to them.
That's what's up. My last guest for the night coming up. I got to get Miss Watchman in. She's on point. And so this is a special stream because we got Mechee up here. This is definitely a classic. Someone emailed me like this. You got Logic on here. You and Logic together. That's gonna be a classic. I would say I haven't had this many people watching one of my streams in a very, very long time. I was talking about some gossip, celebrity junk, and that's how I got the many views. So to have so many people watching on topics that are sensitive, that's not current event, I feel very good.
Yeah, so you got a black hood nigga and you got a mixed a mixed chick that like to play Uno on live stream. That's undefeated. And we talking about nuts. We dropped nuts in the chat. Wow, YouTube, have you seen so many nuts dropped in the chat? Oh, sorry, Miss Watchman. I'm a little crazy.
Please, yes, he's a little crazy. Ms. Watchman, welcome back. What are your thoughts, my dear? Thank you.
Shalom. Greetings, everyone. It's nice to meet you, Logic.
How you doing,
I've
man?
subscribed to your channel. First time I've even found out about you.
I'm
Mechee X,
nobody.
thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for everything that you do. Thank you for the knowledge that you spread and you share. Remain steadfast and stay encouraged, darling, no matter what anybody says. And Nathan, I thank you. I salute you
Thank you.
because everything that is being done is necessary. And for those who are in the chat, with the Mechee X is not FBA, she's not black. Go somewhere and sit yourself down.
Sit down.
According to the United States Constitution, 1 drop of black blood makes you black. So you can get off of Mechee X. And Miss Watchman I'm not backing down off of anybody. And one problem you have right here with me is you got, I know, at least 3 Pisces on the panel. I'm one of them.
Facts. Me too. Pisces season.
I'm a Leo. So what? You just
So you gotta go.
You gotta go, Leo.
Yeah.
You gotta go. I know your face on the thumbnail, brother, but
let me educate the young man who was talking about Mechee X not encouraging women to get married and don't have babies until they are married, blah, blah, blah. First off, that's not what this panel is about tonight.
Facts.
Second off, not only should women be talking to women, but brothers should be talking to brothers, because it don't just take a woman to make a baby, it takes a man to make one too. Okay, so we all, each and every one, do our part. And if you see somewhere where you think something's not being done, then you pick up that mantle.
Yes.
And you run with it and do your part instead of trying to criticize somebody else for what you think they're not doing.
Thank you.
We are all parts to one machine, and we all have a job and a duty to do. Because see, your legs can't do what your arms are doing. Your hands can't do what your feet are doing. There are some exceptions to the rule when you have people who are missing limbs and learn how to use the other limb for what they would have used one for, that they don't have. But in the meantime, we are all pieces to the puzzle. Do your part and stop trying to criticize somebody else. When it comes to the young man who came on the panel talking about we don't deserve reparations, I hope you're still in the chat. I hope you're still watching this, because I want you to look at the screen, because you are looking at the great granddaughter of a slave.
Mm.
And I know that all of us didn't come from Africa, because my great grand was still alive when I was a little girl. And she told me the story about how the white man came into the village, murdered my great grandfather because he was the chief. He died first. Then they murdered all the men. After doing that, they murdered all of the boys. This is what they don't share with you in the history book, because it's not our story, it is theirs. The victor writes the story. Learn some facts. Some of the things that you've been taught are old wives' tales or truth that the white man taught you not to believe. As far as our brothers and sisters out here who are murdering one another, that's a part of reparations that needs to be restored. That's why they won't give it to us. Because in order to give us reparations, you've got to undo the Willie Lynch letter, the making of a slave. He said, if you do this, you'll have yourself a slave for at least the next 300 years. Over 400 years later, and it's still, you black, you darker than me, you're ugly, your hair nappy. The ones with the nappy hair hate the ones with the straight hair. The ones with the straight hair hate the ones with the nappy hair. The ones with the wavy hair, they hating everybody else. The tall ones hate the short ones hate the tall ones. The fat ones hate the skinny ones, the skeeter. This is the Willie Lynch letter, the making of a slave. Educate yourself. Go pick that letter up. It's not that long. Read it. And then start undoing what they've done. Ooh. Learn to have some understanding about what has been passed down from generation to generation to generation. Our people out here killing one another is all a part of slavery. They had to fight to the death. If you did not kill your brother, the slave master murdered you, and it was all for his entertainment. He murdered you first, and he still murdered your brother. Now, yeah, there's some people that's sitting in jail, need to be there. Some people in prison that need to be in prison. But guess what? There are a lot of people in prison who don't need to be there. Right now, we got the United States government allowing certain states to sell marijuana. But we got brothers and sisters sitting in prison doing life sentences. Some can't ever get out for selling that same herb.
Yeah.
It's true.
I watched a woman.
So don't talk to me about what you don't think we should be saying. Okay? Learn every aspect of what's going on. Totally educate yourselves, because some of the things that they have told you are nothing but a lie. The very people who are running, in my case, I can clearly and easily say with confidence, my land. See, them people sitting on the reservation, they ain't the ones that was here first. Columbus didn't discover America because America wasn't lost. A lot of us were already here.
Hey, ma'am, I'm sending you a Uno with Friends invite so we can talk about this play. No, I just like to do that. I like to talk to people. You know, you cut on the little speaker thing. I like to talk to people, play Uno with Friends. Me and Mechee do it all day. We just be playing Uno.
Why he lying on me? Like, give me a request now. I'm kind of interested in playing.
Yeah.
A lot of us were already here. So what we got to do is we have to keep demanding reparations. It's not a request, it's a demand, because you owe us. Not only do you owe us, when it comes to the financial part, you owe us interest. Because see, if I owe the government and I die right now, that debt passes on to my descendant.
It's true.
So as these white peoples, these Caucasians, as their relatives continue to die off, the debt keeps passing down. Who do you owe? You owe the descendants of those who were enslaved. Your wealth is determined by the wrong that was done to our ancestors. Good night.
Listen, Miss Watchman, I always love when you come in here and you drop the knowledge, and you're absolutely correct. Let me ask you this question, and this will be, since we're gonna wrap up after this. We hitting 5 hours. I done took Logic up out of his. How you feeling, Logic? You good?
Shit, I'm listening to y'all. I'm looking at the one. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mechee them got me scared. I don't know.
Oh, man. Don't get behind the couch. I'm over here.
Hey, matter of fact, I'm gonna take my head in my head so I can put my head up in the L, man. Hey, y'all got me scared out of this shit. I've been moving and brainwashed. I've been living safe all these years.
I just want everybody to be the change that you want to see. And at the same time, learn to have some understanding and some compassion, and learn how to speak to and reach those who are not on your level. Because you can't teach anybody until you reach them.
It's true. It's true.
And without compassion, you're not going to reach them. Without some understanding, you're not going to reach them.
It's true. That's true.
And you don't have to sympathize with them, but learn how to empathize with them. Because you may have grown up in an affluent neighborhood where you didn't have to deal with the norms that those who are raised up in the ghettos, the slums, and the hoods are exposed to.
This is very true. This is very true. How do you, let me ask you this, Ms. Watchman, real quick. Let me ask this, and this is a question for everybody on the panel. But I want to get your thoughts, Ms. Watchman, before I shut it down. There is some black people, and someone mentioned it earlier in the stream. I think Logic mentioned it. You have black people all over the place. And we do know that that environment as Mechee stated, the nature has an influence over a person. And so the environment, what can we do to change that environment? Because I might grow up in this state, you might grow up in this state, someone in this city, that city, and they're all different. They're all different. And understanding the plight that some people in our community are going through, how do we change their environment in order to produce newer seeds, fresher seeds, to have a better impact just overall in our community, so they don't keep reliving the same cycle? How do we change those communities? Those who are not of those communities, what are things in your mind would be a good solution to make an impact?
Because the government's not doing
Correct.
what they should do.
Correct.
We become what Mechee X, New Era, and so many like her are. Boots on the ground.
Okay.
Mechee, I missed you when you came to Memphis.
I'll be back. I'm coming back in another week.
Please inbox me on IG and let me know when you're
I'm
coming.
gonna let y'all know I'm gonna be on Bill Street. Y'all gotta come hang out with me.
I'm coming.
We meeting up on Bill Street.
Because we got to get things done.
Yes.
Become the boots on the ground. Instead of going into the neighborhoods and looking at how things appear to be, don't judge these people. Talk to them and find out about their situations and circumstances. There are some people who are listening to you live right now, Nathan, who cannot imagine that in 2022, you got people who living in houses where the floors are almost falling through and paying rent.
Right.
And not little rent, okay? There are people who are living in houses where rain is coming down through the roof and there's mold growing up beside the walls. They can't imagine that happening in 2022, but it's happening. You've got people who are making minimum wage on a job, but here in my city alone, in order to get a decent house, paying rent, you need at least $1,200. How are you going to do that on $7.50 an hour? Because now the wage that I make is turning into minimum wage because of the escalation of prices, inflation as they call it. There's no need, there's no reason for that. They say that we live in one of the richest and greatest countries in the world.
So they say.
So why are there so many poor people here? The Constitution was built off of that Bible that America beat into our people. Okay? However, there's a lot in that Bible that America doesn't live by, because it says that those who have great abundance of wealth are to use that great abundance of wealth to fulfill the needs of those who have lack. That way, there is no abundance and there is no lack. That's for you Christian people out there, because I don't even pick the book up anymore because I learned the truth.
Okay.
It was a reawakening from me from a small child. I don't knock anybody because of whatever entity or deity that you serve, because I do know that the Most High is real, but I also know that we don't know his true name. A lot of us don't. And if you read something and you believe that what you read is true, you got to remember man wrote it. So I'm not judging you because of your faith. I'm not knocking you because of it. I can sit down at a table with you and communicate with you just like I can anybody else, no matter how you see it. And that's something else we've got to stop doing. We got to stop judging one another because of what we believe or who we serve. It is time out for all of the arguing and the bickering and a division. A house divided, it can't stand.
Right.
But I'm gonna drop a bit of knowledge for you. I'm at work, and I know I got a big voice, and I'm the supervisor on duty, so I don't want to get too rowdy out here. Okay. I'm gonna drop a bit of knowledge for you. Do like Mechee X said and use Google. And Google the expiration date for the Emancipation Proclamation. Nathan, you may not be FBA over here, but because your skin is just like mine, guess what? You and anybody else who has migrated to this country because of the fights that were fought by our ancestors, you're in jeopardy of losing your freedom. as you know it. Of course, they really never freed us. They just took the shackles off because the Emancipation Proclamation has expired. And it expired while President Obama was in office. I'm not allowed on the governmental websites. Before I joined social media, I would go to the library and I would try to go onto the governmental websites. With every phone I've ever had, with every laptop device and computer I have ever had, trying to go on to the governmental websites, I am banned. They will not let me on. And their excuse is that my device is not private, but I haven't given anybody else permission to be in it. So I beseech each and every one of you who can hear my voice, Google the expiration for the Emancipation Proclamation and know the jeopardy that we all face. It is time to unify. It's time out for fighting. It's time out for fussing. It's time out for bickering. I don't care what country, what state, what province you came from. It's time to know what's going on because they're trying to hide everything from you.
Wake up.
Although the truth is in plain sight.
As it always is. As it always is. Miss Watchman, thank you so much for dropping that knowledge as always. Always well appreciated, my dear. Don't be getting in trouble at work now, folks. They find out you're a freedom fighter, they're going to let you go. You know how they...
Hey, I do what I do, and I really don't care at this point, Nathan.
I hear you. I hear you.
I was born for this.
Hey, I'm a parachuter, so I can parachute in and come get you.
Back.
I love you guys, and I'm going to bow out and continue to watch you on YouTube.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
Shalom.
much, Watchman. All right. I love that lady. I love that lady. You guys, great stream. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. This is definitely will go down as one of my favorite streams. I saw the ones where I was crying and stuff about my problems, personal issues. You missed that one, Logic. Mechee, what are your Mechee, your final thoughts? Then I'm gonna give Logic the finals. He's an honorary. First of all, thank you guys so much for being patient. You know, I always prefer to bring one person up at a time. Just feel like it's easier to engage and interact. I can't do it like they do over at Lapeef, where it's just it's a free.
It's cool. Mechee look crazy, but she got a good vibe. And by the way, while the lady was talking, I beat Mechee in 5 games of Uno. Like,
That's
in 5 games.
Man, I gotta get on that Uno game. I'm an Uno fan. That's the only card game I know how to play. Mechee, you got the floor, my dear. You got your. What are your final thoughts? If you want to just kind of share whatever you want to share.
I just want to say thank you for having me on. I always enjoy coming up here. I feel like I can have conversations, and even with Logic, you know, he's funny. I don't think it would be too bad. So I just want to say I enjoyed myself. I think we've had a great conversation. I always like to come up because we can have conversations. You know, sometimes
Absolutely.
you have panels where, you know, you can't really talk to each other. Like you get on repeat sometimes. Y'all niggas be arguing and cutting. People got to shut your mics off.
Right.
But it's been a good conversation. I think this is what people need to see more. I think we've had a lot of agreements, but there's also been some disagreements, and that's okay. I would say that Black people are not a monolith. We do not all believe the same. We do not all live the same. We do not all feel the same, right? And so even with Christianity versus some of us that aren't, you know, we have these differences. And so I would just say we need to learn to agree to disagree a little bit more and not be so upset about those differences. I think that stuff keeps us really divided. You know what I mean? And so I just say, let everybody be who they want to be, disagree in those agreements and just move on. I think that people need to begin to wake themselves up. So I'll just throw that out there. You know, I would just say that it's on each individual person. We can have these conversations, but if a person is truly interested in understanding where they are or what's going on, they have to pick up that mantle and study these things and go seek them out for themselves. You know, the only way you're going to really see the things we're talking about is to discover them on your own. Right. And so that's the best way to wake up, is to, you know, not be woken up by somebody else, but maybe they might plant the seed. But when you get up, you gotta be conscious on your own. You gotta go seek these things out. What I will say to people, if you is that something you're interested in doing? I would just tell people to leave their cognitive dissonance at home, right? We believe in so much stuff, and a belief does not override a fact, right? Just because you believe something doesn't mean that it is true. And we have been raised in a lot of beliefs and things that have not been right. We've been conditioned in a lot of ways. So what I would say is that if you're going to take that journey of discovering information, just be mindful of cognitive dissonance. And that's where you can have an actual reaction. Sometimes it can cause you physical anxiety, but you're quick to refute the facts that are in your face, even though the facts say that what you believe is wrong, but you're going to hold on to your belief because that makes you feel more comfortable. It's a comfortable space, and you don't want to jump into the abyss, because if I let go of what I've always known, what do I grab onto? Now I'm in the midst of nothingness. I'm in the abyss. I call it the abyss. But it's all right. Jump out there and figure it out as you go, because you will find a lot of things that we've been taught are actually wrong, you know. And just saying this, not to get into another conversation, for example, the Christianity, I'll leave it on this, and it's going to hurt some folks' feelings, because there were some people in the chat when, you know, Miss Watchman brought up her stuff. But the truth is that I don't think that we should worry about the Bible because a man wrote it. I think we should worry about the Bible because if you actually study, you will find that Christianity in that book was plagiarized, and it was given to us in a form and on the plantation to be used to keep us conditioned. And it still does that today, because you're just praying a little while longer. You waiting a little while longer. It's 50 churches on every corner of the hood, as many liquor stores, as many churches. But if y'all so powerful, why is there no change? So these are just things that I would leave you with, and that just know if you're going to take the real journey on understanding where we at, you're going to run into some stuff that's probably going to hurt your heart. It's going to dispel all your beliefs, and you're going to have to find yourself in some hard positions. And either you can stay in the matrix, or if you take that damn right pill, you can wake your ass up. It's completely up to you. But waking up is not an easy journey. You're going to find a lot of things that you've always believed are wrong. It's going to hurt, and you ain't going to know what else to replace it with. But I would tell you to do it anyway. I do live in a country where there is oppression, there is racism, but I feel like I have found freedom, the most possible freedom you could ever find in this country, by removing myself from systems. I don't wake up and answer to anybody any morning. I don't send my kids to these school systems. I remove myself from all of them as much as I can, but I also have the freedom in mind that I'm able to think, and I have a clear mind, right? And I'm able to see these things. So find your freedom here first, right? And then everything else will follow. So I guess that's what I would leave the people with. If not, stay asleep. Ignorance is bliss. I would tell you that. I'll be honest with you. Like James Baldwin said, to be conscious is to be in a constant state of rage. So once you do wake your eyes up to what's truly going on, you can never unsee what you see. You can never unknow what you know. And some of us get to enjoy things in life because we're ignorant to the truth. When that ignorance is challenged with truth and you replace it, it can mess up your happy place, right? Ignorance is bliss. I don't enjoy TV like y'all do. I don't enjoy a lot of things in this country because I see what they're really about. So I can't even partake in them anymore. So just know being woke is not as fun as some people think it might be, other than being on YouTube and maybe getting some views if that's fun to you. But being woke is not an easy thing. It's not, sometimes ignorance is bliss, and some people choose to stay ignorant because it keeps them happy. And if that's your choice, then by all means, stay your ass asleep. But
yeah, and then keep your mouth shut.
Yeah. If you want to stay asleep, but don't say nothing.
Don't say nothing. If you're gonna stay asleep, shut your mouth. Right? Sleep like sleep you do with your mouth closed.
That's it. That's all.
I just finished listening. What she said. So I had to play it on YouTube and listen to her phone and slow it down because she was talking so fast.
You know what? We talking the same speed.
That's what I had to do. You was literally talking so fast. I the whole time you hit me like I'm like this. I'm trying to be. Look, I even move out the separate way so you don't see me.
I can tell you haven't seen any of her videos. When
you don't watch my videos.
She gets started, boy. You gotta. I be trying to keep up. She moved just as fast as her chat moved, over 1,000 people in it. So the way she be talking, I be like, God, dog.
No, I'm gonna definitely check out. I think I saw you somewhere. I don't know where it was. But it might have been a clip or something. But I did saw
probably beefing with somebody. Yeah, a clip
of
her.
In a club or something.
I know where I know you from.
You know me from
somebody.
Don't tell this lie on me.
Cuba.
Okay, yes, that's not a lie. Cuba is my brother, and yes, and we have worked the bill. I asked her what it is. Absolutely.
He used to come like on some of the Lapeef shows, and he was.
Okay.
when I subscribed to his channel, it showed you came up in the algorithm. So, y'all did something together, some kind of school.
Yeah, he has a school that we have worked together to build. That's part of the work that we do. My children all go to Ziax. Yeah, it's a Black STEM school.
Where is that?
It's 2 locations in Brooklyn. My child does homeschool, so my child does it online. We have like over 300 students in there, though. Some go into the location, and we're opening a 3rd location in Memphis. But most of our students are online. They're homeschooled.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, he was pretty cool. I don't see him no more. I mean, I hope
he be working.
Yeah.
He be working.
No, class just started yesterday. He just working. You don't see when school get in. You don't see Q online often because he be working. When the real work is done, it's not on these.
No, I thought he was like in jail. You know what I'm saying? I thought they little boosted his ass.
I gotta do my brother like that. Nah,
I'm being honest. You see, y'all don't like honesty, man. I'm gonna start lying. I'm gonna start telling you something good. But nah, Nathan, I appreciate this, man. This was pretty cool, man. This was pretty cool today. Yeah, it's dope, man. I ain't got nothing to say today, and I already said I appreciate the opportunity you had me come on and meet you. Also, you know what I'm saying, your pushback. You started the chat, hey, and then you came up here and you back up your points. So, yeah, much respect. Shout out to my sister Courtney Michelle too, though, because you know what I'm saying. Yeah, she's a real one in the back scene. So yeah, I ain't got nothing else, bro.
Yeah. Shout out to Courtney. Shout out to everybody who came up tonight. I appreciate you guys taking the risk. I said it. You come up here and challenge logic. You know, be prepared. Thank you to my moderators. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for everybody who supported tonight. Truly a blessing. You guys know it means a lot to me just to have the support. We've come a long way since last year, October, you know, when I was kicking them $300 for 300 subscribers, you know. So it feels good to be growing. It feels good to have the support. I met a lot of amazing people in YouTube so far, and it's cool. I'm learning. So Mechee, thank you again. I want to say thank you again. Thank you for the support you provide on screen, behind the scenes. You know, thank you for being patient and listening to me rant about stuff and then providing some patient feedback. So
my people was like, wait a minute, Mechee done shut the fuck up. They was like, hold on, I'm talking. I was like, okay. They ain't used to that. They just used to that. We talk all the time. I know how to
we talk. Yeah, we
I'm
talk.
gonna yield to Nathan. He can get that.
No, I appreciate it. But you know what? I think to your point, like you said, Mechee, it's so good to actually show people that we can have disagreements. But again, I always like to say we agree on the fact things need to change, things need to get better, and there's things that we need to do, and we can all do it. But we need to do it. We need to do it together, right? We need to be more unified. At the end of the day, we can all disagree on this, that, and the other. But at the end of the day, when it's time to fight the battle properly, we need to be doing it together. So
I can't get with Mechee team because I don't like Adidas. So,
well,
Adidas. What is it?
He know it. He see. I'm not. See, he ADOS and he more disrespectful to me. I just want that to be. I want that to be.
But this is the logic to that. See, it's like, you know how you fight with your brothers and sisters all day, but nobody else get not. So we're gonna look at him side eye, but we're gonna let him get away with that because
okay. So I get treated like the stepchild, right? Though I'm
a stepchild, you not ADOS, damn it. You just came. You were not always here.
Nathan, you know why she let me do it, Nathan?
Why is that?
Because I block her on Uno. Ain't no more Uno games for her. She better listen.
Y'all are foolish. Listen, I'm gonna drop you guys down. Mechee, I'm gonna drop you down. And Logic, I want you to get your final thoughts before we close out. I want you to have your individual moment. Damn, Mechee, where she just leave like that? Oh my God. She gone.
Look, cuz I had won the last game because she said she wasn't paying attention. So that's why she had to go. Final thoughts, man. I mean, this is dope, bro. I think the whole conversation dope. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like I said, I don't think we were supposed to agree, but I think we came to a baseline level understanding that everybody can enjoy the content.
Right.
Dude, hey, I would love to come back, man, and kick it. Funny. We drop nuts in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, you can't beat this, man. Hey, I think this was probably one of my best fit days on the platform as far as being able to display information.
Man, thank you for that, man. Logic, I've been one. I want to just say thank you. I appreciate you a lot. You know, we had a chance to talk on a panel before. We never really had a chance to really dialogue, but you know, you definitely showed a lot of love and support. You know, that night on Lapeef's channel, and you know, we had that incident with everybody calling me a pig and stuff and all that. And so
I expect you to do that because you know, man, you coons, you just a blue coon. I'm a
blue coon. You there? You go. You're a green coon. I'm a blue coon.
I would have punched that dude in the face, and then the YouTube host started talking shit. I was like, man.
But it was off the chain. Man, it was off the chain. But I think what was crazy though is I look at what was born out of that interaction, you know, between me and Jay Prince. You know, now we're cool, we're solid. We did a great stream together. We talked about police issues, we talked about his experience, and it was a bonding there. You know, a lot grew from that. And you know, sometimes things happen and we can't see it in the moment, you know, while we're actually experiencing it. But I wouldn't have changed that moment for any. I would never change that, man. I feel like it was right on time. It served a beautiful purpose, and that showed a different side of you that I haven't seen on that stream, man. I just want to say thank you again for that. That really meant a lot.
I cuss his ass out again. That's nigga shit. It's nigga shit.
Yeah.
I would cuss his ass out again. And if I see him on YouTube again because I've thought about it now, I cuss his ass out next time I see him.
Shout out to Jay Prince. Shout out to him. Hey, Logic, we got to do this again, bro. Absolutely got to do it again, man.
Hey, man, I'm retiring again. So, hey, I ain't got never time.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, anytime, if you got a topic, anything come up, and you want to tag team it, bro, anytime, just hit me up.
I want to talk about Six of Goddess.
Let's do it.
I want to talk about YouTube goddamn terrorists.
Oh, YouTube terrorists.
Hey, I want to get y'all playing. Yeah, I definitely hit you up, man. Yo,
that's what's up, bro. Absolutely, man. Hey, man, appreciate you, brother. And we'll stay in touch. All right.
All right, easy, bro.
All right. Y'all see the title of the stream? It's Bring Logic Back. Y'all gonna be asking that for real after this. Man, 5 hours. We hitting 5 hours and 30 minutes, you guys. This was amazing. You guys, please follow Logic. He has a YouTube channel. I didn't even know until today, or till yesterday. So please go and check him out, Mr. Logic's Neighborhood. And I'm gonna add Mechee stuff to this stream as well. This was such a great conversation. And shout out to Courtney. Shout out to Courtney Michelle. You guys, please, if you're not following her, please check her out. Courtney, you know you can drop your link in the chat. You know, let people know if they haven't followed you, if they're not familiar with you. Please go and check her out. Amazing content. She has a lot of great stuff on the rise as well. We are overdue for another stream together as well, so I'm looking forward to that. And what else? I want to see if I can do a stream with Mechee. Mechee says she's gonna follow Logic. I need to do a Mechee. What we could do is if you want to help me with my emergency planning stream, and I really want to get more of that information out about how to prepare people in the case of an emergency, whether it's weather, whether it's unfortunately some type of attack or something like that, or you're out of resources. The government's out of resources, right? We have some type of another economic struggle. Do you have stuff to live and survive off of? And so I'd love to do a stream like that and come on, get some knowledge. And so anyways, thank you guys so much. Freedom, you just not catching that. You just not catching Elsa. Yeah, bring Logic back. Bring Logic back. That's a fact. You know, that's a fact. I missed this too. The super chat. I want to make sure I covered this before. Tan said the 499. Thank you so much, Tan. Sorry, I was a little late behind it. The conversation got crazy. Said, Logic, I'm looking at the right site, federalregister.gov. How do you feel about the implementation of the CHIPS Act, Executive Order 14080? Damn, this is a good question, and we can't ask them. We're gonna bring it back. This is great. I'm not even familiar with this. This sounds creepy though. Executive Order 14080. For those who are numerologists, I'd be curious to know what that turns out to be. People who study numerology. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to ask him this, but I would definitely, Courtney, if you could text him this information right here, I'm curious to know what Logic says about this, if he's familiar with this at all. And then, but we will come back to that. Tan, thank you so much. Shout out to your avatar. I'm all for DBZ. I'm a big DBZ fan. So shout out to you. Michelle Anderson, shout out to you again, the 499. What does she say? Says, was I Willie Lynch by Mr. Logic not black enough for your panel to have an opinion? She said, I am black, by the way. I love all love to you all for real. Yeah, shout out to you, Michelle. Michelle, I wasn't questioning your blackness. That wasn't me. So for those who are watching, again, I think this is exactly what Miss Watchman was talking about too, and something I touched on earlier, that sometimes we end up worrying about things that are just irrelevant. At the end of the day, is this a fact, right? Mechee said it too, like this confirmation bias that we fall into a lot of times, and at the end of the day, that's why I say on this channel, facts over feelings. If I'm giving you a fact, someone's giving you a fact, or the facts are being provided, regardless of how it makes you feel, like at least acknowledge or try to do your own research after it. If someone comes up and they don't look like you, they have a different religion, they have this, man, sometimes the truth is just the truth, right? The truth is just the truth. And sometimes we've gotten too comfortable dismissing people because, their skin color's too bright, skin color's too black, or their family was born in another country, though you were born here, or whatever. Sometimes people make an observation and the observation's legit. I say respectfully take in a person's opinion or criticism, take it with an advisement, right? You don't have to live by it, but at least try to look at it and be honest with yourself. I think that's the best that we can actually do. Instead of dismissing it because somebody looks different, they different religion, whatever. There's so many different nuances. Man, what a good stream. Man, this is a good stream. I'm actually like super excited. Hate to have to end it, but your boy is tired. And my guests, you guys, thank you so much for being patient. I think that's one of the biggest things. I try to bring one people up at a time just because I want to give everybody that individual respect to be able to actually to speak their piece and say what they have to say. The CHIPS Act provides additional investments in American semiconductor manufacturers, bringing total business investments. A large percentage of funds go outside of the country. Well, you know how I feel. Well, you probably know how I feel about that, but I believe should be an America first country where the priorities of the people, businesses and opportunities and things like that should go to the people, the citizens who live here. Even when they're doing the thing with the COVID stuff, the relief packages, man, there was so much money going outside the country. It's ridiculous, right? So, I mean, the corruption is just so pervasive in this country, guys. What can you do? What can you do, right? What can you do? So I don't have the answers for everything, but I know where there's a good solution to start, and it starts with unity. Starts with educating yourself, being aware, controlling your community, controlling your home, and making sure you're building the best home for you and for your family. And then that stuff trickles outside. But yes, buy your politicians. Yes, that is exactly what that's how everybody does it. What they tell you how it works on the outside is not how it works actually behind the scenes. So you absolutely have to buy your politician. So Emancipation Proclamation expired 2015. Yikes, I did not know that. I was pulling up and I I haven't seen it yet. Thank you, Ms. Watchman, for even dropping that. So I'm actually going to do a little research into that. And then the question is, what does that mean, right? What does that mean? And if this is the case, again, Mechee mentioned this, like we're being finessed behind the scenes. We're being so distracted that we open the door to be manhandled, right? So while we're sitting here complaining about fighting each other over stupid stuff, doing all this, segregating ourselves from each other because of this, that, and the other organization, at the end of the day, the chess moves are really being played behind our backs, or not necessarily behind our backs, but in front of our face. Yo, look at my man. Listen, my shout out to you, Courtney. Always on point. You guys, if you want to check this out in the chat, I'm gonna look this up tonight because I'm curious about it. Thank you for dropping that. Woo. Yeah, I'm gonna look more into that. I'm curious to see what that states in the Constitution, the expiration. I'm gonna have to look into that. So I didn't even get a chance to do a Q&A session, guys. Normally do a Q&A session. Man, I had two powerful personalities here on the stream, but I told you guys, you saw the trailer. What did I say? Right? Great conversation again. Thank you so much, everybody who showed up. Shout out to all the support tonight, you guys. Again, truly a blessing. You know, before I get on these streams, I always pray, kind of get myself in the right headspace before I get on. And again, it's good that, you know, everybody came in good spirited. Everybody was definitely doing their thing. Shout out to Joe Thompson, you guys sponsoring the stream tonight. Really appreciate it, brother. They was trying to get on you at the end about the last comment, but I understood where you was coming from. I understood. The reality is, man, we got to fix homes, right? The power of having a home and family. You know, there's so much power in that. And so listen, you guys, I know we talked about a lot. We covered a lot. And, you know, sometimes we miss certain things. Doesn't mean we're not acknowledging certain things, right? And I think sometimes we kind of get in the habit of that. So when I'm tired and hungry, I start rambling. Did I miss anything tonight, you guys? Did I miss anything tonight? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. Did I miss anything? Shout out to True Seeker dropping the fire. Will I have it by? I'm gonna have it before, because I heard something about 2025 don't look too good. I'm gonna do it before the year's out. More than likely, I'll probably do that stream in October. I'll get Mechee to help me because she's already done one already, and she'll definitely help provide some gems in reference to that. And it'll be a great conversation. But yeah, definitely gonna do it before 2025. And I'll show you guys what my bug out bag looks like. The things that I've used, the things that I've made. I pass this information already on to my family and make sure everybody is making sure they're stocking up little by little things like that. And so I also, yeah. Can someone drop the link on where it says it's expired? Courtney's asking for the link. If someone could put the link up, Courtney wants to look at that expiration stuff. Miss Watchman, email me what you found, Miss Watchman, and I can definitely share it as well to everybody. She got another survivor. Mechee wasn't even really slick surviving. Let me tell you, Mechee stopped at Walmart and bought survival supplies before she went on her survival retreat. You're not supposed to have nothing. But I ain't gonna tell you business. But yeah, we got to definitely talk about it. What else? Yeah, I got a bug out bag. We're gonna talk about it. Yeah, I'm looking forward, and I have some stuff that I can present to everybody. I think that'll be a dope stream. I think it'll be different too. You know, I think sometimes we spend so much time talking about problems. Again, you guys know I'm very solution oriented. Let's definitely let's definitely do that. I think that'll be cool. Yeah, I think that'll be cool. So just let's talk about how the community and everybody watching, how you can protect your home, how you can protect yourself, protect your family, what things you need to have, what things you need to know, you know. I think that'll be a great stream. It'll be something different. It'll be something that people can share, and it's positive, right? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Where are we at? Any final thoughts? Nah, I'm burnt out. I can't answer no more questions, you guys. Listen, I love you guys so much. I really, 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 really appreciate it. I will make sure I make a point of that. You guys, next Wednesday, I won't be able to do a stream next Wednesday, but I'm thinking about having something in place. So I might do a premiere video, or I might do something different for you guys. So I'll be out of town actually. So, but anyways, I'll just update that. I want to get with that brother from earlier. I'm curious to get his story, but I know Mechee will take care of that. I'm curious to know the background on that. Anyways, I hope you guys had an amazing time tonight. We're going on 6 hours. Let me get up out of here. I hope you guys had an amazing time tonight, and that you found this conversation valuable. Thank you so much to the guests. Special shout out to Mechee X. Thank you so much for your support. It means a lot. Thank you so much for everybody in the chat. Everyone following you guys, I'm so grateful. Thank you. And a special shout out to our exclusive guest tonight, which was Logic. He came all the way from wherever the hell he was at to come up here. He could have been anywhere else tonight, and he decided to chill with us. This was a great conversation. I told y'all this was going to be dope, right? And so I was excited, man. I've been excited and planning it the last 2 weeks, and I was really hyped when he agreed to do it, because I just know his energy, and I know his I know how he feels about certain topics. And so I was like, oh yeah, we about to come out here and act the fool. So I'm curious to know what the playback's gonna look like. Folks get intimidated. They're like, oh, 5 hours. And then they start watching it. People email me and be like, hey man, I do about an hour a day when you do these live streams. So that makes me feel good, man, that you guys are entertained. But I'll definitely chop it up. And give it to y'all in increments. So anyways, you guys, have an amazing night. And have an amazing weekend, and stay tuned. We'll get back into some stuff, and I'll work on that stream about the emergency planning. Absolutely got to have that moving forward. With that being said, you guys, thank you so much for the support. Let these truths find you where the lies have left you. Good night. God bless.